Chapter 761 The Mysterious Civilization Strikes Again. Faced with such a huge number of bugs, even if the United Civilizations wanted to stop them, it would not be of much use. A large number of insects are swarming towards this side. No matter how hard you try, there will still be fish that slip through the net. When these fish that slip through the net enter the fleet, they begin to self-destruct. As a series of explosions begin, the scene changes. Out of control. When the first banelol bug began to self-destruct, problems appeared in the formation of the entire United Fleet. However, at this time, the second and third rounds appeared, and more appeared one after another, causing the United Civilization to appear quickly. There is a vacancy. When a vacancy appeared here, more banelings naturally seized the opportunity and swarmed over. As the number of banelings poured in increased, a chain reaction began, and many areas were easily breached by banelings. At this time, the United Civilization also had a new understanding of the Zerg. They really could not imagine that this race had so many different troops. Moreover, after fighting with themselves and eliminating their own abilities, they actually chose this method. Since they could not leave biomass behind, they would directly disappear into nothingness. Anyway, there will be such a result sooner or later. It is better to use this special bug directly, which will also disappear into nothingness. The damage this bug can cause in a short period of time is huge. The United Civilization is very aware of its own advantages and disadvantages. The biggest effect of this special weapon when fighting bugs is that it can directly turn all the bugs into dust and return them to the ground. However, if the bugs want to defeat them, they must destroy their warships in a short time. Because once you give them time to launch this thing a few more times, no matter how many bugs you have, they won't be able to withstand it. Banelings can achieve this effect. Compared to other bugs, they are the only ones that can cause huge damage in a short period of time. Therefore, the United Civilization knows very well that the other party specifically targets them based on their weaknesses. That's a troublesome thing. We and the plants are both in trouble. And now the other side uses this kind of bug again. Everyone within the United Civilization of this era couldn't help but feel a headache when they looked at the current situation. They had no choice but to give them too much shock this time. First of all, the bugs that they thought would definitely not be able to develop actually developed like this in such a short period of time. Secondly, the tactics brought to them by the bugs is a new tactical play, which directly adopts the method of exchanging maximum damage for maximum damage, killing 1,000 enemies and losing 1,000. Of course, this is under the premise that they don't know the cost of this kind of insect. If they knew it, they would probably be upset. After all, a bug with such huge lethality can be produced at such a cheap price. How can it not explode? This kind of bug can directly kill their warships instantly. You can imagine how powerful its explosion is. At this moment, looking at these insects like moths rushing to the flame, the hearts of all the people in the United Civilization sank to their bones. They knew very well that it would only be a matter of time before they could be defeated by the special characteristics of this insect. And now they have nothing to rely on for defense. Under such circumstances, they dare not think of such losses if they rely on battleships to bear it. And their current family cannot afford such a huge loss. I never expected that the final winner of this war would be these bugs. Our judgments about bugs have always been wrong. If it weren't for our wrong judgment, we would never have ended up like this. At this time, the United Civilization also knew that most of the things it had said about reorganization before were actually wrong. First of all, they were wrong about the types of their troops. At least these bugs were the first time they saw them. Secondly, they were also wrong about the speed of development of the Zerg. They didn't expect that this race would develop so fast. It was so fast that they all felt frightened. This growth rate was too fast. How long did it take for this race to have such a powerful core? This made everyone feel scalped. Tingling. Now they knew they were out of luck. Is this possible without taking it off? How to fight against such an army of insects? They won't fight you at all, and will just blow themselves up. This is the most troublesome thing. It is too easy for this explosive bug to break through the defense line. No matter how awesome your weapons are. What's the use? People don't want to fight you head-on or engage in head-to-head confrontation with you. If they want to play, they just play routine. They rely on the huge numbers of their own tribe to forcefully break holes for you. It's true that you can clean out a lot of bugs so they can't give biomass. But people don't use it at all. So your cleaning effect has no effect on them. You can rely on the special characteristics of weapons to eliminate bugs in a very short time. And other people's bugs don't need you to destroy them in a very short time. Because they will explode themselves. After such a wave, The advantage of weapons has been reduced to the minimum. If you want to fight against this kind of bug, your own defense ability must be very strong. But is this possible? When the United Civilization researches weapons, the direction they consider must not be too comprehensive. Because if everything is taken into consideration, the weapons will become mediocre. Just like these battleships. Although their attack power may be very strong, their other attributes and attacks compared with the power, it seems a bit mediocre. And in the face of this kind of bug, even if you put down the attack power and raise the defense power, the effect will not be great. It is just that people originally needed one bug, and now they have two. But what significance does this have for such a huge swarm? In fact, it doesn't mean much. It's really uncomfortable to fight this kind of bug. All the warships must gather together to resist this dense bug attack. Because only the firepower can be suppressed by gathering together. But once the gathering is broken through, it will explode into one piece. If they are separated, this kind of casualties can indeed be reduced. But once they are separated, the bugs still have an attacking force. And they can attack their warships one by one. This time, these bugs really gave them a headache. In order to resist these bugs this time, they have tried their best. They spent all their belongings. But the final effect was so unsatisfactory, which made everyone feel deeply powerless. This time they miscalculated. They never expected such a result on their side. In fact, not only they but also the plants were very confused about this result. In fact, after the plants eliminated the Zerg, they also expected that these Zerg would definitely come back. But they didn't expect that the comeback would be so fast. Originally, they wanted to put all their attention on this universe and start searching. But later they learned that these Zerg had actually returned to the restricted area and were growing obscenely there. If it hadn't been for the subsequent exposure of these Zerg because of their excessive power, they would not have known that the Zerg had grown in scale again. But even if they knew the situation on the insect side at that time, they didn't make any other reaction because it didn't make much sense. At that time, they were fighting fiercely with these armies of the United Civilizations. At this time, who had the time to care about the Zerg? What they thought at the time was that the Zerg were not very large yet, and they would wait until the matter here was resolved before going to the Zerg. It turns out that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. This time they didn't achieve what they wanted. The power of these bugs far exceeded their imagination. When they thought that the opponent had not yet reached a large scale, the scale of these bugs was unprecedented. It was even said that it had already entered an uncontrollable stage. To be precise, it should be controllable. But they underestimated Chongzi's military type, and did not expect that Chongzi would actually play this type of military unit. This mistake made them realize what it was like to be desperate. The goodbyes of the United Civilization were treated as grandsons by each other. Let alone them. They were looking at the bugs on the battlefield, and their heads were buzzing. Especially when they saw that their plants were destroyed by a wave of bugs. They felt that their mentality was about to collapse. Why is this happening? Why do these bugs have such things? What's going on? If the other party has such a thing, why didn't they use it before, and had to wait until now? At this time, the plants really couldn't understand the current situation. But they knew very well that although they couldn't understand it, they were certain that the threat posed to them by the insects was too great. It's so huge that they don't know how to deal with it now. Seeing their fleet so vulnerable in front of these bugs, they were also enveloped in a deep sense of powerlessness. After traveling in this universe for so many years, they had encountered too many things. Many enemies were also huge threats to them in the past. But in the end, these threats were eradicated by them. However, now when they saw the situation on their side, they were also enveloped in a deep sense of powerlessness. Judging from their current situation, they have no solution to these bugs. It is true that they can evolve through constant fighting with bugs to withstand the explosion of these bugs. But they know very well that facing this kind of troops, they simply do not have this opportunity and time. Because it takes time for them to evolve. But how can they rely on dreams to buy themselves time? This is a very cruel thing. Because facing this level of troops, a single wave of attacks can cause them to lose most of them. And they have no time to complete these things. In the past, when they had abundant resources, it was not very difficult to resist. However, with their current resource reserves and troop reserves, there is simply no way to complete this kind of resistance. So now they can only watch their troops being blown to pieces by these banlings. At the same time, the situation on the United Civilization side is not much better. Although their warships can resist these plants for a while, the effect is not great. Because the players were very well prepared this time. Even the United Civilization was a little unable to handle such a large scale of insects. As time went by, The number of troops on both sides became less and less. Pitifully small. Now they can no longer resist. Seeing this, the plant's first thought is to retreat immediately. But when they were preparing to evacuate, they found that a large number of bugs had appeared in the surrounding area and surrounded the place. It was obvious that these bugs were preparing to ambush them here. Faced with this situation, they are also very helpless. Because there is no way to break the situation now. If they want to rely on the United Civilization to clearly resist the United Civilization, they can no longer rely on it. They want to run away. But Chongzi seems to have thought of it a long time ago. They were not given any chance to escape. They know very well that once the main force is wiped out by these bugs, it is basically impossible for the remaining plants scattered in the universe to survive. Like these bugs, they are a species that relies on numbers to win. They know very well that it is very easy for this kind of group to spread their troops throughout the universe. So faced with this situation, they could only watch silently as their troops became less and less. In the same United Civilization, basically all the defense facilities here were bombed by the players. And their fleets were also beaten. The army will be defeated. Now all the battleships are gathered together and are struggling to support. After seeing this scene, the players knew that the balance of victory this time would be tilted in their favor. Players were not particularly worried about that mysterious civilization, because in the face of so many disasters, the mysterious civilization had taken action too many times. From the beginning, they took action quite frequently. But now there is no movement at all. It seems that he took too many shots and was punished. This is why the players dare to take action now. Just watching these two civilizations gradually move toward destruction. At this moment, something surprising that mysterious civilization took action. I saw that warship appearing on the battlefield. When the warship appeared, the United Civilization side couldn't help but look happy, while the players' faces turned dark to the core. Obviously they did not expect that this civilization would take action at this time. However, facing the current situation, the players knew that they could not make any concessions. The next moment, they saw a large number of banlings flying towards the battleship. Faced with the overwhelming rampage, this battleship started its previous attack mode again. But the difference compared to before was that before these attacks fell on the banlings, these banlings collectively chose to self-destruct. The next moment, the sky was filled with flames and violent energy, covering the entire space. At the same time, the ship seemed not to be affected much and continued to harvest banlings from the players. However, the players never gave him any chance. As long as he was affected by the attack, he would explode immediately. Chapter 762 Discovering the Flaw. As before, this attack by the mysterious civilization is still unstoppable, and any method used by the players is like a joke in front of them. Looking at the current situation at this time, the players are also having a headache. This is completely unsolvable, at least judging from their current situation. They really can't think of any way to solve this problem. The headache is too much, and the players have not thought of a reasonable solution so far. How can we do this? Every time this civilization comes out, we have no way to deal with them. And the most annoying thing is that this civilization is still standing on the opposite side of us to cause trouble. With their situation, no matter how well developed we are, we can't withstand it. Indeed, for players in this civilization, although they have collected a lot of data before, the final result is still not good. The various routines of the players have no effect on this civilization. On the other hand, this civilization will mess up the players with just a few waves of operations. Regarding this matter, the players are also helpless. They really can't think of how to solve it. However, they know very well that it is definitely impossible if this thing is not solved. So now they can only think of ways to see if there is any reasonable solution to solve it. Our attacks have no effect on him at all. So no matter what plan we adopt, it will have little effect on them. At this time, players were also talking about the current matter. The headache was just too much. This thing is simply our nemesis. No matter how we develop, as long as we don't solve the problem, we will always be beaten back to our original shape. But if they want to solve the problem, players also know that the possibility is too low. They can't even attack each other effectively now. While the players were still troubled by this, a discovery soon made their eyes light up. Brothers, I wonder if you have noticed the threads that split from that battleship. Some of them seem to be broken. As the players' words fell, all the players couldn't help but their eyes lit up. It was obvious that what the players said made them pay attention to the details. After discovering this thing, the players naturally began to gather information about that area immediately. After investigation by the players, they found that there was a big difference between that area and other areas. That was because there were a large number of banlings in that area. After that thing attacked, these banlings exploded crazily, eventually causing such a situation. For players, this is undoubtedly very valuable news. Soon the players also mobilized other areas where there were more banlings. After mobilizing these areas, the players immediately began to operate. After the players' operations, they soon discovered one thing. And this one thing will eventually determine the final outcome of this battle. They discovered that the attacks on their side were not incapable of causing damage to them. But on the contrary, they could cause damage. The main reason why they always thought it was impossible to cause damage was because the attack strength here was not strong enough. Because the strength was not enough, the attack time was relatively short, so it had no effect. Now, because the time of these banling attacks is negligible, and the intensity is also very terrifying, it is also for this reason that these things have suffered a certain amount of damage and are thus noticed. After seeing this scene, the players naturally knew that based on the current situation, they could make good use of this. Since this thing is not invincible and can be attacked, then all you need to do is increase the strength until the thing cannot bear it. And then all problems will be solved. Of course, it is naturally impossible for the players to act at will. So they began to understand carefully and began to conduct experiments in the area regularly. After many experiments, they can basically determine their own the guess is correct. But while the players are still groping here, the mysterious civilization cannot remain calm. Not good. They seem to have discovered our situation. Looking at the players' operations at this time, the mysterious civilization naturally began to understand their situation immediately. After understanding from many aspects, they can basically confirm that the situation on their side seems to have been exposed. This is not good news. It seems that the situation on our side has been discovered by them. Damn it. It is all the fault of this cosmic consciousness. If it weren't for it, how could we be like this? The reason why the mysterious civilization was attacked was because they had taken action too frequently before, attracting the attention of the cosmic consciousness, and were then suppressed. It is also because of this kind of suppression that their side will be attacked. Otherwise it would be impossible for the players to encounter them using their methods. And this is what they are most worried about at the moment. Although their attack frequency is very high, and they can clear out enemies as quickly as possible to reduce the damage they suffer. In this case, as long as you don't pay attention, it is absolutely impossible to find that they are not invincible. However, the bugs on the player's side are too special, and they start to explode before they even touch them. And the damage caused is not low. If accumulated like this, they will definitely suffer a lot of damage. If there is such a big damage, as long as the opponent is not blind, they can notice it. And this is the situation at this time. After seeing that their side had been discovered and that the other party started to test it crazily, the mysterious civilization knew that its side might be in big trouble. According to this posture, as long as the opponent is not stupid and comes a few more times to determine the situation on his side, then the opponent will definitely attack desperately and without reservation. After all, as long as they are sure that they can be attacked, these bugs will definitely attack them regardless of the cost. But how should I respond at this time? Continue to spend time with them? They are confident that they can wipe out all the players' forces. But then, it won't take long for the players to reactivate a group of forces. After all, they have seen the reproductive capabilities of the Zerg, so they are also having an unusual headache at the moment. For them now, the most reasonable way is to retreat directly and abandon the united civilization and retreat directly. But after retreating, will the bugs let him go? It is obvious that this is absolutely impossible. There are some things that once you enter the arena and want to get out, you have to completely eliminate the other party. So now they are also very entangled. They have taken too many shots, which has resulted in many of their abilities being restricted. If they continue to take action at this time, they can imagine to what extent their strength will be weakened in the future. So at this time, they also knew that it was time to make a key decision. But they soon discovered that they seemed to have no choice at all. Ever since they joined here, they had no choice. So what we can do now is to fight these Zerg to the end. Otherwise they will come to us for trouble even if they clean up the united civilization later. So now we have no good choice. Since we exposed ourselves and intervened here, our future ending has been doomed. So now either these bugs die or we die. After making the decision, the united civilization no longer hid. They once again increased the output power of the battleships, hoping to capture the players. And their actions naturally attracted the attention of the players. According to the data obtained by the players so far, they can basically be sure of one thing. That is, the united civilization may not be able to hold on. So the mysterious civilization will take action. It has been confirmed that the mysterious civilization can be attacked. So they are so crazy about eradicating their own side. Therefore, the players can basically be sure of the number of shots. They have not miscalculated. And with so much information, the players will naturally know how to operate the subsequent battles. The next step is to focus on delaying. The more and more frequently they take action here, the more suppression or influence they will receive in the future. So this is naturally a good thing for the players. The banlings continue to delay it. Once it can no longer be delayed, the banlings in the area that is about to be attacked will explode without hesitation, giving the enemy the final blow in this way. One strike. This plan is undoubtedly useful. As the players start to operate, the mysterious civilization becomes more and more frustrated. They are not afraid of their strength. But the most uncomfortable thing is that the other party has never thought about playing head-on with you. This is the most disgusting thing. Although their attacks are extremely powerful and their range is terrifying, the final effect is minimal. Of course, we can't blame them. After all, this wave of players has really started to play tricks. Although this operation will give the united civilization or the plants an opportunity to take advantage. But now they can't make big waves in a short time. And the players don't have to fight to the death with this united civilization here. They just need to delay and clean up some enemies, which is not difficult for them. So under the operation of the players, the mysterious civilization knew that if it continued based on the current situation, it would be the most disadvantageous for them. Only they had no choice but to retreat in the end. Although they did not destroy the united civilization or plants this time. It must be said that the discovery of the mysterious civilization this time was a great help to the players. Especially after it was confirmed that the opponent was not invincible. The players began to arrange various strategies against the mysterious civilization step by step. That's right. After knowing that the opponent is not invincible, the players also know that their killing range is still too terrifying. And they must nip these things in the cradle as soon as possible. And the players also discovered one thing. That is, this civilization only sent one warship from beginning to end. How many similar warships did they have? And how strong this battleship is on their side? Wait. Questions like this are weighing on the minds of players. However, players can basically be sure that it is of this level. And it is estimated that it is a minority among civilizations. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to mobilize only such a ship every time they take action. They can definitely use a few more ships to directly crush the players. Pressed. After such a long time of fighting, players have also gained a certain understanding of various civilizations in the universe. They know very well that sometimes some things may seem like the other party doesn't bother to do them. But in fact they don't want to do them. To do or for some other reason. All in all, there is a high probability that what they let you see is what they just want you to see. No one knows what the actual situation is. So for that level of battleships, players estimate that there will be at least 3 to 5 ships in that civilization. Based on this number, players start to figure out how to arrange it. Of course, the players had an idea from the beginning about how to arrange it. Through previous battles, they calculated the number of insects required to cut off a thread. Then they began to analyze the total amount of silk thread there, and then calculated an approximate number of banlings needed. It has to be said that this number is very terrifying. So terrifying that players can't help but feel their scalps numb. If they want to completely cut off all the threads, then the total number of banlings they prepared should be half the universe. Of course, this is just one of the battleships. And for 2 or 3 battleships, the total amount of banlings they want to prepare is simply unimaginable. According to this calculation, how can we get so many banlings? And even if we can get it on such a large scale, won't the black ball from before be noticed and come to clean us up? On the contrary, it is a waste of money. This is also the point that players are most worried about right now. They are worried that the enemies in front of them will not be solved, and they will attract a new group of enemies. This is the most painful thing. So they couldn't help but have a headache at this time. Now they need to figure out how to solve this problem immediately. But soon some players have ideas. Brothers, since we can't hoard so many troops at once, we can hoard insect nests. If we increase the number of insect nests to a certain level, then if we want to hatch so many troops in the future, we have to divide them. A matter of minutes. Judging from our current situation, it is not difficult to get so many insect nests. At present, both civilizations are severely disabled, and we can develop in this universe. The remaining resources in this universe are completely enough to support our plan. As long as our plan succeeds. Even if this mysterious civilization wants to trouble us again, He will have to consider whether he can handle it. Chapter 763 The Mysterious Civilizations Plan. The arrangements for these two civilized players are relatively clear. After all, they are not fools. As the saying goes, cutting the grass does not remove the roots. But the spring breeze will bring forth new growth. Why don't we understand this? But the current situation, if we push these two civilizations too hard, it will still be very difficult to operate in the future. After all, we have to weigh the matter of that mysterious civilization. Now our idea is very simple. We should ignore these two civilizations for now. But we must restrict their development. And then during this period, we will develop our own military strength crazily. Even if the mysterious civilization wants to take action in the later stage, they will not have a chance. Now we will give it a little sweetness, and let them see that these two civilizations may still be saved and can still struggle. The mysterious civilization naturally knows what the players think. Especially when the mysterious civilization saw that the players did not directly attack these two civilizations. They had already guessed the players' plans. At this time, everyone within the mysterious civilization was also discussing this matter. Some of them thought that they should take action now, because now they may still have a chance, and delaying it any longer will not do them any good. But some people believe that since players have given this opportunity, they must seize it. Although the other side has been restricting these two civilizations and allowing these two civilizations to survive, it is obvious that this is also an opportunity for the two civilizations to take off. Give them some technology or resources or something else, and they may not have a chance to make a comeback. Because now the mysterious civilization really wants to use civilization to contain this race. Although they also want to directly eliminate this race to avoid future troubles. But they know very well that if they really take action and wipe out this civilization, they will not need to play in the future. Because the price they pay for destroying this civilization may also be that they are wiped out by the consciousness of the universe. Therefore, they are also extremely troubled by the current situation. Faced with these two choices, after struggling for a long time, they finally chose the latter, which was to continue to give these two civilizations some help so that they could make a comeback and confront the players again. Although they know that doing this is very risky, it is undoubtedly the best than taking action directly and dying together with the players. I think this plan is feasible, but I always believe that if we continue to delay it, sooner or later we will be consumed by this civilization. Indeed, the mysterious civilization is currently facing many difficulties. Unable to take action directly, they chose to intervene indirectly, although the effect is relatively obvious. Judging from the current pace, if this continues, it will become increasingly difficult for them to operate in the future, because they will also be punished if they intervene directly or indirectly, which is what makes them most uncomfortable. During this period of time, they have been punished too much in order to deal with the seed, and they have paid various costs in various ways to support the united civilization. The results were unsatisfactory, and they failed every time, causing them to lose their wives and soldiers. Now, after facing the current situation for a long time, they decided to take a risk. Just when everyone was still having a headache about this matter, one person came up with a wild idea. And this idea caused everyone in the mysterious civilization to get entangled. Because this proposal is very nonsense. That is, to allow players to advance to their level. Although this idea is very ridiculous, and it even feels like shooting yourself in the foot, this is the only way to directly defeat the players head-on. If there is a level gap between the two sides, they will be taken care of by the cosmic consciousness. As long as they dare to take action against civilizations of these levels, the consequences will be serious. However, if it is a war between the same level, the cosmic consciousness will not pay attention to it. And this is what they think is an opportunity. That is, to directly raise the level of players and give them technology so that they can evolve to their own level. Indeed, this method is somewhat attractive to them. After all, they have evolved to this level very early and are relatively complete in all aspects. It is simply not too easy for them to directly face an enemy in a newly evolved stage. At that time, they can rely on their rich relevant combat experience and technology to win this battle. Although this method is very easy to use and has high practicality, but they are very aware of this kind of operation. Once one of them fails to play well, they may be blamed and there will be no chance to turn around. Now if they support these two civilizations, they may still get a wave of opportunities. But based on the performance of these two civilizations from the beginning of the war to now, the mysterious civilization really does not want to take this risk. Because the performance of these two civilizations was so rubbish, they are now extremely entangled in how to choose. In fact, for them now, no matter how they choose, the advantages are not very obvious. After all, many things are already very clear. In the past, we could support these civilizations. But now I think we should change our strategy. Instead of placing our hopes on these civilizations, it is better to find a way to promote those insects to the same dimension as ours. And then we can deal with them. This method is indeed feasible in theory. But with the current performance of this race, I am worried that something unexpected will happen then. As for what this person said, many people are naturally opposed to it. After all, they are also an old superdimensional civilization, even if the Zerg have evolved to their level. As a newly evolved superdimensional civilization, they will not be able to do it at all. May be fearful. I can understand what you are worried about. But you don't need to think about it so much because it doesn't make much sense. After reaching the superdimensional stage, it's more about understanding some rules. Rule technology is not something that can only be accomplished with luck. It also requires a lot of time and experience, which they do not have. So if you look at the current stage, their upgrade to the super dimension is just another change in the level of life. As for the subsequent things, there are no changes. It is equivalent to their life bodies being more powerful than before. But other than that, they have no advantage anymore. Compared with us, we have developed the power of laws. And based on this, they cannot compete with us. And our accumulation over the years is not a joke. Once we evolve to this stage, we can attack them with all our strength. And there is no need to worry about any restrictions. At that time, they will have nothing to fight with us. So judging from our situation, they have nothing to do with us. Of advantages. If we all still lose under such circumstances, then I think we can collectively declare the destruction of civilization. Regarding what this man said, everyone could understand what he wanted to express. After all, judging from the current situation, even if players evolve to their stage, they still have a long way to go. If these roads are not clear, it will be impossible to compete with them. And they want to attack the players at this stage. And in this case, the players will have absolutely no resistance. In fact, their plan is not wrong. Because as long as they can go all out to deal with a race whose system has been strengthened, there is actually no threat to them. And it can even be said that there is not much change from before. After all, this kind of improvement can be considered negligible to them, unless they can also develop the relevant law technology and use this technology to pose a threat to themselves. But is this possible? The further we go, the more advantages of scientific and technological civilization will become apparent. In fact, technological civilization and evolutionary civilization essentially do not have much advantages or disadvantages. At certain stages, technological civilization has absolute advantages. But at certain stages evolutionary civilization has its own unique advantages. All in all, each has its own highlights, and there is no clear distinction between them. For example, in the early stage, evolutionary civilization must have innate advantages. But in the middle stage, it is time for technological civilization to show off its power. But in the later stage, evolutionary civilization will have an advantage. Because in the later stage, the time and cost required for each battleship are very high. Compared to making warships and evolving civilizations, the speed at which they incubate troops is obviously much faster. However, if we go further up, technological civilization will have the upper hand again. All in all, it starts over and over again without an accurate positioning. Your choice is very important, but it only depends on your actual situation. Some civilizations may never reach the later stage, so it is understandable that they choose technological civilization. But some civilizations can reach the later stages, and evolutionary civilizations can also enter this stage safely. In short, there will not be much difference after this stage. The more difference lies in the different understanding abilities of some special technologies at different stages, such as this stage. After entering this stage, you will find yourself locked in the consciousness of the universe. After reaching this stage, you will not only understand the consciousness of the universe, but also have a deep understanding of the natural laws of the operation of the universe. When you reach this stage, you will begin to learn and try to use the power of laws. To put it simply, this power is the law of how things operate, with just a fancy name added to it. In fact, it is very accurate to describe it as the power of rules. In short, if this special power can be used, everything will change. Every civilization that has evolved to this stage will understand this thing and begin to adapt to this stage. Because this stage is a brand new survival mode, compared with before, when you could survive at will. At this stage, you will be suppressed by the consciousness of the universe everywhere. It is very difficult for civilization to survive. And this stage is also very dangerous. For any civilization that has just entered this stage, if you cannot survive this stage safely, you may be obliterated by the consciousness of the universe. Therefore, after entering this stage, a very long period of stability is required. Only after this period of stability can the transformation be truly completed. Many civilizations have entered this stage and eventually disappeared into the dust of the history of the universe because they could not adapt to this new way of living. Therefore, for the mysterious civilization, defeating the Zerg at this stage is undoubtedly the best choice. At this stage, the Zerg can be said to be suffering from internal and external troubles and are suppressed by the will of the universe. It will take a long time for them to understand this mode of survival. However, at this time, they were attacked by themselves. Even their survival was a problem. Not to mention that it was a joke to resist their own attack. This is also the reason why the mysterious civilization dares to do this. Although at their level, it is somewhat ridiculous to use conspiracy and tricks to deal with this kind of civilization. After all, judging from their strength, they don't need to use these things to defeat their enemies. But their long-term development has taught them that caution is the most important thing. Therefore, he will not give the other party any chance to make a comeback. Even when dealing with this kind of civilization, he must use all his strength. Otherwise they may be the ones who overturn. After all, they have seen too many similar experiences along the way. Many civilizations were eventually drowned in the dust of the universe because they were too confident. Therefore, they are also very careful about mysterious civilizations. Cautious. However, the players naturally do not know the plans of the mysterious civilization at this time. After all, judging from their situation, the most critical thing for them at the moment is to desperately develop their own military strength. And then in the later stage, they can give this mysterious civilization a fatal blow. Now that they know that they can cause harm to the mysterious civilization, they know very well how to operate next. When dealing with their enemies, they have always taken them down in one go. So now they support these two civilizations and continue to develop their own military strength. As for what they did, the mysterious civilization naturally saw it. When the mysterious civilization understood the players' thoughts, they also used their tricks to secretly arrange for the players to evolve. It seems very simple to raise the level of life, but it is very difficult to raise to their level. A lot of opportunities and various aspects including some understanding must be prepared for them, and they cannot be too deliberate. If you want them to discover these good things accidentally, and make them think that this is their luck, you can't do it too deliberately. After all, once someone is noticed too deliberately, there will be big problems. So the mysterious civilization is also very careful in its arrangements. The purpose is to let them successfully advance to their own stage before attacking them. Chapter 760 for the arrangement is clear. All in all, the mysterious civilization also needs to grasp all kinds of details. The entire preparation stage is also very long. At least at this stage, the mysterious civilization has not caused any trouble. So this also makes the players feel a little unclear. In fact, ever since the players reached this stage, they have thought that the mysterious civilization might take action against them. After all, things have become like this. If the situation continues, the mysterious civilization may not be able to stop it in the end. It is also for this reason that the players are constantly following the actions of the local mysterious civilization. But what surprises them is that in the end the mysterious civilization has no performance, which is incomprehensible to the players. In this way, time passed day after day amidst the players' various worries. The mysterious civilization has not changed much as before. It has never attacked them or revealed their traces in the universe. The players are also a little confused about this. It seems that as time goes by, the players are getting bolder. After all, there has been no action from the mysterious civilization during this period. The players do not know what this mysterious civilization is thinking. What? After the players' speculation, they felt that the mysterious civilization might have left. After all, with the stall they are spreading now, it is basically impossible for the mysterious civilization to destroy them. And they may even get themselves involved. So it is very reasonable for the mysterious civilization to leave. Externally, they have suppressed plants and the united civilization to a great extent. According to normal circumstances, the mysterious civilization should have taken action long ago. But the other party has not made any move. From this, they could still verify that their previous guesses were correct, which made the players feel relieved, because they are already prepared for a fight to the death. The result will be like this in the end. All in all, it's a good thing for us that this battle didn't start. After all, If the mysterious civilization really takes action, there is nothing we can do against it. Especially when we don't know what other technologies the other party has. Although the technology we are currently deploying is theoretically speaking. If the mysterious civilization wants to wipe us out, the price it may pay will be very high. But we cannot rule out the possibility of destroying us. They have other ways to eliminate us at a low cost. For a while, players were talking about this matter. But what is certain is that this battle did not start in the end. Which is also a good thing for the players. After all, the mysterious civilization does not know the situation on their side. But they know very well that once the war starts, if the main insect nest on their side is really destroyed, then things will be very serious. So this is the best for them now. Although their protection of the main insect nest is also very good. But if they are unlucky to face an enemy of that level, and the main insect nest is found, no matter how tight their protection is, nothing works. Which is why players can breathe a sigh of relief. Now the player's plan is very simple. Continue to develop steadily in this universe. And then wait for the arrival of the gate to the universe. But as time went by, they found that their idea seemed impossible to realize. Because according to the information collected from the United Civilization, the cosmic barrier of this universe is very strong. In particular, all aspects of space are very stable. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the gate of the universe before the gate of the universe to appear. It was also created because of an experiment by the United Civilization. In addition, there has never been a gate to the universe in the records of the United Civilization. Later, after understanding it, players found that this kind of universe is different from other universes. It should be said that universes of different levels are very different. There is a very serious gap between the higher universe and the lower universe. To put it simply, the two universes are completely independent and cannot be united together for some reason. This is also a protective measure of the cosmic mechanism for the life forms of the universe. After all, if the higher universe and the lower universe can be united, the level difference between the living creatures will determine that the lower universe will definitely be eliminated. Take the players as an example. They also came here from the lower universe. If it weren't for that special door to the universe, they would never have been able to set foot here. They have reached the end of the lower universe. It can be said that there is no lower universe that can be their opponent. But under such circumstances, the first thing they need to do after entering the advanced universe is to adapt to the environment in the universe. And this adaptation stage is very critical. After all, they paid a lot of price when adapting to the characteristics of their race. And many insects died. Under such circumstances, if it were other races, they might be wiped out as soon as they entered. Followed by biological level and technological level. There is an unbridgeable gap between the higher universe and the lower universe. And this huge gap has already determined who the final winner will be if different universes are connected. It is also for this reason that the universe is very divided into higher and lower parts. If it weren't for this experiment of the United Civilization, it might be impossible for the two universes to be connected together. Of course, for the players, what they need to do now is to find a way to understand this technology and get out of here. Because for them now, the mysterious civilization that continues to stay here is always a time bomb. If this bomb is not solved, the subsequent problems will be very serious. However, after research, players gradually discovered that things were not as simple as they imagined. That's right. The players seem to have discovered something incredible. After research, they found that maybe the situation in this side of the universe was not as simple as they imagined. The cosmic barrier opened by the previous technology of the United Civilization was purely coincidental. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for the barrier to open to the restricted area. So it can be seen that this technology has big problems. To be precise, there are big problems in this level of universe. Maybe in some lower universes, it is very simple to open the barrier. But in this universe, even with this technology, opening the barrier is purely a coincidence. And there are various reasons for it. After in-depth research, although the players have a thorough grasp of this technology, they found that even with this technology, it is not possible to open the space barrier. And this discovery made them feel a little overwhelmed. If we follow normal logic, as long as nothing unexpected happens, we can leave by opening the barrier later. But now such a problem has arisen, which makes the players extremely distressed. The space barrier opening experiment failed for the 547th time. The reason is the same as before. This side of the barrier tends to be stable and cannot be broken. Seeing this result at this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. So now we are kind of trapped in this universe. As he spoke, He shook his head. To be precise, it shouldn't be that we are trapped in this universe now. It should be said that the current situation of this universe makes it difficult for us to leave. If it is a cosmic door from a higher universe to a lower universe, it may never be able to be opened. But relatively speaking, when the higher universe connects to the higher universe, the probability of opening it is very high. After this period of research, he also concluded a truth. That is, they may be trapped in a higher universe now. It is basically impossible to return to the lower universe. Even if the barrier of the universe is opened, the next connection will probably be to the higher universe. And the reason why they are able to come here may also be related to the consciousness of the universe. Because when their technological level reaches that level, it can be said that they can easily destroy some medium and low-level civilized universes. Under such circumstances, if they continue to travel between these universes, it will definitely cause big problems. It seems that such a situation has occurred, and the United Civilization has inadvertently opened the connection between the higher and lower universes. Although it all seems to be a coincidence, Jiang Yao always feels that this is the arrangement of the universe's consciousness. During this period of time, he has also studied a lot of things related to these universes. Through various studies, he also had a clear understanding of some situations in this universe, especially for the illusory things like cosmic consciousness. At least now, he has an understanding. The United Civilization does provide him with a lot of things, many of which he has never thought of before. It has to be said that there is a big difference between the higher universe and the lower universe, and the research roots of civilization and other aspects are completely different. But this is understandable. After all, the starting point here is very high. There are many low-level civilizations in the universe that may never be understood, or it may take a very long time and years to reach a level. For them, they have been at this level since they were born. This is a huge gap between the two universes. It is very difficult to study at such a high level and then go to a higher level. Simple. I didn't expect that this is the difference between different levels of civilization in the universe. But for some low-level civilizations, this is really too unfair. He also had various emotions about this. Indeed, this is really unfair to some low-level civilizations. After all, these low-level civilizations have tried their best to reach this stage, but the results are not as good as other starting points. If it weren't for this special cosmic barrier, or the protection mechanism of the universe, it is estimated that low-level civilizations would have ceased to exist long ago. After all, there is a huge difference. If this side wants to plunder, the low-level civilization has no chance to resist. Although the resources in the universe are more abundant for high-level civilizations than for low-level civilizations, the resources of two different universes are interconnected, so they are still valuable for plunder. Of course, it doesn't mean much if he knows this now, because he is already trapped in this universe. Now they need to prioritize how to get out of here. But just when they were at a loss what to do, they made a new discovery. When players were exploring the universe, they accidentally discovered a place similar to a ruins. Based on research, they felt that this seemed to be something left by ancient civilizations, and it was very hidden. It is so hidden that all the observable objects currently available to the players have no effect on the exploration here. Players can find that they bumped into this place completely by luck, and they hit it directly without making a mistake, because during their instrument testing, there was nothing here at all. If it weren't for the huge number, and a bug that happened to be passing by and accidentally bumped into it, it would have been absolutely impossible to find it. And this place naturally attracted their attention. After all, it was too bizarre to find out. There might really be something in a secret place like this that would help the players a lot. Although at first they thought they had found the home base of the mysterious civilization, later after research, they found that this was not the case. So the players also began to discuss how to explore this place. Players naturally attach great importance to this suddenly discovered ruins. After all, it must be a good thing if ruins can be found in a universe like this. At the same time, they are also very cautious, because there is still a mysterious civilization. If the situation here is discovered by the mysterious civilization, then the other party will definitely come to snatch it as soon as possible. Therefore, the players did not make any fanfare when exploring. They just said that they sent a vanguard insect army to enter here and start to understand. They did not expect to be able to explore this place in a short time. After all, this kind of secret exploration would take a lot of time. At this time, while they were still discussing this matter, they were on the side of the mysterious civilization. After seeing that everything had been arranged, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The players accidentally discovered this ruins according to their plan and began to explore the ruins. The next step was to slowly wait for the players to finish exploring the ruins. In the future, they will arrange more opportunities to extend more ruins and technologies through this ruins. And these things are all continuous. And we will start to study them later based on this ruins. All in all, the arrangements for the mysterious civilization here can be considered clear. Next, they slowly waited for these bugs to evolve to their stage, and then it was okay. So under their arrangements, everything began to develop steadily according to their plan. Compared to them, the players have been very lucky during this period. The things in this ruins are very useful to them. It allows them to understand the general situation of the universe, and also allows them to know how to go next. Develop. Chapter 765 gradually realized something was wrong. Brothers, the things discovered this time are indeed useful. And according to this posture, I always feel that these things can improve our strength to another level. At this time, on the player's side, everyone is discussing what they discovered this time, and how it can help them. Some of the technologies or concepts discovered this time, etc., are many of the things that players have seen for the first time. But even if they see them for the first time, they can feel that this kind of thing will have an impact on their future improvement. How big? The first is the truth about this universe, which alone is something players have never set foot on before. Because if these things develop normally, you will never be able to discover them. According to the information that the players found this time, they also know the general situation of this universe. The first thing is about this universe. Why do they not know this knowledge? Because there are many things that are innate to some advanced races. It is not clear to the players why there are these innate things. And it is also unclear to the races that have acquired this knowledge. It may be because of a disappearing history. Of course, these unconfirmed things are actually not a big deal to players. After all, why there are these things does not mean much. What is really significant is how these civilizations deal with it after knowing this. This is the real key. After these civilizations learned about this thing, they immediately began to verify it. After all, some things are not just good if you say them. If they are not tested by time, then the things you say will not make much sense. After the test of time, these things have been confirmed, and this is the most useful. At the same time, players have also learned some things through this information that they have not understood in detail before, or they have not understood it at all. Concepts in this regard. Although these things don't seem to have much effect on the surface. After all, with the advancement of technology, players have seen too many messy things, many of which have nothing to do with the technology tree. But what was discovered this time, although it has little to do with the technology tree, has a lot to do with their future development direction. First of all, through these things, players know one thing. That is, in this universe, the consciousness of the universe has existed from the beginning. In fact, this kind of thing existed when the universe was born. And the internal civilization can be understood as the cells of the human body. The universe can be understood as a huge living organism. And they have their own consciousness. Then it also has its own rules of operation. And the internal civilization, as the cells of an organism, is naturally divided into good and bad. In fact, for an organism, most cells play a decisive role. But there are always exceptions. For example, when technology develops to a certain level, this level of civilization no longer represents safe cells, but dangerous cells. Because after reaching this stage, civilization will frantically absorb resources from the universe to strengthen itself. And this is also the problem. The resources of the universe are limited, and they will be allocated to different civilizations. Although the allocation ratios are different, at least each civilization can obtain these resources and rely on these resources to continue to develop. But some well-developed civilizations are like cancer cells. They will continue to absorb the resources they have obtained and the resources that others should have to strengthen themselves. This will lead to an imbalance of resources and a large number of cell deaths. It is very easy to understand this. Just like the players encountered such a thing while developing themselves. Players have eliminated too many civilizations and seized too many resources during their development journey, leading to their current development. Therefore, the players are very clear about the harm caused by this super civilization. The same players are also very clear about another thing, which is why they were so wasteful in the past. Why the cosmic civilization or cosmic consciousness has not shown any what. After their understanding, it is roughly clear that this is like the relationship between humans and animals. Some lower-level universes understand animals. Their consciousness is there, but it is not perfect. So if you make trouble in there, they can't do anything to you. At most, It's because you've gone too far, and the universe can't sustain it. And they will die with you in the end. This is why when the resources of the universe are exploited to a certain extent, the universe may be destroyed. However, advanced universes are like humans who are intelligent life forms. Once they encounter such a thing, they will try their best to eradicate it. Such harm. This is also the reason why mysterious civilizations don't let people be too presumptuous. Because they have already been noticed by this kind of consciousness. If they show something strange, it is like people going to see a doctor. Therefore, the mysterious civilization does not dare to be too presumptuous. Because once they see a doctor, they will not be able to bear it even after several more visits. Unless you have the ability to subvert the universe. Then at this stage you must follow the rules of the universe. Of course, this is understandable. And it is for this reason that players also understand the current situation of the mysterious civilization. Now the mysterious civilization is a powerful civilization, and they have no problems in all aspects. But they haven't reached the point where they can compete with something like cosmic consciousness. So all they can do is sneak in when necessary. After understanding these things, the players were somewhat emotional. Can you not feel emotional about this? After all, what they learned this time really impacted their outlook. At least at this stage. They felt that it was the first time they had understood and faced these things. But this is good. At least through these things, they have a certain understanding of their current situation. At the same time, they were able to understand a lot of things that they couldn't understand before. Such as why the mysterious civilization happened like that. Why don't they just eliminate themselves? Etc. Of course, after understanding these things, the players also understand one thing. That is, if this universe wants to continue to develop, then they will have to face such problems. If one day they evolve to the level of a mysterious civilization, they will also be restricted. If they fight against a mysterious civilization, the consciousness of the universe will not pay attention to it. But will they, who have just been promoted, be the opponents of the mysterious civilization? Obviously this is basically impossible for them. Although the players are very confident, they are not stupid. They know very well the value of an old civilization in this universe. It has gone through so many years to develop to the current level. How can it be that they can deal with it easily now? Therefore, they are not optimistic about facing the mysterious civilization in the future. But if it is because we are not optimistic about it, then it is definitely unrealistic not to confront the mysterious civilization. Judging from their situation, if they want to leave this universe, they must find a way to advance to that height. Because according to the data, there are many things that can only be done after reaching that stage, including the fact that the joint civilization opens the door to the cosmic dimension. It may not be that they have the ability to open it, but that the cosmic consciousness operates independently. Because the cosmic consciousness may feel that if the united civilization or the mysterious civilization continues to exist, it will have a great impact on it. Therefore, the players may have come to solve these two civilizations with the consciousness of the universe. But the players do not know it. But now that they have learned so much information about this level of universe, the difficulty of opening the barrier, and the difficulty of the universe parameters, players can probably guess some. So they know very well that if you want to leave here, it is only possible if you reach that height. After reaching that height, you will be restricted if you want to leave. This is what makes the players feel the most incredible. Why does the cosmic consciousness restrict civilizations of their level? To be precise, it should be a civilization of the mysterious civilization. But it does not want them to leave. The reason why the cosmic consciousness itself is not clear, but this seems to be a problem for players at this stage, is not important. After understanding these things, the players can roughly summarize the current situation on their side. First of all, what is certain is that if they want to face off against the united civilization in the future, then they must find a way to advance to a level comparable to the united civilization. Because only at this time will they truly be able to participate in a war of this level. But once they are promoted to this realm, they will be suppressed a lot in the future, and it will be impossible to leave. At the same time, after the united civilization knows that they have evolved to this point, the first thing the opponent will do must be to attack themselves. The players have no doubt about this. After all, based on their understanding of the united civilization, the united civilization has long regarded them as a thorn in the flesh. If it were not for their current stage, the united civilization would have been greatly affected. Players estimate that the united civilization might have dealt with them long ago. Take action. Therefore, regarding the current situation, players are also discussing various things here. For a while, they all have their own opinions on whether to continue to develop along this path. The things discovered in the ruins have pointed out a path for them. But there are various abysses ahead of this path, which makes the players extremely confused. However, there are still many rogue players among the players. Their analysis of the current situation, and so on, are obviously much clearer than other players. Brothers, although the things we have discovered so far are of great help to us, and we even say that we will rely on these things at a certain stage in the future, haven't you found any problems in it? As the players' words fell, all the players couldn't help but feel a little curious. It was obvious that they were also curious as to why this player suddenly said such words. Looking at the curious eyes of everyone, this player also briefly explained his conjecture to everyone. First of all, I think everyone should be very clear about the situation of our civilization. If you want to advance to another stage, everyone knows how difficult it is. We even say that we have no clue at all. But don't you find it strange? When we desperately needed this thing and had no clue, suddenly a complete plan appeared in front of us. It's such a coincidence that what we want to know but don't understand, or how we should operate in the future, are all shown to us nakedly. And the road is clearly paved. This itself has problems. If our luck was really that good, then we would not be at this level of civilization until now. So I seriously doubt there may be any problems here. As the player finished speaking, many players couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that they had never thought about this problem before. When they obtained these things, they always thought that they had obtained them by chance. But now that they thought about it carefully, they also discovered the problem. All this is too coincidental and too simple. Players know very well that such important things cannot be obtained so easily. It would be really strange if these things could be obtained so easily. As a result, players began to wonder what was going on. I think what this brother said is right. It's all such a coincidence. And it's so simple. The simplicity makes us all feel a little strange. How could there be such perfect things in a ruins? These things may give us the feeling that someone deliberately put them there just waiting for us to discover them. In this way, the players discussed this matter word by word. After some discussion, they suddenly discovered a possibility. And this possibility, they feel, is closer to the truth. This is that mysterious civilization. And it may be the operator in the dark. It's true that players think so, because the mysterious civilization can't take direct action against them now. The same mysterious civilization regards them as a big enemy on their side. So this also means one thing. That is, the mysterious civilization, I will try my best to attack them. Through the previous methods, it is basically certain that the mysterious civilization will be impossible to eliminate the players through conventional methods. So it can only use some unconventional methods. And what this unconventional method is very simple, such as pushing them to that level. And then they do it to themselves. And is there any risk in doing so? Obviously there are risks. And the risks are not small. But is this risk controllable? This is controllable. Why do you say that? Because the technological routes that players obtain when they advance to that level are all arranged by the mysterious civilization. What can the players do to fight against the mysterious civilization? Chapter 766 begins to evolve. In fact, the entire plan is indeed well arranged for the mysterious civilization. No matter which place or other place is discovered by accident, it is very natural and will not cause any doubts. However, what the mysterious civilization didn't know was that the players were still more careful. Although everything was a coincidence, the players felt that they were lucky enough to win that area. But in fact, the players still kept an eye out and brought this player's reminder, so that other players gradually began to think about things in this direction. However, once they thought about this matter in that direction, after that, various problems emerged. Nothing can withstand scrutiny, especially when the starting point of the initial scrutiny is a bad direction. For example, right now, there are no problems with the various arrangements of the mysterious civilization, but players are beginning to think about the bad aspects for various reasons. Using this bad aspect as the starting point and extending it backwards, the players soon realized that the situation was not good. All of this was too much of a coincidence. It was such a coincidence that the players also discovered the problem. After discovering the problem, the players continued to think about it according to this idea. After thinking about it, all kinds of problems came up. First of all, there is already a problem in finding this area. All of this is taken for granted. Discovering this area, then exploring it, and obtaining the technology inside. And many of the technologies are still relatively complete. Under such circumstances, no matter how stupid the players are, they realize that the situation is not good. After the early excitement, the players calmed down. And when they calmed down, everything had changed. Brothers, There is obviously something wrong with this. First of all, this place was discovered so easily by us. The United Civilization has been active in this universe for such a long time. Couldn't they have imagined that they would not be able to discover these things? Not only that, why is it so easy to get the things inside in an area like this? And the various technology trees are still so complete? This in itself is abnormal. After all, players have explored ruins before. And the difference here is really huge compared to the ruins. The first is the difficulty of finding the ruins. Players are well aware of how difficult it is to find the ruins. Of course, apart from the difficulty of finding the ruins, there are more critical things. That is about the follow-up resources, or the way of obtaining data, or the completeness. And this is also the biggest reason for players to suspect that there is a problem here. The information left here, or other things, is too complete. It's so complete that players feel like these things were intentionally left for them, which makes them feel a little incredible. Because this flaw is too obvious. It is absolutely impossible for things to be preserved so completely. If it has gone through such a long time, it is very normal for some things to be lost. However, the missing things in this ruins are wrong. There are many things that players seem to suspect are irrelevant, but the core things have been preserved. So after the players communicated, they felt that this kind of thing was most likely reserved for them on purpose. As for why the other party did this, they didn't know the situation, but they were sure that it was absolutely impossible for them to have this kind of thing. When, however, after discussing for a long time as to why the enemy did this, the players soon came up with new ideas. Players suspect the initiator of these things. Maybe their idea is to allow themselves to obtain those things, and then develop according to the methods provided by these things. This gives players the illusion that their future path is planned. If it were other civilizations, after discovering this, they might be very excited and start to develop according to this idea. But when the players found out, they seemed unusually calm. All of this is too weird. And players can basically conclude that this is someone behind the scenes. And there is no need to say more about what his purpose is. He wants his side to develop according to the route he planned, so that even if his side evolves to that stage in the future, the other party can easily control him. Thinking about it this way, the players immediately knew that there was a high probability that the mysterious civilization took action. But the mysterious civilization may never have thought that the players would still be so calm in the face of such a temptation. And some of their ideas all analyzed. Naturally, after guessing the general reason, the players also knew what to do next. Although they have guessed the general reason and nothing else. Even so, the players would rather believe that it has a different attitude and start to think about how to operate next. It is true that this information is very useful to them, but they cannot use it, and players cannot guarantee what will happen if they use it. Therefore, instead of taking risks later, it is better to prevent all dangers at this stage. This is also the current thinking of the players. It has to be said that this wave of players are very thoughtful and take every detail into consideration. This also leads to the fact that although the mysterious civilization has deployed all its plans, the players will be fooled by this. When the players stop being fooled, this information will naturally have other uses. As for its use, it's not complicated. The whole logic is also very simple. That is to directly use these things and collect the useful things in them. And these useful things are what will happen after some breakthroughs and other things that point out the general direction. As for some details, I won't pay attention to them, because these information have ulterior motives at first glance. Players don't dance on the edge of a knife or do other weird things. Players would not go to Hushan if they knew it was dangerous. So after understanding the general situation here, the players immediately made a decision to destroy all other information that was of little use. Naturally, the mysterious civilization does not know about these things. At this time, they did not dare to take the lead, because they knew very well that if they took the lead, the players would definitely notice it, and all their plans would fall apart. However, it was also for this reason that the players had an opportunity to take advantage of it. In this way, the players started their own operations. After first having a general direction, the subsequent research route will be much simpler, and research will be carried out around this general direction. While the players were busy in full swing, the mysterious civilization had been paying attention to the players' movements. When they discovered that the players had not started to send out large-scale troops for a long time, they probably guessed the reason. It was obvious that his plan seemed to have failed, because the other party did not fall into his trap. Although they were studying their own technology at first, as time went by, they seemed to have discovered something, and then they stopped taking any action. This wave of operations made them immediately realize that this matter was not as simple as they thought. At least for now. What the players showed was that they knew they might have a special arrangement. And after this was discovered, the other party's reaction also made the United Civilization a little confused. Because the other party did not slowly evolve according to its own logic. If they want to continue to evolve in the future, they need to refer to their own technology and then slowly study the overall process. The time period required is too long. And the most important thing is that it may not be successful. After all, the concepts of research and providing you with a complete route are completely different. The plan that players adopt to research will most likely fail. But once it succeeds, they will not know how they operate. Therefore, it is basically impossible to handle it as easily as before. So now the United Civilization side is also extremely troubled by what is happening now. This incident also gave them a serious headache. However, the headache is a headache. But they are still very confident in the newly promoted superdimensional civilization on their side. They think that their side is not yet able to control it at will. Of course, this is also very normal. After all, the things that established civilizations can master will definitely be much higher than these new superdimensional civilizations. They are still very confident about the subsequent battle. It's just that the difficulty will be slightly higher than before to win. But other than that, there is nothing else. Overall, everything was within their expectations. However, just when they were thinking this, the players were here. Players have already begun to conduct follow-up research on these things. Although the details of the technological route can no longer be used. But I have to say that the help that can be provided here is still very great. This information points the direction for players, so that they know how to carry out subsequent evolution and other operations at the current stage. In the past, they were simply blinded by how to operate it. But now it's better. Now they at least know how to arrange it, which areas need attention, and how to operate to complete the follow-up tasks. In short, with this route, they will save a lot of trouble. In this way, under the watchful eyes of all parties, time passed day by day. During this period, the players' research on these things has also made great progress. After all, you have the direction, and you just need to follow the direction and walk backwards. So the overall operation is not particularly troublesome. As time goes by, players' research on this aspect has become more and more in-depth, and their understanding of many things has become clearer and clearer. According to this progress, it won't take long before they can successfully advance to that stage. At this time, the United Civilization has naturally been paying attention to their actions. After all, they are the most concerned about the player's situation. Of course, it's no wonder they are so concerned. After all, although this race has been arranged by them, and they are also very well prepared in all aspects of the follow-up, there will be no surprises. But sometimes it's really hard to explain some things. At least for them. There are some things they must arrange and understand clearly. They naturally understand the principle of sailing with caution. So they definitely won't say that something happened suddenly, and it would be embarrassing if it turned over. They are making steady progress in everything. And all aspects of this are relatively smooth. As time goes by, the players have entered a more critical time. At this time, a large number of insects began to transform. And at the same time, the cordyceps also turned into a huge cocoon, as if it was gestating something. The United Civilization is naturally very clear about the situation here. It is obvious that this is a leap in the level of life. Once this level is exceeded, the Zerg will forever be separated from the regular battles of this universe and enter a special battle stage. And when they entered this stage for the first time, it was naturally the time for them to take action. In short, it seemed unusually calm on the surface. But secretly, it was very turbulent. The most important thing is that the players are not aware of the situation outside. And at this time, they are also focusing on these things. But they are not fools. Everything about this is weird. So they are also wary of the situation here. And based on the situation here, you don't need to think about it on your own if you insist on saying it. Basically, there is nothing to think about. They must have been targeted. Because when they obtained these things, they had guesses that a certain civilization must be doing it secretly. And their subsequent plans were pretty much guessed. So they are very aware of their current situation. But they are also helpless because they will have to take this road sooner or later. If they can't take this path in this universe, they will never be able to leave here. This means that their plan to hide in other universes, when they have the opportunity to do it in the future, has completely failed. Only by evolving in this universe can we come face to face with that mysterious civilization. Although the risk of going head-on is very high, the players are still happy to do it. After all, The relationship between them and this mysterious civilization has been forged for a long time. And it must eventually end. And if you find the right opportunity along the way, you have to do something dirty to yourself. Players like this don't have a good impression. As evolution began, players gradually discovered many special things. As their evolution progressed deeper and deeper, some special and uncaptured consciousnesses gradually began to be able to collect these things. Chapter 767 Time Synchronization. Players are also paying attention to the evolution on their side every day. The information obtained through the ruins gave them an idea of the general situation on their side. After removing some places that looked like traps, Jiang Yao sorted out some things that were useful to him. It is also because these things have been sorted out that the later evolution is relatively smooth. Many of the technologies provided to him by the mysterious civilization were geared toward technological ascension. And he could still see this. After all, the other party itself is a technological civilization. So it is understandable to provide such a method. As for evolutionary things, it is naturally impossible for them to provide them. After all, they have no experience. However, it is naturally impossible for Jiang Yao to take the route of technological ascension. First of all, his current technological level is still a long way from completing this route. So it is certainly impossible for him to spend a lot of time perfecting these things. Of course, apart from this, another point is that he has now decided to take the evolutionary route. So naturally it is impossible to choose. Perhaps if other similar races encountered such a thing, they might not be able to withstand the temptation and take this route. But he held back. Of course, there was another most critical reason why he could endure it besides his original plan. This reason is that he once discovered the Blackworm planet. Yes, this planet made him change his mind. To be honest, I am very grateful to Jiang Yao for this planet. He was on this planet from the beginning of his time travel. And then after it developed well, he returned here and discovered the energy film. Relying on studying these things has greatly improved my side. In addition to these improvements, the most critical thing is that at his current stage, he discovered that the film still has the power of law. The law of time. This powerful rule made him a little scared. Of course, this is a good thing for him. After all, he knew very well how helpful this thing would be to him. So he began to put his energy and time into research in this area. After obtaining the information left by the mysterious civilization, he began to shift his research direction here. My previous research on this planet was very in-depth. Of course, during the research process, he also discovered many things that he did not understand. And after sorting out all these things that I don't understand, and combining them with my current perspective, I can understand everything. And this is why he chose this path. If you integrate this law into your subsequent evolution, your improvement will undoubtedly be great. If you want to ascend to that realm, you must first study a law clearly. Just like the mysterious civilization, the law they studied is the law of devouring. In fact, the United Civilization's previous black hole weapons were developed by this civilization secretly, fueling the flames. So in general, everything in this universe is under their control. The reason why Jiang Yao gave up the information was actually for this reason. When he heard the players' inferences and combined it with this law, he was almost certain that these were left by the mysterious civilization. Naturally, he would definitely not study it when faced with such a thing. Of course, the mysterious civilization that didn't know the situation here naturally didn't expect the players to give up on this. At this time, Jiang Yao has been paying attention to the current research progress. Everything is going well. There are basically no problems in starting the research on the nature of the law of time. As he spoke, Jiang Yao thought for a while, and then turned his attention to the Zerg genes. But the biggest problem now is how to engrave the genetic sequence and fuse it. After solving this problem, the next step is to study another law. While talking, Jiang Yao continued his operation. In fact, Jiang Yao is quite concerned about the research here. There are many details and things that need to be overcome and solved. But fortunately, he has studied too many things and experienced too many things along the way. So he can still handle many things currently. In this way, while understanding the situation, Jiang Yao was also studying like a baby learning to walk. The law of time. This law is a little different from what I thought. Based on the information currently available, it appears that the current law of time is not as capable of manipulating time as I thought and making it go backwards. The law of time will suspend or speed up time and has no regress function. Jiang Yao didn't feel any surprise about this. After all, if we could really go back in time, everything would be messed up. You must know that going back in time means that your future will also change. And this change is very exaggerated. For example, if Jiang Yao at this time traveled to the period he just traveled through and helped him develop, then those things would not happen later. And the absence of those things means that without these experiences now, it is basically impossible to study the law of time without these experiences. And if you can't research this kind of thing, how can you travel to the past? So once a change occurs, not only this universe, but also other universes need to change. The universe is a precise instrument, and a small change will bring about many consequences. And if time could go back, then this change might cause the universe to be destroyed directly. So this situation is simply impossible to happen. At the same time, Jiang Yao discovered that the past timeline can be understood as a record. The past timeline records everything that happens in the universe. Previous events in the universe can be observed through these records, but cannot be interfered with, because they are things that have already happened. And his time law has such ability. Through this law, he saw the process of the formation of the ruins, and also saw the mysterious civilization spaceship coming here to make various arrangements. This feeling is very strange. Everything in this area flows past me like a slide. But he can use this slide to learn more about things he doesn't know. To put it simply, from now on, there will be no secrets in front of you. He was also a little surprised by this discovery. So far, he has worked out several properties of the law of time. First of all, the first characteristic is to see what happened in the past. The second feature is that it can decelerate time at critical times to slow down time in an area, and then evade some attacks or greatly improve one's own speed by accelerating the flow of time. It's just that after completing these things, there will be a period of synchronization. For example, if time here slows down, then after you cancel this ability, the flow of time around you will speed up until it is synchronized with the time of this big universe. Everything is relatively reasonable, and nothing else is unreasonable. Of course, the current application of this project on Jiang Yao's side is still at a relatively basic stage. But it was also because of this discovery that he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Because what he always remembered was that he had maintained Blue Star in this state. For him, this is a very scary thing. If he doesn't know the reason and rashly closes this state, wouldn't it be like going back in time? Thinking about how many years he had maintained this state on Blue Star, how many years he had stolen, and then thinking about the situation here now, he could predict what it would be like once the time synchronized. Scenes. How much impact will it have on Blue Star? He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when he thought about it. According to his own estimation, Blue Star would have to synchronize time for at least hundreds of millions, or even billions of years. So many years. What does it mean? Once this situation is resolved on Blue Star's side, it may change forever. And the most important thing is that he discovered that this kind of time regression is currently only for individuals. That is to say, if a single individual exerts such an ability, or enjoys such an ability, he will definitely be affected by the time regression. This also means that on Blue Star's side, even if he moves all those people to other areas, various time regressions are still inevitable, which makes him feel a little headache. It wasn't until this moment that he discovered the state of Blue Star. It was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Because once this state stopped, the entire civilization of Blue Star might be destroyed in an instant. So after understanding these things, he became more calm about the arrangements there. After all, if an accident occurred, it meant that he might not have such a big help in the future. Which made him also, I couldn't help but feel a headache. This problem must be solved. If this problem is not solved, we may encounter a lot of trouble in the future. But this matter is easy to say. But it is not easy to solve it, if you really want to solve it. There are too many things involved. How to ensure that they can spend time safely, and how to go back in time in the future. There must be a time review, and they cannot be allowed to hoard a lot of time. Otherwise there will definitely be problems. Jiang Yao is becoming more and more cautious about its own plans. At the same time, it has also begun to look back at the time of a single individual, and how to minimize the harm caused by this problem to the individual. He thought of a few points about this. The first one was to enter a dormant state. If time was traced back in this state, the impact on a single individual would be minimal. But he knew very well that even if the situation on Blue Star had a small impact, it would be infinitely magnified after tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. And he was also very troubled by this. The only way is to interrupt the process of backtracking, repair it, and then continue to restore it after it is repaired. In this way, it starts over and over again. But what he has learned so far is that once the backtracking starts, everything will become irreversible, which also gives him all kinds of headaches. Forget it. The current use of this technology is still too crude, and it will definitely need to be improved in the future. Before that, I might as well think about how I should arrange the affairs of the mysterious civilization next. According to the information currently available, all this is caused by the mysterious civilization secretly causing trouble. Their original intention was for us to inherit their devouring law. But what they didn't expect was that I already had something very convenient for researching the law. And with the existence of this thing, I can successfully study the law of time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to make calculations. Soon he had a bold idea, which was to study the law of devouring and the law of time together. He even said that he still had a law in his hand that could be used. Zerg trait breeding. On the surface, this seems to have nothing to do with the law, but after his careful research, he found that this characteristic of the Zerg can also be developed into a special ability similar to the law. It's just that he doesn't have much of a clue yet. His idea at this time is very simple. That is, while there is still time, if possible, he will figure out all 3 laws. If you study all these things thoroughly, and then enter that stage, it means that your side will take off directly. He has nothing to be afraid of when facing a mysterious civilization, at least according to his current understanding. There may only be 1 law mastered there, facing him with 3 laws. Even if he has just been promoted to that stage, they are not able to defeat them. He now feels that if he fights against the mysterious civilization, although the gap between the 2 sides is huge, he has several advantages. The first point is that in terms of laws, he can directly study 3 laws without the opponent knowing about them. This is his first advantage. The second advantage is naturally its combat experience. The mysterious civilization has also advanced to this level through the baptism of war. But the vision of the mysterious civilization is definitely not as good as mine. Along the way, I have set foot in multiple universes, seen all kinds of civilizations, and understand the situation of each civilization. Because of the characteristics of this universe, Jiang Yao is sure that the mysterious civilization may have always been in this universe. This means that they have seen very few racial methods and other things. So this is also their own. The advantages. When fighting against civilizations that are stronger than his own, he uses his own advantages to counteract their disadvantages. So he has been sorting out plans for the subsequent battles. At the same time, the research on the other 2 laws has also begun to be put on the agenda. He needs to wait until the 3 laws have basically taken shape, and then successfully study them at the same time before entering that stage. But just as he was thinking this, he soon seemed to have thought of a more secure plan. Chapter 768 Horrible Speculation. The overall idea of this plan is also very simple. That is, when one's own side has not evolved to that stage, the mysterious civilization cannot take direct action against oneself, unless the mysterious civilization is willing to pay a high price to take action against them. They will not be able to act rashly, although the strength between the 2 stages is very different. If they reach the peak at this stage, they will immediately go a step further. Later, at that stage, my strength was still relatively strong, at least compared to now. I don't know how many levels I have to be stronger. At that stage, I can also have a certain impact on the mysterious civilization. So I can definitely get stuck at that stage and fight the mysterious civilization. Although if the fight continues like this, the losses on one side will definitely be very heavy. But it is still much better than being attacked by a mysterious civilization without scruples after advancing to that stage. After all, at that stage, the mysterious civilization cannot attack itself at will. In this case, its own side can completely gain such an advantage. Naturally, the mysterious civilization has no idea about the arrangements made by the players. At this time, they are also paying attention to every move of the players. Their purpose is naturally to wait for opportunities. Players waiting for promotion will be attacked by them the moment they are promoted. While the players were still making various arrangements, an unexpected thing happened. At this time, somewhere in the universe, the player's fleet was involved in a special space by a strange space turbulence. At this time, in the space, the players in the fleet looked at everything around them with great confusion. A surprise. Everything here is constantly undergoing various changes. This change has no relative rules, and all changes are very disordered. In a space like this, even survival here requires very special conditions. Okay. Anything that sets foot here will be affected by the space here. The space here is like fragments that are forbidden to be separated. They may break at any time, and may be connected together at any time. All in all, this is the first time players have seen the situation here. And the first reaction of players coming here is whether this is arranged by the mysterious civilization again. I feel that the possibility is very low. The situation here is very special. So special that if the mysterious civilization really has the ability to create such a space, they don't need to be so willing to compromise with us. After hearing what this player said, everyone looked at him curiously. Have you ever thought about it? If they have such ability, they can easily get rid of us by just creating such a space in the area where we operate. Because if the lethality displayed in the current space is increased, we will definitely not be able to withstand it. So if this place is really what we think, then there is no need for them to create a fake ruins to fool us like they did before. Although their attacks are limited, don't forget that one attack is different from multiple attacks. This is the reason why they don't dare to attack us frequently. At this time, everyone was in deep thought after hearing what the player said. It was obvious that what the player said was correct. With such technology, you only need to detect their activity range and area, and then directly give them a big blow. And then they will be completely annihilated, without the need for so many subsequent operations. The main reason why the mysterious civilization adopts various tactics is because they cannot kill the players in 1 or 2 moves. So they resort to all kinds of tricks. It is because they do not have such ability that they go out to get these things. Therefore, players speculate that this area may not be arranged by a mysterious civilization as they think. But if it is not arranged by a mysterious civilization, then what kind of civilization does this place belong to? So with such curiosity, players began to explore this area. Exploring this area is not as simple as imagined. Brothers, there are a few things in this area. It's really a bit difficult to deal with along the way. At this time, the players were sighing while exploring this place. What they entered here this time was the Zerg army, because the strong recovery ability of the Zerg army allowed them to move here unimpeded. But there was also a limit. That is, their own energy consumption. And the most important thing is that they contacted the players outside. And the players outside told them that they had not found an entrance to this place at all. That is to say, our side is equivalent to being independent. To be precise, this area should be independent. The player responsible for detection continued to add. You just mentioned your current situation. When you entered, you didn't know what was going on and suddenly entered. In other words, entering here was completely random. The entrance may also appear randomly. But I was lucky enough to get pulled in. At this time, hearing what this player said, the players inside couldn't help but look at each other. It was obvious that what was happening now was somewhat beyond their expectations. So they began to ask about other situations. Since we can't find the entrance, what's the matter with the exit also disappearing? Seeing this player's inquiry, the player responsible for the detection couldn't help but shake his head. It was obvious that he didn't know the situation here. Old Ty, I don't know about this either. Maybe that area has never been thought of letting people in. It's just that the entrance may have suddenly appeared due to various reasons. I guess that's the case. Otherwise, if this ruin really wants to be discovered, then there will definitely be an entrance and exit. And it is also for this reason that this area has not been discovered by the United Civilizations until now. In fact, this is also a good thing for us. There must be good things in areas like this. You can explore it, and then let's see how to do it. After hearing what the player said, everyone inside nodded. So they began to explore. Of course, while exploring, they were also learning about the situation here. Soon after they got to know each other, they also had a certain understanding of the general situation here. First of all, we can determine a few points. The first point is that there are indeed no entrances and exits in this area, and there is no so-called concept of space and time. In this area, many things are beyond them. Previous perceptions. Of course, for them, this is a good thing, because the things here are also very helpful to them. This method of attack, or the way this area of space is formed, is also a direction worth studying. Of course, because they don't have any professional exploration or research teams coming in now. They can't study much here, but this doesn't prevent them from exploring this area. In this way, the players began to understand the situation while discussing. In this strange space, you can see the distant space shattering like a lens at any time. The players began to avoid these fragmented areas while moving forward. But even so, many players still died in them. Because once the fragments unfold and are not left in time, the space there will be shattered together. Even though players now have various characteristics, they have no effect in this area. Players are also extremely curious about the situation here. Indeed, many things here have exceeded their expectations. The players have thought about some strange things, but they did not expect that this area is much stranger than they imagined. It can only be said that as time goes by and their horizons increase, players find that they still know very little. At least there are many things they have never seen. In this area, Players also instinctively think that there must be good things here. With this mood, the players continue to explore here, and the situation on their side naturally attracted the attention of players in other areas. With all kinds of curiosity, the players began to observe the situation in these areas. Soon the players saw a city appearing in the center of this area. This was a city full of future technology. This city is wrapped in a special energy film, and this energy film can isolate these influences from external space. Seeing this scene, all the players looked at each other, and they immediately realized that this should be the most critical place. You seem to be a little curious, and the players continued to explore inside. When they came to the outside of this film, the players began to study how to get in, because the strength of this film was beyond their imagination. And the most important thing is that they don't dare to attack this rashly even if they have the ability. They don't know whether some of the self-defense facilities inside will be activated if attacked. And apart from this, they cannot use their current energy indiscriminately, because if they want to stay inside and continue to survive, they still need a lot of energy. After you seem to arrive here, they sent the collected data to the base. At this time, a group of brainworms inside the base were also analyzing the situation of this film. But they soon discovered something that surprised them. This film was similar to the film of the Black Worm planet they had found before. The similarity between the two was as high as 80%. The situation here surprised us somewhat. At this time, the brainworms within the civilization are also discussing this matter. We always thought that our research on that special energy film was nearing completion. But now it seems that there are still many things that have not been understood. To be precise, it should be that there are some things that we simply cannot observe with our own methods. So we feel that we have thoroughly researched it. But in fact, there are still many places that have not been studied. And this time these things give us a target point, allowing us to explore some things that we have not noticed before, which is also a good thing for us. A good thing. And while the brainworms were still discussing this matter, Jiang Yao's mind was elsewhere. At this time, he felt as if he had touched some truth. After carefully reflecting on his rise over the years, he suddenly discovered something very shocking. That is, the history of my fortune is inseparable from these special films. Since I found this thing, my technology has made great progress relying on this thing. And this was what frightened him the most. What if my route was planned by some powerful being from the beginning? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little chilly in his heart. And the main reason why he had such an idea was actually because of what he found here. From his development to the present, it has always revolved around this membrane. This membrane has given him so much help. From the initial research on soul technology to the subsequent research on dimensional technology, and so on. All of which are based on, with the inspiration given to him by this thing. His journey was relatively smooth. And that's where the problem lies. This time the mysterious civilization designed a scene for him, which made him feel somewhat inspired. He had never paid attention to this issue before. But now he paid attention to his experience along the way. And then combined with his own development history, he found that this thing played an irreplaceable role in his development. And such an important thing appeared in front of him so easily at that time, which itself had certain problems. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to calmly think about some of his previous situations. I don't want to know this. I'll be frightened just thinking about it. At this moment, he understood that if his guess was correct, then the civilization that gave him this thing might have basically the same operation as the mysterious civilization. But they gave the things earlier. At that time, they had no concept of this, and had not thought of these things. At that time, it was impossible for me to notice this. But now the mysterious civilization operates in this way because I have reached a very high level. So it is possible to notice this. And it was also because of this discovery that he couldn't help but feel chills all over his body. It was obvious that he had never thought that he would be targeted when he was so weak. If it is true as I suspected, then who is that civilization? Moreover, we have to know that we have spanned so many universes since its development. So can that civilization still observe itself? If so, what level should they be at? You must know that there are very large barriers between the large universe and the small universe. If you can still be observed under such circumstances, this itself will be a big problem. Because this means that another civilization may have hands and eyes that can reach the sky. And their existence has exceeded their own imagination. Chapter 769, maybe everything has been arranged. Things are getting more complicated. After figuring out the general situation, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown. If his guesses are correct, then where should his future path go? At this time, he also seemed extremely confused. If all his routes had been planned by others, then what was the purpose of others? He did not believe that a civilization could prepare itself in this way without any other ideas. Why should the other party prepare for yourself in this way? You must know that this matter itself is relatively complicated. First of all, why is the other party willing to spend so much energy and time on yourself? No one can explain why they are so sure that they may reach the stage they want. So how do they judge and invest in themselves? This is what he is more concerned about now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to sort out the entire development process of his arrival in this universe. First, he travels to that world and begins preparations to invite players to come here to help him. There was nothing special about my development at the beginning, and no civilization would always pay attention to me. After all, I was still very weak at that time, surviving in difficulties and hardships. At that time, in order to avoid the pursuit of different civilizations, he tried every means and used all kinds of tricks. In short, he did not show any bright spots in surviving in the cracks. Any civilization can take care of itself. And at the same time, it was still under attack from a powerful civilization. All of this is basically similar to the situation of some civilizations struggling to survive in difficulties. In the later stage, as time went by, I gradually became stronger, and I had ways to deal with some enemies. I was undoubtedly much better at that time. But at that time, he didn't have anything that was worthy of the attention of those civilizations standing at the top. And he was extremely sure of this. As an investor, the civilization he invests in must show special value, so that the other party will be willing to spend money on it. But at that stage, it could not show any so-called value. It was just a mediocre member of many civilizations surviving, although the characteristics of the Zerg were relatively few in the universe. But if you focus on multiple universes, then he seems ordinary, because there are many similar existences in other universes. At least he has seen a lot of them. Therefore, what he showed at that time was absolutely impossible to be targeted. Thinking of this, he suddenly discovered a possibility. That is, the system. Compared with bugs of the same kind, my bugs have been systematically blessed, and various attributes have been greatly improved. At the same time, there was also the Queen of the Zerg in the universe at that stage, which meant that I had a reference here. With contrast, under such circumstances, I do seem to be a little special. But in the vast universe, countless parallel universes can accurately lock onto my side. So there is no need to think about how low the probability is. But soon, he seemed to have discovered something. You must know that the Zerg came from other universes before. And there was a special civilization in other universes that was the mortal enemy of the Zerg, although it was later destroyed by himself. But there are certain problems in being able to travel through the universe with such a weak technological level. So after he thought of this, he began to search the entire timeline of when he found the Black Worm planet. After such a wave of operations, he found that the timeline was correct, especially after he traveled to this universe, and then fought with that mortal enemy. He found this planet here, and after connecting everything together, he found that maybe he was targeted at that stage. In this universe, everything is coherent and cannot be aimless. So after guessing, he felt that this race should have been targeted from the beginning. But at that time, the opponent did not particularly care about him. Or in other words, it was not him who was targeted at that stage, but his enemies. They followed the enemy to this universe and noticed themselves. After the two sides fought, he found that his side might have more potential. So he seemed to start making secret arrangements. After all, the Black Worm planet is your starting place, and it is easiest for you to find these things by arranging them in these areas. At that time, my level of civilization was low and I couldn't explain it after I discovered this special thing. However, when I realized that this thing was useful to me, I took it away. All in all, everything on my side seemed so reasonable to me at that time, mainly because my vision was in this place at that time. So he didn't think much about it after getting this thing at the time. But now that he thinks about it, he finds that there are problems everywhere. After getting this thing first, he is very concerned about player time. After all, the player's lifespan is limited, but the possible time span for development in the universe is very long. So something like a time difference is needed. However, he had studied such an important thing through that thing. Now after understanding the rules, he found that it was absolutely impossible to study that thing at his level. At that stage, I couldn't even say that I had researched such a thing, even if I wanted to understand even a few concepts. It was impossible. But at that time, I could directly start using that kind of thing through so-called research. The most important thing is that if he remembers correctly, he can be sure that he was able to use that technology in a daze at that stage. This is very weird. Just like you need to cross a cliff. But there is no process. And you suddenly appear on the other side of the cliff. This is how you understand it. It was just that he discovered it accidentally during the research process at that time. So he felt that it was very reasonable. But now after learning about the law, he knew that it was absolutely impossible to discover it accidentally. There are too many details that need to be perfected during the entire process. Before these details are perfected, all your research will basically be of little use. And this is where the problem lies. Through this, he was basically certain that his side must have been arranged. But he didn't know how. Then in the later stage, I faced a powerful civilization. And then I also obtained a method to deal with a powerful civilization through this thing. Everything went too smoothly. And there were many details that I didn't even notice. You must know how difficult it was to study soul technology at that time. At this stage of soul technology, he had not yet understood it. At that stage, he was actually able to use it. If there really wasn't something secretly involved here, he felt that he might not be able to touch those things at all. At the same time, he also understood why he would eventually turn defeat into victory when facing many powerful civilizations. It was not because he was powerful, but because he had mastered something far beyond his own level at the time, and relied on these things to crush these civilizations. All in all, everything has various prerequisites, although he didn't notice it before. Looking back now, he can basically determine what the situation on his side is going on. When I need something, I can always research these things unintentionally. Although there are many things that are very difficult and absolutely impossible to research, I can use that thing to research what I want. Come out. At the same time, he also understood why his research on that layer of energy bodies had always been at a not particularly perfect stage. Thinking of this, he finally understood. After all, that kind of thing was beyond his vision at the time. Not to mention the past. Even now he can't study and understand that thing. If he hadn't discovered these things here, he would never have thought of this wave. And he couldn't help but feel a headache about this. That is to say, my every move from the beginning may have been watched by others. Or my development route was planned by others. He is certain of this now. After all, there are so many civilizations in the universe. But he believes that there are only a few civilizations that are more powerful than him. However, these civilizations have disappeared into the dust of the history of the universe for various reasons. However, he has been able to develop so steadily to the current stage, and can always survive the dangers he encounters again and again. This in itself has a big problem, especially the things he encountered when he was fighting against super civilizations. At that time, he was no match for them at all. However, he discovered the gate to the universe, and came to a universe that could be of great help to him. Especially the management of the United Civilization in that universe is not very strict. This is the real problem. He has encountered a lot about the United Universe Civilization, and he also has a very thorough understanding of the management mechanism there. First, the United Universe Civilization will dig out all the civilizations in the universe, and then punctuate them. If necessary, they can understand the situation of those civilizations. After all, the United Universe Civilization also knows the existence of the gate to the universe. Therefore, they must prevent foreign universes from mixing into it. So they have a very complete management measure for this. However, the universe they traveled through does not have these things. There are very few such joint civilizations, and they are basically rare. And he was just so lucky to meet him. It all seemed very reasonable. But now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that it all revolved around a huge conspiracy. A huge conspiracy against him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a headache. After all, based on the information he had now, the other party might be playing a big game. The protagonist of this big game is himself. He is also very confused about where he should go in the future. After all, he has relied on this civilization all the way. And it is absolutely impossible for this civilization to be aimless. They must have their own plans. And they will definitely attack themselves after they reach the state they need. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to think about how he should take his future path. The key was the stage he had to reach before the other party would take action. If he enters the next stage and the other party takes action, then he must arrange everything in advance. It would be fine if it were in other stages. But now he doesn't know the specific situation. So now he is also struggling with how to operate in the future. Is it a decision to always be stuck at a certain stage? Or is it to cross the stage? Sometimes, knowing the truth may not be a good thing. For example, the more he learned now, the more he felt the deep malice in the universe. I have always been the target of observation by other civilizations. They have designed one script after another for themselves. Maybe these are from different civilizations. But there will always be people staring at me, and they are much stronger than me. All in all, he has experienced this kind of experience many times. Now he just wants to get out of such control. At the same time, he also begins to analyze what is going on with his current situation. Why is it so easy for me to be targeted by some civilizations? At the same time, if all this is the route arranged by the other party, then I should not follow these routes in the future. He can be sure that apart from the Zerg characteristics, the other laws that he currently has mastered are basically what the other party wants you to study. And he is also extremely troubled by this. If you give up these rules, your strength will definitely be greatly reduced. But if you continue to study these things, you may end up becoming someone else's wedding dress. After all, there must be various arrangements among them. It makes sense to think of this. When he was confused about the future, the players responsible for exploring everything also made new breakthroughs. Because that layer of shield was actually similar to the shield they found on the Blackworm planet. They used their own research on those things to successfully enter that city. At this time, the entire city seemed desolate without any living creatures. And the players had no intention of understanding the customs here. As soon as they entered the place, they began to search around for things that were useful to them. This area is obviously very old. Players can basically confirm that there should be artificial intelligence here by looking for them. But so far, the artificial intelligence has been offline. You can imagine how much this has gone through. Years. Just exploring here all the way. The players soon made discoveries. They collected some important information. And this information was also very useful to them. So they immediately reported the situation here back to the insect nest. Chapter 770 Stable Development. Looking at the transmitted data, Jiang Yao also had a clearer understanding of the universe. But at this time, it is very different from some things obtained in the past. Now he is beginning to be skeptical about the things he has obtained. After all, if he still believes in the things he has obtained as before, maybe these things may be the arrangements of the other party. He is not sure about this. So now he is also thinking about what is going on, and whether the other party specially arranged it for him. After all, after understanding the general story of the matter, he is now more cautious than before. Simply put, he cannot go according to the other party's arrangements. But now, he has no way to determine whether this thing is arranged by the other party. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too huge, and I still don't know their situation. However, in a situation like this, how to operate on my side has become the top priority. After all, if it is really the other party's arrangement, there will definitely be big problems if you follow their ideas. So now you must give priority to whether you believe these things or not. If he didn't believe it, so many things that were useful to him might not be of any use. Thinking of this, he was extremely confused. Especially the information uploaded this time also contains a lot of technology, and how to break through the upper limit and reach higher levels of dimensions. Although I don't know what this information is about, I can completely give up this information. In fact, for me, this information is just the icing on the cake. I also have my own ideas for future development, and I no longer need to operate according to the things arranged by civilization. So now I can actually completely ignore some of the scientific and technological information in it. At this time, he couldn't help but start thinking, because although he now had clues to many laws, it was undeniable that these laws were arranged by others. And now the information he has obtained is exactly the same as the time law he has mastered. It is obvious that there is a strong suspicion of arrangement. So he also begins to struggle with this point. He even said that he was thinking about whether he should study this law when he entered the next stage. If he did, he would take it away completely according to the arrangements given by the other party. But if you don't study it, when you enter that stage later, and the other party realizes that you didn't study these things, will you guess that you have seen through them? In fact, he is very clear about the situation on his side. To put it simply, as long as you don't make this matter clear, the other party won't know that you have discovered it. And everything will be fine. At least until you reach the height required by the other party. But once he makes something clear, he is forcing others to take action against him. So now, he is extremely entangled in how he should handle this matter. But right now, he doesn't have much time to choose. After all, the situation he's in now is not very good. If he wants to compete with his opponents before entering that level, he must have enough strength in his hands. You must know that the technological level of that mysterious civilization is not low. And at the same time, I don't know how many laws they have mastered. Under such circumstances, he was fighting against the opponent as a half-assed person. Only if he had more cards than them could he have the possibility of winning. Otherwise it would all be in vain. So he was also very confused about this. So this thing is getting more and more complicated. Facing the current situation, he was also extremely uncomfortable. After sorting out his thoughts for a while, he turned his attention to other information. In fact, these materials are very detailed. Apart from some technology or lore-related things, there is also a lot of common sense about the universe and other such things that are recorded in the materials. And this is also the reason for his doubts. After all, some things cannot be too perfect. The reason why these relics can be called relics is because only a part of the things inside can be preserved after the baptism of years. However, he being got a lot of complete information. Such complete information made it difficult for him not to doubt. But he felt that the other party would not be so stupid and make it so obvious. So now he is still taking a chance on this matter. But I have to say that some of the basic common sense in this information is also an eye-opener. Although these things do not have much effect, they are undoubtedly of great help to it. After struggling in this universe for so many years, it can be regarded as having a certain understanding of the entire universe or the entire advanced civilization. But under such circumstances, he still couldn't understand the relationship of interest. Now that he had this information, he had a certain understanding of the entire universe. Sometimes that's the case. The more you know, the smaller you find yourself. Just like him before. After learning a lot of things, he deeply felt his own insignificance. In fact, at that stage, he thought he had glimpsed part of the universe. However, now, after acquiring some new things, he found that he had learned too little. First of all, this information introduced the situation of the entire universe in detail. To be precise, it was the relationship between the universe and civilization. Just as he had guessed before, the universe was a complete body, and each civilization was equivalent to a functioning cell. And some super civilizations are like cancer cells in cells, which will cause certain damage to the universe. However, civilization at this stage is necessary to exist. After all, if there are too many good things and no other things to balance them, something will eventually happen. Therefore, the consciousness of some super civilizations in the universe is in a tolerant state, because this is a normal phenomenon. But once this limit is broken and enters a higher level, these civilizations can be understood as cancer cells and will cause very great damage to the universe. The damage could even destroy the entire universe. Therefore, these civilizations will be suppressed by the consciousness of the universe. And this is why mysterious civilizations dare not take action frequently, because it is already difficult to survive in this universe. Under such circumstances, if you take action again, you will be targeted by the consciousness of the universe, and your situation will be difficult. Therefore, when you reach this level, you will pay a heavy price every time you take action against a civilization lower than your own level, because this level of civilization itself will have a great impact on the universe. And you take action to eliminate some civilizations that can maintain the normal operation of the universe. Then it is absolutely impossible for the universe to tolerate such a thing. It is even said that when your technology reaches a certain level, the universe may directly attack you. All in all, these are just speculations about a higher level based on the data. The civilization that wrote this information itself reached this level of mysterious civilization. But they eventually disappeared into the dust of history. At least this is the information currently displayed in my own information. As for the real situation, no one knows this. However, the reason why such a powerful civilization was destroyed was mainly because the consciousness of the universe took action in secret. Because their stage has reached this very high level. They are just one step away from entering the next stage. However, at this time, they were targeted. And the cosmic consciousness used various costs to finally give them to them. Wipe out? The whole logic is very reasonable. But Jiang Yao has never seen the cosmic consciousness take action. So Jiang Yao doesn't know the authenticity of these information. But this information is still very helpful to him. And there are many basic things that he used to know. Everything I didn't understand has been answered. First of all, he understood the general situation of the entire universe, and also understood how super civilization should proceed in the next stage. What stage does the study of laws need to reach before we can enter the next level of life through this thing? And after reaching the next level of life, how can we enter the next stage? All in all, it is very difficult to break through these limitations. Just like when he came to this universe, and was affected by various influences of the universe environment, and broke through to a new level. Then you have to face a new change in the environment. In fact, many times he was confused as to why he kept walking backwards. At this stage, he no longer needs to worry about many things. But now, he has begun to think about this issue again. Of course, he can understand his thoughts. After all, sometimes many things are not as he imagined. It's so simple. Many things are out of control at this stage. For example, if he was just a weak Zerg now, he wouldn't have to worry about so many problems. Maybe he would have been destroyed along with a certain universe a long time ago. But now he is different. Now he has a large number of civilizations behind him and his family. Even if he doesn't want to go back now, it's impossible. After all, once he stops, the civilization behind him will suffer. So regarding the current situation, he could only continue to move forward, facing these enemies. He actually didn't want to fight, but he had no choice but to wait until others were eliminated by himself in order to survive. Otherwise, he would suffer the same fate. All in all, he can't help himself most of the time. Even if he has reached his current stage, it is still the same. He has many more questions to think about than before. For example, now that he understands the true situation of the universe, he also understands his current situation. Every decision I make now is not only related to my own life and death, but also related to the life and death of the civilization behind me. Thinking of this, he now knew that the first thing he had to do was to study the law of time to a certain extent. Although the other party arranged for him to study this law, he had to enter into this conspiracy. After all, Blue Star can no longer afford to go through any more trouble. He must return all the time stolen by Blue Star. Only in this way, even if he does not use this law in the future, it will not have much impact on him. Otherwise, to put it more bluntly, his situation now is that the fate of the Blue Star people may be in the hands of that mysterious civilization. Although he doesn't know whether that mysterious civilization did this intentionally, he can't tolerate it now. Take a little risk. This matter was also a huge headache for him. But now he had no other choice. And he couldn't help but sigh when he thought about it. But now, he is also very entangled in studying several laws at the same time. So the time span will definitely be very large. And he doesn't know whether that mysterious civilization will leave him so much time. All in all, there are too many issues that he needs to consider now. And he can only take one step at a time. Just like this, under his arrangement, everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. And no war broke out in the universe. These two surviving civilizations have been closely watched by players. Once there is a tendency to expand, players will send troops to clean it up. Fortunately, the mysterious civilization did not take any other actions during this period. Players naturally know the reason for this. After all, the mysterious civilization must not dare to take action too casually. God knows how much damage they have suffered after such a wave of trouble before. And they have also arranged a route for the players. And before this route is achieved, they will definitely not take risks and act rashly. In this way, everything seemed peaceful under various conspiracies. And the entire universe fell into a brief peaceful stage. For this universe, this peace can be regarded as the calm before the storm. Once someone breaks this tranquility, everything is stabilized at this stage. No one knows when this balance will be broken. In short, each civilization is now developing with its own evil intentions. Compared with a mysterious civilization, the players here are working in full swing every day, continuously collecting a large amount of resources and replenishing bugs. The bugs began to evolve slowly, and the strength of the current bugs has been greatly improved compared to the previous bugs. But even so, the players did not relax, because they know very well what kind of existence their enemy is. They also understand how well prepared they need to be to defeat their enemies. All in all, everything has begun to develop steadily, and everything seems to be back on track. Except for the fact that the ruler of the universe has become the players. The rest does not seem to have changed much. As for the research on these laws, the progress of the players is quite impressive. From the beginning, they only learned a superficial understanding. And now they have a very in-depth understanding, and have begun to enter the actual testing stage. Chapter 771, Each Other's Thoughts. At this time, while the players are still developing, the mysterious civilization is also paying attention to their situation. The development of the players is directly related to their subsequent plans. What's the situation over there with those bugs now? At this time, everyone within the mysterious civilization was gathering together to discuss this matter. They have already obtained the things we have arranged for them. And they are also studying and looking at the situation. It will not take long before they can enter this level. Once they enter this level, it will be our turn to take action. By the way, do you know anything about this race? We have basically figured it out. We have retrieved information related to this race, and we found that similar races have appeared in our history. And there is another point that I think we need to pay attention to. Everyone must know that our ancestors also came here from other universes. The consciousness of this universe at that time pulled us here. Similarly, we have experienced a lot here. Everyone nodded to what this man said. This matter was not a secret. So they all knew it. Seeing everyone's performance, he continued to add, the cosmic consciousness of this universe is very special. It is completely different from the universe we have experienced. It has independent consciousness to solve some upcoming problems for itself. It is no exaggeration to say that this universe may already have its own some logic. At that time, there were existences similar to ours in this universe. So he pulled us here. Then they used our hands to help them get rid of their enemies. And then the consciousness of the universe began to attack us. But at that time we already had the capital to fight. So the consciousness of the universe also thought that there was no way for us to continue to grow, which led us to where we are today. However, he also realized that the situation was not good. So he started to attack us secretly to support the united civilization. For him, he set a limit in this universe. At this point, the person who spoke previously paused, and then added, before the united civilization was supported, there was another race that came into our sight. And this race was the Zerg we encountered. While talking, this person also talked about the situation on the Zerg side. It turned out that before the united civilization was supported, the consciousness of the universe brought another race over. And this race is the Zerg. But it is still somewhat different from the player's Zerg. The purpose of the cosmic consciousness at that time to bring this race over was naturally to compete with them. And they also believed that this race was capable of competing with them. After all, a race that can pull cosmic consciousness over must have its own strengths. It was true that the Zerg were pulled over at that time. But they discovered it very timely. So they started a battle with the Zerg and finally eliminated the Zerg. However, it was also because of this incident that it delayed them too much time before the united civilization made progress. And because of the suppression of cosmic consciousness and the influence of cosmic consciousness in the last war, they had already suffered a lot. Big damage. Under such circumstances, it is definitely impossible to start another war. So they can only give up attacking the united civilization and let this civilization grow stronger day by day. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that at this pace, the united civilization may still develop to a relatively strong point. But they had already anticipated this. So they began to secretly suppress the united civilization. Although they could not directly affect the united civilization, they could plunder the opportunities that belong to the united civilization. For example, somewhere they might find something that would be helpful to the subsequent development of the united civilization. And they would cut off his beard in advance. In this way, the technological level of the united civilization is limited to a certain level. This is their routine. Not to mention that this routine did play a big role. At least until now. The united civilization is still in a relatively weak stage. It is also for this reason that they can leave the united civilization. However, it is still very difficult to eliminate the united civilization. After all, the situation on their side is also very clear. The united civilizations have a great cause, and they have a limit on the number of times they can take action. Under such circumstances, even if they want to take action against the united civilizations, they are sometimes unable to do so. After all, if you really had the ability to solve all the areas in the united civilization, then you wouldn't be like this now. It is also for this reason that the united civilization has been able to develop safely in such a world until now. However, the cosmic consciousness is obviously unwilling to give up. After seeing the situation on their side, and then learning about the situation on the united civilization, the cosmic consciousness naturally knows it. If this continues, the united civilization will never be its opponent. So the cosmic consciousness found a way to create a new race from other places. And this race does have great advantages compared to other races. Let's not go too far. Just look at what this race has shown recently. It is definitely not comparable to the united civilization. And the most important thing is that this race entered here after it had a certain strength, compared with those races that need to adopt various methods to conceal their purpose or what they are from the beginning. This race is undoubtedly much easier to use. Of course, this race is easy to use. But the easier it is, the greater the threat to them. After all, they are now the target of the universe that they want to eradicate. It is also for this reason that we are very concerned about the players, and want to use this method to get rid of them all. This is the rough story of the whole thing. And at this time, the united civilization side is naturally more concerned about another thing than the whole story. And this matter naturally involves some basic information about the player's race. since they have encountered similar races before. Then it will be much easier for the mysterious civilization to learn something later. It seems that they began to collect some relevant information. In this way, after collecting and sorting various information, they also have a better understanding of this race. A general understanding. First of all, the reproductive ability of this race is very strong, and because of its relatively complete genes in all aspects. Therefore, this race has a strong reproductive ability, and the ability to adapt to the environment. This ability is very useful for races in the universe, especially in a situation like this. After this race came here and learned about the situation here, they were able to save themselves from danger time and time again. At the same time, they can also fight against their own side. This is naturally and inextricably linked to their characteristics. And the resource utilization rate of this race is very terrifying. As long as they have resources, it is too easy for them to develop. This is also the scary thing about this civilization. And the most important thing is that it is a cluster consciousness. In other words, they will not have fear or other emotions, especially the consumption of war. So they don't need to worry too much. As long as it is an order issued by the leader, the insects below will execute it unconditionally, without considering the impact a long war will have on their psychology or anything. This is a race born to fight. After learning these things, the mysterious civilization has a clear understanding of the current situation. They finally understood why players could continue to experience so many battles and still maintain high combat effectiveness after experiencing so many battles. It was not because of their skills, but because of their own characteristics. At the same time, facing a race with such characteristics, the mysterious civilization was naturally very cautious. And then they began to study the weaknesses of this race. First of all, this race has a leader. As long as the leader is eliminated, it will enter a state of leaderlessness. Although it does not take a particularly long time to give birth to the next leader, there is an interval in between. If you seize this interval, it is not difficult to eliminate this race. At this time, after they learned about these situations, they began to arrange these things. In fact, there are still relatively few people like them in the universe. At least their understanding of the Zerg does not mean that every race knows this. And since this race knows about this, it is absolutely impossible to say that it is not making good use of it. But there may be some problems in the direction of their use from the beginning. After many discussions, they plan to use troops after these bugs evolve to their stage. Before using troops, they would prioritize decapitation and then start subsequent operations. There is nothing wrong with the idea itself, but the players are very special, so their operation will naturally cause big problems. For example, if the decapitation operation is carried out now, the entire Zerg tribe may be abolished, and there will be no need for so many follow-up steps. However, it is obvious that they do not know that this Zerg tribe is dominated by Jiangyao. So now they just treat the players as ordinary Zerg, and naturally they will lose a lot of opportunities. After all, it is difficult to carry out beheading operations, especially for Jiangyao, whose abilities are linked to all aspects of the Zerg. To put it simply, his current strength is very strong, especially since the Zerg hive has gone through many rounds of evolution and is already said to have very powerful abilities. Combat capability. If beheaded, it would be impossible to have any impact on Jiangyao if a large fleet had not been dispatched. It is even said that he can withstand a fleet by himself now. Of course, to be on the safe side, he will never venture into the battlefield alone. After all, it is not impossible that he can only overturn once in his life. Therefore, he has always been relatively cautious. However, it is also because of this cautiousness that the mysterious civilization may think that the beheading operation should be carried out smoothly. However, their idea is too naive. At this time, while the mysterious civilization is still making arrangements, the players are busy with their own affairs every day compared to the mysterious civilization. After all, a decisive battle may start at any time, and there are too many things that need to be prepared in the early stage. They must arrange all these things in advance. Only after the war actually starts, they can proceed with the follow-up operations. All in all, the entire players are currently extremely busy. They are also thinking about how to win the subsequent war with minimal losses. Similarly, Jiangyao is naturally not idle either. His research on the law has now reached a relatively deep level. First of all, the first law he has mastered is the Zerg's special law reproductive ability. Regarding this point, it is also a law he values more, because this law is generated by the characteristics of the Zerg itself. Whether it is research or other laws, it is much easier than other laws. So this has become the law he focuses on. Apart from this law, the remaining laws are the law of time, and the swallowing of these laws. People have arranged rules for themselves in advance. The most powerful among these laws is naturally time. Jiang Yao also has to admire the other party for this. The arrangements for him are indeed very clear. First of all, after understanding the power of this law, he will definitely be the first. Make time to study this law first. After all, everyone knows very well how to choose between strong and weak. And with this choice, they don't have to worry at all that others may not follow their own ideas and follow the path they want to take. Not to mention that he understood clearly from the beginning to the later stage. And his side was clearly arranged, which gave him a headache. But it doesn't matter. After all, he has been plotting against him for so long. If he doesn't arrange everything clearly, he would be a big fool. So he is not surprised by this. But now that he understands their plan and there are multiple civilizations scheming against him, he naturally has many choices when it comes to laws. And he doesn't need to worry as much as before. In short, everyone has their own ideas. After all, many civilizations have no laws for him to study after reaching this point. And with 3 laws on his side, he naturally has many choices. So he doesn't need to worry too much. And the mysterious civilization that doesn't understand this, or the civilization behind it, naturally doesn't know what its future arrangements will be. But it has to be said that this incident has once again refreshed his understanding of the darkness of the universe. For their own ulterior secrets, these people plotted against him from a weak civilization that was nothing at the beginning to now, and pushed himself to grow to this stage in to middle school. Jiang Yao really couldn't figure out what they were planning on. Chapter 772 Discussion on Future Civilization. Although he didn't know what was going on, it didn't stop him from continuing to check the information. The information he obtained this time can be considered all-inclusive. And basically all the information he wanted can be found in it. Soon, he saw a piece of information that concerned him greatly. Application of laws and research directions. He also frowned slightly when he saw this information. First of all, there are many types of law powers in this universe. Not only are there some common law powers, but there are also many uncommon ones. The simple point of sublimation of life is to use the power of these laws to strengthen yourself. Jiang Yao was thinking about this while muttering in a low voice. If you want to use the power of law, you first need to understand the power of law. To put it simply, it is the law of the operation of the universe. If you study the laws of the universe, you can understand what the laws are. At this time, Jiang Yao was a little confused looking at these things that he didn't understand. But fortunately, he still got a general idea. The power of law is quite interesting. While talking, Jiang Yao continued to check. If you want to use this power, you must add this power to the body of the organism so that it can use this power at any time. Only in this way can it achieve true sublimation. Jiang Yao was a little surprised after seeing this. He also felt a little uneasy about this restriction for a while. You must know that if it is a regular life form that adds such a thing, there will definitely be problems. But if it is a Zerg or other powerful race, it will be different. So when he saw these things, his first reaction was that this stage was probably not prepared for a race like theirs. And there is nothing wrong with why he thinks so. After all, these conditions are very simple for him. But it will be different if it is applied to other races. There is definitely no other race that has such a strong recovery ability as our own. So it is definitely impossible for them to reach the situation of our own race. Sure enough, as mentioned above, whether it is an evolutionary race or a technological race, different stages have their own advantages. Perhaps it is very difficult for an evolved race to reach this stage. But once it enters this stage, it is very easy to enter the next stage. That's right. If the race evolves according to normal logic, it is absolutely impossible to reach this point. First of all, reaching this step requires the support of technology. And it is relatively high technology. Otherwise, it is impossible for you to study this kind of thing. And if you have always paid more attention to technological development, then you will definitely have problems with evolution and vice versa. All in all, you can't have both. But your side is an exception, and he can't take care of both. Of course, being able to take care of everything is mainly because I have other technologies to help me. And I also have the biggest system to rely on. With the help of the system, you don't need to think too much about many things on your own. After all, it's okay if these things are solved by the system. The system can be said to be the most outrageous thing here right now. He himself had experimented with how difficult evolution was. And it took too long to evolve again and again. Of course, this refers to the later evolution of insects. Other races can actually achieve the early evolution in a very short time. However, races similar to bugs are different in the early stages of evolution, and the evolution of each qualitative change requires too much effort. Perhaps other races can reach the stage very easily, but in the early stage, similar to the Zerg, it takes a very long time to evolve. And this is also the gap between different civilizations. But it has a system that is fundamentally different from other civilizations. First of all, if it evolves to those stages, it can easily reach this point by relying on the system. This is something that other Zerg do not have. And this is also one of his advantages. So his early life can be considered very stable. If it were another race, without the help of the system, it might not be so smooth. After all, other races like this must take it very seriously, and will regard it as a thorn in their side. Once discovered, they will definitely be exterminated. After all, no one wants to survive with a race with such characteristics. Therefore, it is very difficult for this kind of race to grow up in the early stage. But players have no worries about this at all. They grew up smoothly, and when faced with enemies, they could use the system to directly improve themselves to the point where they could fight against them. This is also the biggest advantage of this race. And with this advantage, and the assistance of technology, they have a smooth journey along the way. If it were another race, it might not have been so smooth. But now that he knew the general situation of the matter, he also knew how difficult it was on his side. Because of the characteristics of my side, I have not encountered too many disturbances along the way. There won't be too many barriers in all aspects of science and technology. In short, many enemies are actually impossible to defeat if we follow the normal development trajectory. But he can rely on the system to easily cross some stages and enter the next stage. And at the next stage, he will naturally have the ability to fight. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. And through this information, he also knew a general situation. At the same time, regarding the rules, he also learned that there are several types of rules. The first type is the racial talent that comes with it. In this type, people like the Zerg usually have very special abilities from the beginning, because they have been using this ability from its birth to the present. The use of this ability has unknowingly reached a very deep level. At this stage, we can understand things at this level. And this is also the advantage of the race. There are relatively few races like this in the universe. Because once you shift your focus to a certain direction at the beginning, it will be very difficult for you to go in the long run. In the early stage, it is more suitable for 100 flowers to bloom. All aspects of things need to be studied together, and then slowly improved. In this way, some technological civilizations will have advantages. The current situation is that it may be very difficult in the early stage, but in exchange it will be a huge advantage in the later stage. Especially being able to research this kind of thing at this stage is very good compared to other civilizations. After seeing this information, Jiang Yao has basically determined that this may not be their arrangement. Because if it was their arrangement, I would never be able to see this information. Regarding the rules, there are certain problems in having a few rules in hand. So if you let yourself see this information again and understand the difficulty of obtaining the rules, wouldn't you be setting yourself up for trouble? It is absolutely impossible for the other party to do such a thing. Which means that this area may really be discovered by our side with better luck. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sometimes it was like this. Many things often exceeded his expectations. If it wasn't for in-depth exploration, he might not have thought that this area would be his surprise this time. Found. Of course, he must hide this piece of news. After all, he knew what it meant. Then he began to compare the time rules he had obtained and the relevant information obtained here. After comparing it, he also discovered without the rules you have obtained, problems will definitely arise if you follow your own research route. But this problem cannot be detected by oneself, because the rules developed according to this research line can be used normally. He knew very well what this meant. The law of time that could be used normally meant that he would never be able to discover the problem inside, unless someone else throws another complete rule to you. You can discover the trick in it. Even if you find out, you may wonder whose one is correct. And this may be the surprise left by that mysterious civilization. He doesn't know what the purpose is, because he doesn't quite understand what follow-up things the questions here will lead to. After all, these things are all in a preliminary understanding stage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect that he would be arranged to understand so well. Of course, after understanding these things, he then turned his attention to other things. Square. Since the other party asked him to study this thing, it meant a problem. If he didn't study it, There might be some unexpected consequences. He believed in this very much, because the other party had arranged so many things for him. If he didn't follow the route, they would definitely found. After all, after spending so much effort on himself, it would definitely be impossible if he didn't focus on it. So after thinking about it, he decided to take the risk and try the newly discovered research route on the law of time here. After all, it is impossible for the other party to detect some internal details so easily. On your side, you can do some tricks in it to avoid things that may happen in the future. At the same time, I also need to study another law. The law of devouring. The purpose of studying this thing is to fight against another mysterious civilization that gives itself the law of time in the future. After all, it is not clear whether this law will be targeted by them in the future. So there is one more way. As for the last law, it must be studied simultaneously. All in all, the three laws will still be studied according to the established track. When dealing with mysterious civilizations, use the law of time and reproduction to solve them. After solving them, for the unknown civilization, then you can directly use your own target, these two, reproduction and the devouring of the mysterious civilization. All in all, he had made clear arrangements for some subsequent enemies, but he didn't know whether his arrangements were useful. For him, he could only say that there were things he had to do. As for what would happen in the end, in fact, he didn't know exactly what it would look like. Of course, this is not important, because based on his current situation, it is already considered good that he can take one step at a time. I can't even think of things no matter how far away, and I can't take care of them, as long as he continued to carry out such psychological research. He also began to make arrangements. The same mysterious civilization never stopped monitoring him. Regarding this, Jiang Yao himself was also worried about this. Well aware. It's just that he doesn't care much about these things. After all, he pays attention to the other party if he likes it. Anyway, the other party thinks that he has complete control of the overall situation. Then naturally I have to give them such an illusion. Sometimes it is good to have an illusion. At least there is some room for relaxation in my subsequent arrangements. With this mentality, Jiang Yao continues to operate. Time flies very fast, and several years have passed in the blink of an eye. And Jiang Yao has sorted out all aspects of this information in these years. First of all, these materials introduce some laws and provide relevant information. The same information also records a general situation of the universe. First of all, the universe can be understood as a huge living body, or it would be more accurate to describe it as biological cells. According to the research of this civilization, they found that countless universes unite to form a rather large one similar to a living body. Exist. No one can be sure whether the universes are composed of living organisms. But what is certain is that these universes are like the cells of living organisms that are constantly gathering and combining to finally create a huge thing. No one can be sure whether this thing is alive or what it is. But what is certain is that such a thing exists. And these civilizations living in these cells will either follow the decline of the cells over time and eventually be destroyed. Either break away from this prison, leave the cell, the area where you protect your own survival, and go to other more dangerous areas to survive. Although there are many risks outside, once you escape here, it means you are out of control. It's just that it's very difficult to escape. In short, all of this is very difficult to operate. But at least some civilization has seen this and recorded it. This information gave him not only a deep shock, but also a deep discussion about his own life or civilization. After experiencing so much along the way, he didn't know whether he should continue walking, or whether he should settle for the status quo after dealing with the enemies in front of him, and travel between different cells to maintain civilization. Or did he need to venture into that unknown area to escape control and become a truly independent life form? He was very confused about this. Chapter 773. The two civilizations took action. Jiang Yao has been planning after obtaining this useful information for him. And while they are still controlling the general direction of the future, it is the players. Brothers, to be honest, what happened this time was somewhat beyond our expectations. Yeah, sometimes it feels a bit outrageous. According to our current thinking, we could have developed steadily in this wave. But why did the mysterious civilization suddenly attack us? The players at this time were all talking about it, because the mysterious civilization took action against them not long ago. And this time it solved one of their large gathering places and caused them heavy losses. It's numb. Who knows what happened? Why did this mysterious civilization suddenly have a seizure? No one gave the players an answer to this question. But everyone present knew that they had been tricked by a mysterious civilization. I feel that the mysterious civilization wants to control our total number. Once our number reaches a certain level, they will take action against us. Another point is that the mysterious civilization must be using this method to promote our development progress. Hearing this, the other players nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is certainly impossible for the mysterious civilization to take action rashly at this time without any reason. They definitely have their own purpose. And the players naturally don't know what their purpose is. But it doesn't matter to the players. Because for them, the mysterious civilization will not kill them now. And they also do not have this ability. But old man, we can't sit still and wait for death. As he said this, the player also began to think. If our numbers are always controlled by the mysterious civilization, it will be difficult for us to operate in the later stage. After all, once we reach that state, it means that the mysterious civilization will immediately take action against us. And if they attack us, we don't have enough troops. So they will definitely die. Everyone nodded after hearing what this player said. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with what this player said. Thinking of this, everyone began to make calculations. Since the mysterious civilization did this, they must have come up with countermeasures. Although we can't cause any harm to the mysterious civilization now, we can't let them do it without any action. Thinking of this, the player continued to add. We've tried before that banlings can do a lot of damage to them, so I have an idea. The player paused and then added. Actually, my idea is very simple. Since we can harm the mysterious civilization, then we can definitely try to trick him next time. From now on, we start to stock up on banlings. This thing can blow them up. So they won't dare to attack rashly if we prepare more of them. At the same time, the other cannon fodder bugs we hatch can be scattered in the universe. When the time comes, they don't know how to do it. When we have a large scale, the mysterious civilization will be afraid to do it. After some discussion, the players also had a general idea of confronting the mysterious civilization. After having the idea, the players immediately started taking action. First, they stopped the production of regular bugs, and then put the production of banlings as the primary goal. After arranging everything in this way, the players continued to create Leviathan. But compared to the previous time, the Leviathan created by the players was directly sent to all parts of the universe. And when these go to other parts of the universe, they begin to collect resources and become self-sufficient in this way. All in all, the players understand it and have arranged many things clearly. The transformation of the players in the mysterious civilization naturally attracted their attention. These bugs are really hateful. They will distribute all the bugs to all parts of the universe. Even if we find them, they won't lose much. At this time, players are also somewhat helpless regarding the mysterious civilization. Hey, after doing this, we naturally already know how those bugs will solve this problem. We expected their current actions. As he spoke, the man continued to add. The next thing we have to do is very simple. It is difficult for the bugs to gather together to unite civilization and plants. But now the opportunity has come. Let them help us solve the problem. The people under his command were also a little confused after hearing what this man said. There is no problem with the united civilization. But will the plants listen to us? The commander was full of confidence after hearing his subordinates' inquiries. Of course they will take action. Now they have their own civilization and their own concept of the destiny of their own civilization. These plants also understand that the only way to survive now is to work together. As he spoke, the commander continued to add. So no matter how stupid these plants are, they should know what to do next. At this time, everyone nodded thoughtfully when they heard what the commander said. And this time on the plant side, in a splendid palace composed of a huge tree. Are you talking about which civilization wants us to cooperate with the united civilization to attack the Zerg? At this time, a huge human-shaped tree couldn't help but frown after hearing the report from his subordinates. This tree is naturally the leader of plants. They have been changing since the concept of plants came into being. Through the knowledge they acquired, it did not take many years for them to go from being ignorant at the beginning to becoming a civilization now. This kind of evolutionary speed is also very explosive. At least based on their current performance. It only takes a few years for other creatures to go through tens of millions or billions of years. This is the advantage of high-dimensional organisms. Countless years of hard work for many lower-level creatures can be completed in just a few years. At this time in the palace, the plant leader finally nodded after thinking for a long time. But as soon as he showed off his plants, many people objected. The leader can't cooperate with them. Have you forgotten who we were trapped in that area by? If it weren't for them at that time, we wouldn't be trapped there. Strictly speaking, they were also our enemies. But now, is it possible that we still have to listen to their arrangements? Many plants also disagree with the plant leader's decision. Because for them, whether it is the United Civilization, the mysterious civilization, or insects, they are their enemies. And these enemies are also very clever. Cooperating with these people is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. So many plants disagree with this matter. But what's the point of not agreeing? Currently, their leader has his own ideas on this matter. It is true that these are our enemies. But do we have any other choice now? You should also be very aware of the strength of the bugs. In this case, do you think we have any more options? We are now completely monitored by the bugs. If our development exceeds their arrangements, they will send troops to clean it up. Us. We have no chance of development under these circumstances. They naturally know what the leader said. But what's the use of knowing it now? They are now the weak side. In this universe, the weak have no more options. Although this cooperation is a good opportunity, the plants present know that it is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. If you don't cooperate with these, you might be sold out by them. So they are also very hesitant about this matter. But they also know very well that they are hesitant, but the enemy will not give them much chance to hesitate. Now everyone knows the reason why the players did not take action against them. It is also for this reason that they are safe and sound. If it weren't for this reason, they might have been wiped out long ago. We have no other choice. And you should be well aware of our situation. The people below were silent when they heard what the leader said. Indeed, everyone knew exactly what their current situation was. First of all, the purpose of placing them here is to let them hold back the mysterious civilization. There are limits to what the mysterious civilization can do. So if they want to reduce the cost of taking action, they must rely on others to take their place. And uniting civilization and plants is the best goal. The two of them have a grudge against the Zerg themselves. And they only need to provide something to sway the mysterious civilization at the least cost. Because the mysterious civilization can use them to restrict or eliminate the Zerg. All in all, they are now sharp knives in the hands of the mysterious civilization. And the bugs know very well that they cannot cause harm to themselves. So they leave it to the mysterious civilization to work on themselves. But the mysterious civilization believes that it can kill insects only with its own support. All in all, this is the game between the two sides now. And they are pawns in the game. Once they lose their value, their fate is self-evident. So after knowing the situation on their side, they were very helpless. It's really not a good feeling to have no choice but to treat others as fish and meat. Hey, do we have more options now? Although we have always wanted to protect ourselves, now we have no more options. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. Send troops. Just like that. Following his order, the plants began to move. I saw countless battleships composed of various vines slowly taking off towards the universe. As a large number of warships took off, the entire territory managed by the plant suddenly became lively. These plant battleships were inspired by the United Civilization and the Zerg. They took the advantages of both sides and came up with these plant battleships. First of all, many of the internal devices of these warships retain the United Civilization. Others are composed of special plants. In this way, under normal circumstances, warships can absorb energy like other plants to strengthen themselves, and can be dispatched at any time after the war begins. At the same time, after these warships are injured, they can slowly recover by absorbing energy. All in all, these battleships combine the advantages of both civilizations. They are quite satisfied with these battleship plants. Compared to the United Civilization, which requires a lot of resources and manpower to repair, they can restore it themselves, which is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Although their warships are still at a disadvantage purely in terms of strength, they have a great advantage in terms of future development trends. Maybe the plants at this time don't know that if the players find out about this, they will definitely laugh because there is something wrong with their brains. You must know that both plants and insects are races that rely on numbers to win. This racial evolution path is usually practical rather than fancy. For example, plants themselves have many advantages. If you develop these advantages into their own characteristics and strengthen some individuals, it is no better than building a battleship. Your technology itself is not good, and you have to rely on the scattered technologies you picked up. If you want to combine technology with yourself, it is difficult. Even Jiang Yao dare not do it. You must know that although he was also developing technology at the beginning, his development route was very clear. Technology was technological evolution and evolution. The reason why they were separated was because Jiang Yao knew very well that some things should not be confused together. If they were confused, they might end up being different. Yet the plants don't seem to know this. It's not surprising that they didn't know this. All Jiang Yao's decisions were made through trial and error in battle after battle. It is very normal for these plants to go astray despite having such powerful abilities without such experience. The development of races in the universe requires more accumulation. If it improves too quickly in a short period of time, there will indeed be various problems. At this time, as the plant army began to take action, naturally the United Civilization also began to take action. A large number of battleships began to set off towards the depths of the universe. They are naturally very happy to complete the tasks assigned to them by the mysterious civilization. After all, the mysterious civilization has allowed them to develop for so many years. If the other party really had any thoughts about themselves, then the other party would have taken action long ago. I had never done anything to myself before, let alone now. Although it feels very bad to be taken advantage of. As weak people, they don't have many choices. It's a pity that what they don't know is that if their mysterious civilization hadn't been delayed because they developed too fast, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to develop into what they are now. Maybe if there were no other Zerg to harass the United Civilization, it would have just emerged. Naturally, the actions of the two civilizations also attracted the attention of players. The players know very well that these two civilizations would not dare to take action if they were gathered together. But now that they are separated, these civilizations will naturally dare to take action against them. It's just that players don't care much about this. It is true that your routine is feasible, but it does not have much effect on players. The mysterious civilization has indeed taken action, but it would be too small to underestimate us if it wants to consume us in this way. Chapter 774 The War Begins. Players naturally know that the mysterious civilization will take action against them. After all, judging from their current situation, there would really be a problem if the other party didn't take action. Humph. I already knew you had this idea. But now our fleet is made up of banlings and ordinary bugs. Although the combined civilization and plants can consume us, don't forget that these banlings can cause them heavy losses. The best way to deal with your enemies is, of course, to drain their resources. Now it is absolutely impossible for the United Civilization or the plants to compare their resource reserves with their own. And this is also the advantage of the players. They are compressed in one area, which means that they only have the little resources they have reserved. And this little bit is simply a dream compared to the players, who now occupy the entire universe. Of course, players have also thought about whether the mysterious civilization will give them something to resist banlings. To put it bluntly, this insect has only one unexpected effect. The players were able to win at that time because of this reason. And this kind of bug was very easy to target. So the players didn't expect to rely on it. Players have already expected this. And at this moment, when the players are still thinking this way, in the universe, they can see a mighty fleet heading towards a certain place of the players. Enemy fleet discovered. The target insect fleet is about 300 million in number. About 80% of them are banlings. At this time, a fleet of United Civilizations is looking for players in the universe. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the commander thought for a while, and then turned his attention to the fleet. This time we are equipped with weapons that can target this kind of bug. So now we don't need to be afraid of this race at all. As he spoke, he began to make arrangements. As the orders were issued one after another, the fleet entered acceleration mode, and various weapons were activated. The next moment, countless beams of light were seen flying towards the area where the players were. At the same time, the Zerg fleet here also discovered the enemy immediately. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming attack on the insect swarm, Leviathan immediately consumed spiritual energy to form a special shield. As soon as the shield appeared, a large number of beams of light bombarded it, causing ripples. At the same time, countless banlings also began to take action. I saw these banlings starting to fly in the direction of the enemy. The next moment, the sky was filled with flames that flooded the entire area where the fleet was located. At the same time, a special light film appeared on the warship of the United Civilization at the moment of the explosion. The powerful energy of the explosion was instantly absorbed when it hit the light film. And then the absorbed energy began to gradually converge towards the energy center of the ship. This is the current new weapon of the mysterious civilization for the United Civilization. Logically speaking, the violent energy of the Baneling explosion cannot be utilized. After all, there is no way to absorb all the energy that appears in an instant. At the same time, this energy cannot be converted in an instant. But the current fact is that the battleships of the United Civilization can easily do this. This also indirectly illustrates the power of the mysterious civilization. At this moment, the battleship that absorbed the energy began to operate. After the energy appeared, it was absorbed and diverted. And then the energy gathered on the main gun of the battleship. The next moment, a thick beam of light appeared, followed by a new round of attacks that bombarded the player's insect swarm. By absorbing energy from the joint civilization's artillery fire in this way, it is like freeing money. At the same time, this energy can also be provided to the shield to make it more powerful. Everything is clearly arranged by the United Civilization. At this time, the United Civilization side is fighting against the players. At this time, it is on the player's side. All players are also paying attention to the situation in front of them. The energy of the Baneling explosion is a special kind of energy. I didn't expect them to be able to use this kind of power. That civilization is indeed a bit beyond our expectations. At this time, everyone was discussing what was happening at the moment. They had thought about this. But what they didn't expect was that the United Civilization would take advantage of it in this way. This kind of targeting means that the Banelings are completely out of reach. Hey, as we thought before, the effect of this weapon is indeed very small. Of course, this doesn't matter, because we haven't had much hope for this Baneling bug. Yes, since the Banelings are currently useless and they want to consume us, we will satisfy them. While saying this, the players started their second plan. The next moment, a large number of worker bees suddenly appeared on different planets in the universe. And then, these worker bees began to hatch insect nests. As the hatching of the insect nest was completed, more worker bees came out of the insect nest. And then, these worker bees began to continue incubating the insect nest. This is the player's strategy against the United Civilization. Their idea is also very simple. Since conventional methods have no effect on the inside, we will adopt unconventional methods. Our advantage is that we can produce a large number of troops very quickly. Don't you like to consume us? Then we will satisfy you players, who want to see who can consume more of them, or yourself. At this time, while the players were still operating, the fleet of the United Civilizations had officially fought against the players' Zerg fleet. Bugs can be seen everywhere on the battlefield. These bugs fight fiercely with battleships at extremely fast speeds. You can often see various attacks spraying towards the battleships. The warships immediately began to fight back after receiving these attacks. And a big melee officially began. The whole scene became extremely chaotic for a while. Everywhere you can see the powerful firepower of the battleship destroying groups of insects. And these insects have just been destroyed and more insects appear and begin to besiege the battleship. In the end, the battleship failed to block the powerful attack and was eventually destroyed. At the same time, Leviathan can also be seen waving his huge tentacles to attack enemy warships. There is no doubt about Leviathan's power. Even the powerful shield of the United Civilization battleship was easily defeated. The huge tentacles broke through the battleship's shield and penetrated the battleship's armor. And when the tentacles penetrated, the sharp tops of the tentacles suddenly opened. And then a large number of insects filed in through the passages of the tentacles and rushed towards the interior of the battleship. No, there's an insect invasion. At this time, the situation inside the battleship naturally attracted the attention of the battleship members. And they immediately began to resist with various weapons. A battle broke out outside the battleship. And a battle also broke out inside the battleship. Compared with previous wars, this united civilization of races has always been very fearful. Not only can they threaten the safety of the battleship, they can also threaten the safety of the members inside the battleship. Although they have been strengthening the equipment of internal members in response to this matter, this has not had much effect. After all, the Zerg itself has a strong system, and it can't be stopped even with warships, let alone without warships. As the bugs entered the interior of the battleship began to become paralyzed as time went by. Many large warships were not destroyed by the enemy from the outside, but many were destroyed by the enemy from the inside. At the same time, for the bugs, destroying these battleships is just the beginning. As the battleships stalled one after another, the players on the battlefield gradually gained the upper hand. And at this moment, the battleship that had been destroyed from the inside suddenly started to move. I don't know when these battleships were covered with densely packed organ-like things. If you look closely, you will find that the interior of the battleship is covered with various flesh-like things. And there is also a huge heart-like thing beating in the center. With these things, these warships seem to come alive. They rushed towards the fleet group of the United Civilization at extremely fast speeds. And then a dazzling light appeared. The huge battleship exploded violently. And the power of this explosion was naturally extraordinary. Regardless of the explosion of special bugs inside, the same energy device of the battleship itself also exploded. The power generated was unknown how much higher than a normal explosion. Of course, Just an explosion is nothing. But if you observe carefully, when the battleship explodes, you will find that the space around the explosion of the battleship has changed. This is the function of this special bug. When it explodes, it directly opens the surrounding dimensional space, allowing the explosion to appear in different dimensions. In this case, the opponent will be harmed no matter which dimension he is in. Of course, such an explosion can still be withstood by the warships of the United Civilization. The United Civilization directly used everything they could use to barely resist it. However, there is more than one assimilated warship. Although they can block one, if the other warships are together, they will naturally be unable to withstand it. At this time, as the battleships exploded one after another at the same time, the entire area was cleared by this powerful explosion. The equipment provided by this mysterious civilization, which is completely different from the explosion method of banlings, is naturally irresistible. The weapons provided by the mysterious civilization to the United Civilization are only aimed at banlings. So there is nothing we can do to face this new nature. At the same time, after doing all this, the players' bugs continue to attack. Report to Commander. Team No. 5 has been destroyed. At this time, the report from the subordinates on the United Civilization side attracted the commander's attention. Then he summoned the story of the battle. As I expected, the evolution speed of this race is beyond my expectation. We know how to improve the power of our weapons, and they also know it. So in the face of this situation, there is only this we can do. Facing the current situation, he was also very helpless. The mysterious civilization is still in a condescending posture, which gives him a headache. There is no doubt about the power of the mysterious civilization, but they are too confident, and all arrangements are filled with the arrogance of the superiors. This matter can be considered in the long term to find some more appropriate methods. However, the mysterious civilization does not think that their plan is perfect. But what exactly will happen will only be known after things happen in the future. Perfect plan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shook his head. There is no such thing as a perfect plan. It's just a blinding eye. I hope nothing goes wrong in the end. Deliberately raising the opponent's strength to the same level as them so that I can attack them unscrupulously. They naturally know the layout of the mysterious civilization. After all, the mysterious civilization told them the whole thing and asked them to cooperate with it. However, it was also because of this that the United Civilization was worried. If it reaches that level, although the mysterious civilization can take action directly, the question is, are the insects at that stage still controllable? If the mysterious civilization is unable to capture the bug at that stage, and instead the bug finds an opportunity to go further, something will go wrong. I'm afraid they are the ones who will suffer. After all, due to their relationship with Chongzi, there is no need to think that Chongzi will definitely cause trouble for them. He doesn't know what the situation will be like on the mysterious civilization side. But judging from the current situation, although the mysterious civilization thinks it has everything arranged well, they are very powerful and can easily defeat players who have just entered this stage. But who knows what the final result will be? If the car overturns at that time, if they are lucky, they can still hide. But if they are not lucky, they may be taken away directly by the players. There is still a certain possibility of life or death for them. But I must be careful on my side. After all, I don't have their ability. Thinking of this, the commanders on the United Civilization side were also very helpless. And what worries him the most is that he still has no way to deal with these civilizations. I don't dare to put forward my own suggestions at all. I don't know if the smooth sailing has always made them like this. In fact, they were in a similar situation before. When they first faced the players, they were very confident, especially when their technology had reached this point and they had not encountered other enemies. They thought they were the strongest in the universe, and things like the Zerg are easy for them to handle. The result is that this arrogance has brought them to where they are today. Now they can be considered to be on the verge of collapse. It would be easy for others to destroy them. Thinking of this, he was quite helpless. And he also had a hunch that that mysterious civilization might follow in their footsteps. But he did not dare to mention this to this mysterious civilization. Otherwise the other party might directly take action and kill him. Destroyed? Hey, I can only let nature take its course. While thinking about it, he felt quite helpless. And while he was still thinking this, the players were here. Now the players' attention is focused on the war. Players must pay attention to the trouble caused by the two races. Colleagues who are developing their military forces also need to pay attention to how many benefits the two civilizations have received from the mysterious civilization. What they need to do is learn more about the mysterious civilization through these benefits, and make more plans. Chapter 775. Their own little calculations. Brothers, let's sort it out, and see how much the other party has prepared for us. At this time, while staring at the battle scene, the players were communicating. What is certain at present is that the other side has a special protective shield specifically against banlings. However, this special protective shield can only be used against banlings. Other defensive attacks are entirely based on the United Civilization's own things. As for attack weapons, they prefer the power of laws. And everyone has seen the laws before, and should have some understanding. Their attack can completely wipe us out. Even Leviathan can't stop us for long. However, this devouring power can be diluted by other laws. While saying this, I saw this player calling up the battle data. Brothers, take a look at this set of data. As his words fell, everyone also looked over. And soon they discovered the problem with the data. This is, we used the law of time to delay their attack. And the effect was to make our Leviathan last longer. What you said upstairs is not entirely accurate. It should be that we have endured more attacks. After applying the law, not only did they slow down their attacks, but we also found that our Leviathan can withstand 5 times the amount of attacks before. It is also for this reason that it becomes very difficult for them to kill a Leviathan. And they have the power of law when breaking through their shields. It is much easier than usual. And they can penetrate easily their shield. It's just that the current use of our power of law is still relatively rough. So the effect is not great. If our power of law is more perfect in the later stage, the effect will be even better. The power of laws used by the United Civilization is actually relatively crude. Of course, this is inseparable from the mysterious civilization. I am worried that the mysterious civilization will provide them with more complete technology in the future. You don't need to worry about this above. I'm thinking about a mysterious civilization. And I don't want to create a second super civilization that's at the same level as them. Regarding the information currently available, many players are expressing their own opinions. The data they collected this time is really not small. First of all, there are at least 4 special technologies that they have mastered so far that cannot be produced by the United Civilization. There is a high probability that there will be a mysterious civilization behind them. After learning about the enemy's situation, the players turn their attention to their own side. By the way, what's the situation here now? Currently, there has been definite news from the leader. First of all, we currently have 3 laws of technology. We will also focus on this in the follow-up. According to the leader, we have entered a relatively special stage. Once we pass this stage, we will attract the attention of the consciousness of the universe. At that time, we will not be able to take action casually. And at that stage, we will also need to beware of the malice that the cosmic consciousness generates against us at all times. So at that time, we will not only have to consider the enemy, but also consider self-protection. As for the mysterious civilization's plan, it is very simple. They want us to reach that stage and then eliminate us. After all, if there were internal and external troubles at that time, we would have no advantage in fighting them. But the leader also thought of this. So he also had his own plan. The leader's idea is to stop the research on various laws when our development reaches the final stage. Because at that stage, the use of the power of laws will be much more powerful than it is now. And we are only one step away from the great consummation. Under such circumstances, if we fight against the other party will not have much advantage. And we can make full use of the fact that we have not yet received special attention from the consciousness of the universe. And then wantonly take action to consume the mysterious civilization. After hearing what this player said, everyone nodded. They also have a general understanding of the current situation on their side. And after understanding the situation here, subsequent operations will be much simpler. The leader will have to worry about technology. Our main focus is on tactical arrangements. What we need to do at the moment is to collect as much information as possible about the mysterious civilization. When the time comes to engage in that level of battle with the mysterious civilization, we must know them well. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage. If we don't know much about them, then our chances of winning are not high. After hearing what this player said, everyone agreed. Of course, they are naturally very concerned about this matter. After all, not long ago, they experienced a huge defeat and overturned. If it hadn't been for the later plants and mysterious civilization dog-eating dog giving them the opportunity to develop, they might have been defeated. When out, that mistake was also the biggest one the players have ever experienced. Compared with the previous low-level civilizations that lost thousands and tens of thousands. The units lost that time were calculated based on tens of billions of players' wealth. It was almost squandered. This failure also made them realize that their current situation is not that good. The long-term victory made them gradually forget that they must be careful everywhere in this universe. Because if you are not careful, you may lose your life. And that time also gave them a wake-up call, allowing the players to restrain themselves. Big mentality. For this point, the players can be considered a blessing in disguise. The battles in the past have made them feel that the civilization in this universe is just that. If there was not such a big defeat that sounded the alarm for them, maybe they wouldn't be there yet. You will know yourself. Many times, some civilizations are wiped out in such a confusing way, and the players can be considered lucky in that wave. The combination of various factors allowed them to survive. If such a mistake occurred during the confrontation with the mysterious civilization, the players could not imagine what the outcome would be like for them now. So with the lessons learned from the last time, we have to be cautious this time. Whether it is plants or joint civilizations, their value to us is to make us more alert to how powerful the mysterious civilization is. And at the same time, it also gives us a certain understanding of the methods of the mysterious civilization. As for their threat to us, it is basically negligible now. There is no big problem with what this player said. Originally, these two civilizations were still capable of fighting. But after these years of consumption, the outer belt has now been stolen by a mysterious civilization and used as cannon fodder. You must know that this cannon fodder is not that easy to use. It needs to continuously consume their resources. This makes the two crumbling civilizations even more become fragmented. Although they still have a lot of warships, these are not enough to support the subsequent war. It is even said that without the support of the mysterious civilization, or if the players want to extract more things, it would be too easy to eliminate the two of them, because they basically have little resistance now. Although we know the current situation of these two civilizations very well, we cannot be careless. Each civilization has its own trump card, or some plans of its own. Although they can no longer make big waves, we must not take it lightly. Everyone knows the reason for being careless and losing Jingzhou. So when these two civilizations are of no use, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. And then we can fight against the mysterious civilization with peace of mind. Everyone agreed with what this player said. They would not be so arrogant as to keep these two civilizations when they were fighting a decisive battle with the mysterious civilization. You must know that these two civilizations are time bombs for them, and they will be injured if they are not careful. So they are also extremely cautious about these two civilizations. In this way, everyone dispersed after talking for a while. There are too many things they need to do now, and they must use all their strength to fight against the mysterious civilization. Even the players of the technological civilization that they could not use before have also moved in. They have already begun to prepare for everything. This time, the players are ready to use all their cards. After all, this matter is no joke. While the players were still preparing, the United Civilization and the Plant Army continued to clean up the players, gathering places in the universe according to the previous plan. However, while cleaning quickly, they discovered that something seemed wrong. Commander, the situation is not good. Although our fleet, with a sufficient number, can clean up the gathering places of these bugs, the effect is not very obvious. While talking, his subordinates also told the commander about the recent situation. It turned out that they had fought against bugs during this period, and although they had achieved some victories, they soon discovered that these bugs were very powerful, and it was very difficult for them to fight against them. At least with their current technology, it is basically unrealistic to fight against the Zerg like before. The strength of the Zerg has improved too fast. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that they just cleaned up this area and then took care of the next area. Looking back, I don't know when a large number of Zerg gathered in the previous area and even a few more gathering places in the surrounding area. Their faces turned green when they saw this scene. It was obvious that they had discovered that the speed of cleaning up bugs on their side was not even as fast as the speed of reproduction. According to this posture, the number of Zerg will only increase and clear out, which will give them a headache. To put it bluntly, they are doing completely useless work now. And this useless work is filled with the lives of their battleships and soldiers. Did you tell that civilized person about this? After reading the report for a while, the commander asked. And upon hearing his question, his subordinates nodded. But his face didn't look very good. Seeing the performance of his men, the commander naturally realized something. The idea over there is for us to keep doing this? Hearing this, his subordinates also nodded. They have completely regarded us as cannon fodder. Perhaps for them, our biggest role is to make these bugs uncomfortable in this way. In other words, this method is used to force the Zerg to gather again. But it is obvious that this is simply a delusion. Because with the reproduction speed of insects, they don't need to be afraid of us at all. So there is no need for them to gather. I think the above should see this clearly. But he still lets us do this. It is obvious that the above may want to suppress our side through this time. After all, our development is still too fast now. But if this is the case, I will still be very unwilling. Why will we become cannon fodder? However, the commander at this time also understood very well that even though he had various reluctances, all they could do now was to honestly become pawns that others wanted to use. Because only in this way could they be useful to others. Value. We don't have any choice now. Because the mysterious civilization we occupy now can wipe out all of us as long as we pay a certain price. After all, we are gathered too densely, which makes it convenient for them to eat us in one pot. As long as the number of attacks is not too frequent and we are punished, they can naturally bear it. So now our fate is in their hands. All you can do is obey honestly. The commander at this time was also a little confused. He really couldn't think of why the situation on his side was like this. But even though it was like this, he didn't feel anything. After all, this is how the winner is and the loser is. They failed in this game. And they are lucky to be able to survive now. For them, no matter what kind of humiliation and injustice they have suffered, as long as civilization is still there, as long as they are still alive, there is a chance to make a comeback. So they also secretly have their own preparations. It's just that they don't know whether these preparations have been discovered by the mysterious civilization. In fact, it doesn't matter if you know. After all, they are still useful now. And the mysterious civilization will not take action against them. Compared to their calculations, the plant side is much simpler. As for the plant side, the entire situation is currently unclear. For them, they are now killing people with a borrowed knife, using the hands of a mysterious civilization to eradicate the biggest hidden danger of players. They did not realize that they were actually being exploited, and that they were the type that the mysterious civilization could abandon at any time. In this way, different civilizations fought on the same front with their own thoughts. The mysterious civilization naturally knows these things, just like the united civilization thinks. As long as they do not affect their own plans, then the mysterious civilization is meaningless at the moment. After all, they are still useful now. In this way, as time goes by, the multi-party war of attrition continues. Every civilization has its own calculations. Of course, these calculations about who is strong and weak are meaningless. Only the one who survives in the end is the strong one in the true sense. And now they are all working hard towards this goal. Chapter 776. Their own calculations. In this war, every civilization has its own calculations. Whether it is a player-joined civilization or a mysterious civilization, each civilization has its own shelter. What the joint civilization wants most at the moment is to continue the civilization. As for the plants, they have the same idea, but they will think less after all. The current plan of the plants is to eliminate the bugs first, and then find a way to escape from the control of that mysterious civilization. All in all, different civilizations have their own calculations. However, as time went by, when all the people of the united civilization united together, problems arose on their side. Although they were united in the past, internal conflicts continued, and each civilization had its own small thoughts. Now facing collective destruction, they knew very well that only by working together could they overcome the difficulties. Therefore, there is unprecedented unity within the united civilization. Each civilization also got out the things it had packed in the bottom of the box. However, as more and more things were handed over, soon, a piece of news was known to the united civilization. That is to say, your laboratory stored a large amount of information related to us. And later all the information there was taken away by insects. This news is very explosive for the united civilization. I see. I'm wondering why the bugs can target us like this. It turns out it's you. At this time, after hearing the words of the commander-in-chief, the civilization under his command did not answer. This matter itself was their problem. After this incident happened, they chose not to report it in order to avoid being held accountable. The reason why they told the incident this time was not because their conscience discovered it, but because they knew very well that they were facing when life and death are at stake. Any mistake in intelligence will cause big problems in the entire battle. So they have to say something. At this time, hearing what his subordinate Wen said, the commander-in-chief of the united civilization also felt various kinds of discomfort. To be honest, he did not expect such a thing. There was a time before that he had wondered why bugs suddenly became so powerful and had so many ways to attack them. Now that he knew the specific situation, he was a little speechless. Except for weapons technology. What other technologies do you have in that laboratory? In addition to some information about battleships, there is also some information about new weapons. These weapons are all being developed by our civilization, so it will take some time for the Zerg to take advantage of them. As for the inside, the most important thing should be some research on the gate of the universe. However, we have always been in the initial stage of this experiment. Although we have gone through many attempts, they basically ended in failure. At this time, after learning about this matter, not only the commander, but also the mysterious civilization observing everything from behind could not help but change his expression. Although the person in front of him tried his best to hide that their civilization's research on space technology was immature. But when he mentioned that after many experiments ended in failure, the two civilizations understood that the research on related technologies had actually entered the experimental stage. This means that all kinds of complete theoretical knowledge are already available. And now there is only one thing left to practice, which depends on the extent of research. At the same time, they also thought of the possibility that after the bugs obtained these technologies, they began to intensify their research. And maybe there was improvement now. If things really improve, things will be very big. Because no matter how they play, the Zerg are in an invincible position. Even if they fail on the main battlefield, they can immediately use this technology to escape to other universes. This means that type bugs will never be eliminated. Thinking of this, the faces of the two civilizations were extremely ugly. At this time, they knew very well that they had to speed up their attack on the bugs. Otherwise, if we continue to delay like this, by the time the bugs have really researched this thing and can fight and leave when they want, then they will become very passive. And if you set foot in other universes, you can plunder the resources of other universes, or attract powerful enemies from other universes to deal with them. In short, this door has endless possibilities. Once this technology is studied and understood by bugs, their nightmare will really begin. You have to know that with the character of the bugs, they can't defeat you head-on. They will definitely think of some way to kill you in the first place. In short, everyone knows this bug clan very well. After all, they have made the entire universe like this. How can they not? Understood? Why didn't you report this information earlier? Don't you know how important this information is? The commander at this time also had a friendly face. And he was also extremely angry about this matter. First of all, as a commander, he had a pretty good relationship with the soldiers under him. After all, as a commander, he has to constantly integrate into these groups to understand their situation. So he was still a little touched by the deaths of these people. But when he learned that people like him died basically because of the selfish reasons of this civilization, he couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. These people do not need to die. As long as they inform the United Civilization of this matter, they would definitely come up with relevant policies to deal with it. However, this civilization concealed it, and the United Civilization did not know about it. It was because of this ignorance that it became more and more difficult for them to fight from that stage onwards. And the casualties became more and more heavy. At first, they all thought they had evolved, but they never expected this to be the case. In fact, it would still be difficult to evolve from here on out. After all, after reaching this stage, every step was extremely difficult. So he felt very strange at the time. But he didn't think about it at all. After all, who would have thought of such an operation in the underworld? However, it was also for this reason that the subsequent Zerg tribe had an advantage. Not only did they obtain their resources, but they also slaughtered them. If those battles had not happened, their situation would undoubtedly be much better now. But it was because of those battles that they suffered heavy losses. In order to resist the Zerg in the later period, they had to change their research direction. Although there was no big problem with this research direction, the final result was heartbreaking. Because these research things were too difficult to break through. After paying a heavy price, they finally solved the problem on the Zerg side and continued to regain the initiative on the battlefield. But the price of this solution was very huge. If it weren't for this one thing, their civilization wouldn't have declined so quickly. However, the reality is that because of such an incident, their civilization has reached what it is today. However, the culprit is still standing in front of them, which makes him have a headache. To put it bluntly, he really wanted to organize people to destroy this civilization. But it made no sense when he thought about it later. After all, given their current situation, they must work together, and they really can't continue to initiate civil strife. After all, The current situation ultimately affects the whole body, and they are well aware of this. Nowadays, everyone in civilization is panicked. And then, there is some commotion within the country. It would be strange if something goes wrong. So he could only endure this matter, and wait until later to see how to operate it. After thinking about everything, the commander-in-chief put aside his thoughts, and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. After all, this incident had already happened. And all he could do now, was to find a way to solve the subsequent impact of this incident. So based on our current intelligence, it can be determined that these bugs have a lot of technology in their hands. And many technologies are in the research and development stage. But even this stage is enough for those bugs to take advantage of. Combined with their previous encounters, it was basically certain that these bugs had begun to take advantage of them, which gave him a headache. And just when they were having all kinds of headaches, the mysterious civilization also started to take action. The mysterious civilization has begun to observe whether there are any abnormal space fluctuations around the Zerg. Because if you want to study the door to the universe, this technology requires a lot of experiments. And every experiment will produce something. So the current situation on the Zerg side will determine whether they are developing related technologies for the mysterious civilization. As long as those technologies are not used, then everything is fine. But they are worried that the insects will secretly develop it and obtain it. If you achieve success, things will become more serious. After all, if you really master this ability, it will be too easy for the Zerg to escape. After escaping to other universes, these bugs are equivalent to time bombs one by one, and they may come back at any time to take revenge. They are very passive, and because of this, they do not want the bugs to succeed in their research, although they knew very well that the probability of success in the research was too low. After all, there were too many things involved in trying to research this thing. It is absolutely impossible for someone like a bug to figure it out. But you have to be afraid of everything. Sometimes you think it is 100% impossible to happen. But the reality is that it is very likely to happen. In this way, through various observations and data adjustments, they can basically determine whether the technical bug mentioned by the mysterious civilization is actually operating. After learning that there was no relevant research on bugs, they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, what they fear most is that the bugs studied this thing and escaped smoothly, which they cannot accept. But fortunately, none of this has happened yet. And now they have begun to keep a close eye on you. Once the bugs have an idea, they will take action as soon as possible. In addition, now that a war is imminent on our side, the bugs probably don't have the energy to study these things. The bugs don't know this thing. If they knew this thing, they might wake up laughing in their dreams, because it means that they will have the possibility of victory. What this refers to is observing the mysterious civilization to see if they have studied this thing. Because for players, if they want to win, not only must they try their best, but they must also determine one thing. That is how the mysterious civilization views itself. If they are very cautious, then even if they are well prepared, the probability of success is not high. After all, they are stronger than you, and they have all kinds of plans for you. And they are very cautious, and will not reveal any flaws. If you want to win in such a situation, it will be really difficult. But if the other party has plans for you, but they don't look down on you, and they have been in a relatively arrogant stage, then it will be much easier for your side to win. After all, if you are too arrogant, it will mean that you will lose a lot of things and miss a lot of opportunities. For example, right now, players can actually tell the mysterious civilization to be extremely careful. But what is the truth? The mysterious civilization is still thinking about how to develop what the players are studying. And it must be within their control, and cannot escape their control. This is a kind of suppression of the inferiors by the superiors. Even today, the mysterious civilization still feels that they are the superiors. And the players always follow their arrangements or similar things. This is their arrogance. For them, they still think that they are the superior civilization of any province. And everything they do can only be successful with their own permission. They still have similar ideas today. So if the players know after this incident, they will surely be able to think that it will not be too difficult to defeat the enemy next. However, this is exactly the case. Although there are no strong spatial fluctuations around, it is certain that the bugs are not studying related things. And the mysterious civilization is also focusing on this matter. They did not discover that there were some different powers of law around them. Because at this time, they did not even think about studying these things. Their idea is to study whether the bugs have figured out a way to escape from here. However, for the bugs, they must be very secretive when it comes to studying the laws. But this kind of concealment is only relative. If a mysterious civilization comes here and wants to understand the situation and investigates carefully, it will definitely find something. However, now it is because of the arrogance of the mysterious civilization that they focus all their attention on space-related things and do not pay attention to other aspects. This also allowed the players to escape unintentionally. At least at this stage, the players' research was not discovered by the mysterious civilization. This means that the players are trying their best to be afraid every day, for fear of being noticed by the mysterious civilization. But they are inadvertently resolved by the mysterious civilization itself. After all, when studying these rules, the players were also worried about being discovered. If they were discovered, it would be difficult to operate later. But they never expected that this matter would be revealed in this way. Chapter 777 Jiang Yao's New Arrangements. And this time on the player's side, Jiang Yao has been thinking about related research during this period. At this time, in a huge space that seemed to be composed of flesh and blood technology, there were many buildings around this space that made people shudder. These buildings will gradually pulsate over time and look like they are alive. Of course, this building is naturally alive. This is currently the core insect nest of the Zerg tribe, and where Jiang Yao has always lived. Jiang Yao has been in this insect nest since he obtained it. Compared with the past, the current insect nest has undergone tremendous changes. First of all, the size has now reached about the same size as the sun. The insect nest as a whole looks like a fish creature with a pair of wide wings. The entire insect nest feels more like a huge creature floating in space. The overall color of the entire creature has a gray tint. At this time, Jiang Yao was sorting out a piece of relevant information, which was naturally related to law technology research. This information is naturally very important to the entire insect swarm. At this time, Jiang Yao frowned while looking at the information. Sure enough, the progress of studying the three laws at once is indeed very slow. As he spoke, Jiang Yao picked up one of the documents and began to look at it. Soon he saw what he wanted to see. Using the three laws to create a brand new law is a suggestion from Civilization No. 231. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but think about this plan. His route has always been very simple, which is to study all three laws and then join the Zerg Purple-Red to improve the Zerg's combat effectiveness. However, now that he saw this information, he began to think about whether he should do this. I have to say that this proposal is very meaningful to me. This offer is more valuable than arranging a path arranged by others, and then studying what others have prepared for you. Although I now have a total of 2 plans regarding the law of time, one of which is arranged for me by others, and the other is that I find something truly related to the law of time. While thinking about it, he also began to consider the feasibility of this plan in his mind. In fact, in his heart, he knew very well that although he had found a real research plan for the law of time, it was hard to say whether the law was true or not. It was hard to say what would be discovered if he continued to study along this route. However, the proposal in front of him obviously gave Jiang Yao other ideas. It's not about having too many things. It's about being precise. It's true that the previous plan is feasible, but if I really combine these laws to create a brand new law, it might be more useful to me. The most important thing is that you don't have to worry about falling into the route that others have arranged for you. But soon he thought of another question. If I follow this route, what will the civilization that arranges everything for me think? Will he think I found something and attack me? In fact, Jiang Yao is also very entangled now. The proposal is indeed feasible, but once it is implemented, there are a lot of overt and covert things that need to be faced. There are so many things that need to be considered in the development of science and technology. And now I not only have to consider so many things, but also the civilizations that are eyeing me. In fact, Jiang Yao still hasn't figured out what the other party's purpose is. After all, if you know the other party's purpose and make decisions on your own, it will be much more reliable. As long as you don't cross the red line given by the other party, everything will be easy. However, my problem now is that I don't know where the other party's red line is. If you act rashly without knowing the opponent's red lines, you might get into serious trouble. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Forget it. There's no point in thinking too much now. The most important thing for me right now is how to proceed. After thinking for a long time, he also had an idea in his mind. When I integrate multiple laws, I am sure that other laws must be studied in depth before the integration can be completed. Then all I need to do is use these results as superficial work to fool the other party. As for the follow-up stuff, it's not up to you to consider. Anyway, if you can fool him, then everything will be happy. If you can't, then you will be unlucky in the future. After all, no matter which path he takes, he may lose his fortune in the future. It must be a big deal for others to have so many designs for him. Jiang Yao doesn't believe that the other party will not kill him when his value is gone. So now it's just the difference between dying early and dying late. It's just that if you die early, although it will be cool quickly, there are many possibilities. You just need to make sure that these are possible, and that's it. As for whether you can grasp it or not, that's not what you should worry about. After all, there are only so many things that he can worry about now. If he cares about everything, he will never be able to worry about it all. Rather than doing this, it would be better to do everything in human affairs and obey fate. Just thinking about Jiang Yao, Crocodile made up his mind. After a period of improvement, Jiang Yao also had a complete idea map. First of all, regarding the focus of technology snake research, the fusion project has been launched, but will only operate in secret. After all, this building definitely cannot be put on the bright side. Once you are discovered, you are truly doomed. However, although it is done in secret, Jiang Yao will make arrangements for everything for the scientific researchers. After all, only when they are arranged can they feel at ease to help them do things. At this time, within some civilizations, these civilizations were all incorporated by Jiang Yao. The researchers of these civilizations have been very helpful to me in these years. At this time, among these inconspicuous civilizations, there is a civilization that is telling about its own arrangements. First of all, the highest order issued by the current leader is about the research of the 3 laws. The current leader has decided to select some elites from different civilizations to join this plan. At this time, as his words fell, all the civilizations below began to whisper among themselves. I heard that the leader seems to be already studying these, and has made progress. So why is it now necessary to add more people? At this time, a young man couldn't help but start to analyze. Soon an idea came into his mind. Everyone, there are only a few possibilities for this situation. The first one is that there is not enough manpower. However, this possibility is very low because everything was already arranged when we were studying this project. The second one is to recruit a large number of people based on the first situation. Then they found that the technological research process was very difficult and the casualties were high. So they are now short of manpower. As for the last point, the leader may have new ideas. After this incident was exposed, everyone was discussing it. They also talked a lot about Jiang Yao's ideas. And now basically everyone on Jiang Yao's side is like this. These civilizations began to transform over time after following Jiang Yao. The direction of their transformation is naturally various scientific and technological research directions. As for all aspects of combat, they have not been involved, because the combat aspect is mainly led by Jiang Yao. So they are not needed at all. What Jiang Yao needs is the wisdom of these civilizations and various research methods. This is the most important thing. And under Jiang Yao's arrangement, naturally these civilizations can only follow his ideas. After years of development, the initial arrangements for him have gradually become mature. The most important among these civilizations is the extension and research of various technologies and other topics. Of course, as a normal civilized planet, there are all kinds of entertainment. But compared to the Blue Star before I traveled, the role of entertainment here is more to cultivate sentiments. As for how much money he can earn, it can only be said to support his family. Of course, this is also Jiang Yao's arrangement. He doesn't want to raise a group of wastes who entertain themselves to death. So all aspects are in order under his arrangement. They will also unconditionally implement Jiang Yao's various plans or ideas. Although they are all civilizations under Jiang Yao's control, these civilizations still have their own competitions. After all, resources are limited. Civilizations that are more outstanding in various aspects of research will have priority to obtain more resources. After obtaining these resources, the civilization can cultivate more talents over and over again. So everyone values these resources very much. Every time a task is assigned, Jiang Yao will naturally give out the amount of resources required to complete the task. In short, all civilizations are fair competitions. All operations are completed by the brainworms. So there is no need to worry about some abuse of power, because the brainworms are absolutely subordinate to themselves. And at this time, this group of people are fiercely competing for these places. The reason is also very simple. The rewards given this time are very generous. And anyone who successfully joins will receive a large sum of money. And with this, these subsequent civilizations can move forward further. So they also attach great importance to the selection of personnel this time. Likewise, for personnel selection this time, Everything was tested by questions set by the brainworm. All in all, everything was following the normal process. It's just that compared to the past, more people have joined this time. Apart from rewards, it is naturally about war. Regarding the current war situation, everyone in the civilization is very clear that the insect swarm failed on the front line. Mainly because the mysterious civilization has been taking action. However, this failure almost caused the civilization to be destroyed. He even said that if they had not prepared in advance, they might not have been able to survive. All in all, this time can be regarded as a wake-up call for all civilizations. For them, they are now a community of interests. Once the insect swarm cannot hold on, then the only fate waiting for them is destruction. After all, everyone knows the truth behind this. So after learning about this incident, many capable people also wanted to do their part to contribute to civilization. This is why there are more talents this time. Of course, the reason why these talents are willing is naturally related to the improvement of the civilization training system. Jiang Yao has always been concerned about cultivating talents. After all, he knows very well that talents are very important at all times. To make talents return home, we must start with child education. At this time, with the influx of a large number of talents, Jiang Yao's plan can begin to be implemented. After civilization has developed to his level, he will no longer fight alone. Every decision has a large number of people working hard behind the scenes. Otherwise, any decision will be just a castle in the air. Talent is always the cornerstone of a civilization. And the number of people is naturally also very important. Because only when the number of people is large enough can enough talents be born. Therefore, Jiang Yao did not have many restrictions on the total number of civilized people under his command. Instead, he encouraged everyone to have more children. Anyway, no matter how the number of people increases, it won't be a big problem for me. It's just getting one more immigration ship. In this way, under the operation of the brain worm, the selection of talents was quickly completed. After the selection was over, these people were also brought to the central insect nest. Any important research is conducted here, and everyone is very excited to be here, because the central insect nest has extraordinary significance in the entire civilization. This is the origin of the insect nest. Therefore, in the hearts of many civilizations, this is a sacred place in their hearts. After arriving here, they saw Jiang Yao on the high platform, and everyone present couldn't help but look a little excited after seeing Jiang Yao. After all, to them, Jiang Yao is a godlike existence. Looking at the crowd brought by the brainworm, Jiang Yao couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. I am very satisfied to be able to meet the new generation of young talents here. You must have been a little strange about the purpose of coming here along the way, because you were not sent to the research areas of several other laws, but were pulled here. As he said this, he turned his attention to everyone. Everyone must have their own guesses about my intentions, and I won't give in. This is a research area for new laws. After hearing what Jiang Yao said, everyone couldn't help but start talking. There are problems with some of the laws we are currently studying, and these problems may affect us in the future. But for some reason, despite knowing this, the research on the law still needs to continue. So I called everyone here. Everyone needs to start researching new laws here. And this law will serve as our trump card at the critical moment to give the enemy a fatal blow. At this time, everyone naturally understood the importance of this matter after hearing what Jiang Yao said. After learning about the situation, they became even more excited, because this is a challenge and an opportunity for them. If they can study it, their fame will resound throughout civilization, which makes them excited. In this way, Jiang Yao started his new arrangement in the excitement of everyone. Chapter 778 Characteristics of Laws. At this moment, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel various emotions in his heart when he looked at the people in front of him. After all, the unity of his own civilization is also a good thing for him. He doesn't need to worry about the situation on the player's side. The most important thing to him is other civilizations. Jiang Yao has adopted various methods to manage the civilizations he once conquered in order to make them fully integrate into himself. And now it seems that all of this has been done very well. While thinking about it, he looked away from these people. After continuing to briefly explain some important things, Jiang Yao left. After leaving here, he headed towards several other areas. At this time, we are in the time law research area. As soon as he arrived here, Qin Yao felt as if his body had been affected by something. Originally, his speed was normal, but once he entered here, it slowed down. At the same time, he also noticed that everything here was slower. At the same time, there were several brain worms in the distance walking towards him. and naturally their speed was very slow. Jiang Yao also frowned slightly when he saw this scene. It was obvious that what he saw in front of him was a bit surprising. It seems that as the research continues, the surrounding area is also starting to be affected. While talking, Jiang Yao looked at the approaching brain insect and asked, "What's going on with the speed of time around us?" Hearing Jiang Yao's question, the brainworm quickly responded, "Chief, our time law has entered the third stage, and relevant experiments are currently underway. The strangeness here is also due to the influence of the experiment." Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded thoughtfully. "This does surprise me a bit. Logically speaking, the law of time should be the most difficult to master among the several laws. But who would have thought that this law would be the fastest to master? It seems that the other party can't wait any longer." After muttering something under his breath, Qin Yao turned his attention elsewhere. "I know the general situation. Since it's research, it's fine. As for the time retracement of the end of the experiment, you must be careful not to let it cause damage here." Hearing this, several brainworms nodded. "By the way, Chief, are you here?" The brainworms were also very surprised that Jiang Yao appeared here. You must know that the insect swarm is a collective consciousness, and any task or instruction Jiang Yao can directly transmit through his consciousness. But now Jiang Yao came here on his own, which made them not surprised. "Of course, I came here for a very important consciousness. Although there should be no problem through consciousness transmission, this matter is so big that I have to come in person for insurance." At this time, after hearing what Jiang Yao said, the brainworm suddenly became energetic. It was obvious that he knew what he was going to say was something very important. "I have confirmed my previous speculations. So now we have to find a way to fight back. Because our previous rule was that they would arrange it for us. No matter how we change it, they will still use it. So I decided to work on our own laws." When Jiang Yao said this, Brainworm quickly asked about the situation. "Chief, do you have any idea about other experience methods? And you should also know that ordinary laws are absolutely impossible to compete with the opponent. So the laws we have researched must surpass the opponent in terms of ability." "Possible." Jiang Yao naturally knows what Brainworm said. From the beginning of studying this technology to now, they have divided the rules into different stages. It's just that this stage is not perfect, because they discovered that all laws are also strong and weak. A strong law can defeat 100 with one, while a weak law cannot play a big role. Therefore, when it comes to research, it is natural to give priority to powerful laws for research. But with his current technology, let alone powerful, even the weak himself has no clue. The few laws in his hand are straightforward. He has all the cards now. Therefore, there is only one way he can go to study the laws, which is to directly integrate these three laws. At the same time, the law of reproduction is the dominant one. As for the other two relatively powerful laws, the reason is naturally very simple. It is risky to use other people's things, and it is simply a joke to want to be the dominant one. After telling the brainworm his thoughts, Jiang Yao also left. As for the specific details of how to operate Jiang Yao, he didn't care much. After all, the following things are not what I need to worry about. To put it bluntly, what I have to do is grasp the general direction. As for other details, it has little to do with me. I am more in control rather than doing everything myself. Just like that, while Jiang Yao was still making arrangements, he was at the mysterious civilization. What's going on with the other party now? At this time, the mysterious civilization is discussing Jiang Yao aside. Nothing has been discovered so far. They haven't made any big moves during this period. It seems they are studying the rules. Once they thoroughly study the laws, they will also enter that stage. At this time, the mysterious civilization is discussing how to deal with Jiang Yao after he reaches that point. What they didn't know was Jiang Yao's side at this time. In other words, the laws are devouring, and our research direction is completely wrong. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown when he heard Brainworm's report. It turns out that, after such a long period of research, each law has entered a new level. However, just because they entered a new level, they quickly discovered something was wrong. The first thing was something about the laws. Their original plan was to integrate these laws, and then develop their own laws. However, when they operated in this way, the brainworm quickly discovered a characteristic of the law. That is, when several laws meet, the powerful law will devour the weak law and strengthen itself. Therefore, it is basically impossible to fuse. Because once they meet, they will devour each other and fusion is impossible. At this time, Jiang Yao suddenly discovered something when he heard what Brainworm said. Could it be that this is the reason why these civilizations are arranged in this way? At this time, he felt as if he had caught something key. First of all, the other party had deliberately arranged so many things for him. Could it be that he was just waiting for him to develop and study the rules thoroughly to come and cut a wave of leaks? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. After all, based on their current situation and future situation, they can't do anything for themselves, and the other party must have a purpose in helping them. Judging from the particularity of the current law, he is basically certain that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with it. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was that Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. The other party was just raising pigs, fattening themselves up, and then killing them. However, he quickly thought of another question, which was why the other party would give him such a rule. You must know that if the law devours this piece, after research, he will find out what your main law is. And then the other laws you devour will only strengthen your main law, not add to it. In other words, no matter how you operate, you can only enhance one law. However, the problem lies here. If this is the case, why doesn't the other party give itself a very weak and easy to cultivate law? This kind of law gives people the feeling that as long as the level of the experience sheet is raised, it can provide a sufficient amount of experience for oneself. According to this logic, why doesn't the other party directly choose the kind of experience that is easy to cultivate, but instead chooses this rule? You must know that this rule itself has a strong ability. If you really study this ability to a very advanced level, the other party may overturn. This is a risk point. Why would the other party make such a choice even though he knows that there is a risk point? This makes him also somewhat puzzled. It seems that we must study this matter clearly next. Thinking of this, he continued to ask the brainworms to increase research in this area. This time, it has conducted many experiments on the swallowing of laws. Although his ability to comprehend the laws is not strong now, it can still meet the needs of the experiment. He tried using 3 laws to devour in different orders, and found that no matter which law was the dominant one, the experience gained from devouring was basically the same. And this result also made him frown. You must know that if according to this logic, there is no difference in experience given by different laws, then you can choose a weak law for yourself, which makes him a little confused about the other party. What exactly is going on? Of course, he also thought of another possibility. That is, the other party might have guessed that he would eventually be able to obtain the 3 laws. So they chose one of the 3 laws, and the remaining 2 were only obtained by themselves. Then when he has raised all these, they will devour them again. In this case, he can get 3 copies. But after thinking about it, he felt that the possibility of this was very low. If you want to know the law of time, you can only change the flow rate of time in a small range. There is no way to predict the messy things in the future through this law. Different from the novels I read before I traveled through time, there are many restrictions on the laws of time, because many things will change in many different ways if you can really see the future. Because when you see the future, and you make small changes at this stage, the future will inevitably change. And the changes in the future will not only be in your area or the thing you do, but also in other aspects. Because of the chain reaction, everything will change. In fact, a small change will cause a very big change in the operation of the entire machine. The entire logic will be very complicated. And the law itself is part of the universe. It is impossible for the universe to change the logic of its own operation or everything else for the sake of this law. In this case, the universe must not be able to handle it, because there must be more than one civilization that masters this law. If our civilization has a larger number, how will the universe still function if we make changes? It will be like now that both rival civilizations have mastered this law. This opponent's civilization made changes, and another opponent's civilization discovered their changes, and also made changes on its own side. If the left foot steps on the right foot, the entire operation logic will be very complicated. It is so complex that the universe can never calculate it. And this is one of the limitations of the law of time. Of course, despite these limitations, this law is still very unnatural, at least judging from the laws he currently has. The status of this law is much higher than other laws. This is also something he doesn't understand at all. Why the other party would give such a thing to him? Of course, he is still not sure about this. But fortunately, at least he has a clue about this matter. Generally speaking, Jiang Yao feels that it is quite tragic that he came to this universe. Along the way, there have been various calculations against him. The number of civilizations that have calculated against him so far is very large. They are all advanced civilizations. They started planning when he was at a low level, compared with so many times in the past. This time is the real one for him. Crisis? Because this time, his level of civilization is too high. So high that he can't even understand what kind of existence the other party is. But now, he can only take one step at a time and let nature take its course. While thinking about it, he continued to focus on the follow-up research. There were too many things that he needed to study in the follow-up, not only in terms of laws, but also in other aspects. But now his focus is still on the fusion of laws. Although the current experiments show that the possibility of this is very low, he feels that it might really be possible. As long as he can fuse the three laws and evolve a brand new law, then he can truly be considered out of control. However, judging from the current situation, these ideas can only be thought about in his mind. After putting aside these thoughts, he then turned his attention to the research on mysterious civilization. Regarding the combat plan of this mysterious civilization, they have also sorted out a slightly more reliable idea. First of all, it is impossible for the mysterious civilization to defeat them on the frontal battlefield alone. What they are currently thinking about is to first understand the technology mastered by the opponent and the degree of understanding of the opponent's laws through insinuations. This is the first point. Only after he understood this could he know how to deal with it later. Of course, apart from this, there is also the need to look for traces of mysterious civilization and find their home base. Because so far he has only seen one battleship of the mysterious civilization, and he has never seen other battleships from beginning to end. It is obviously impossible for such an advanced civilization to have only one battleship. So he has been tracking the battleships of the mysterious civilization during this period. Although the other party has always been well hidden, and it is extremely difficult to discover the other party based on his ability. As long as the other party is still moving in this universe, there will always be clues. Chapter 779 Preparation. As time goes by, the days pass day by day. During this period of time, players continued their previous operations and explored the universe. Because they were lucky enough to find a good thing before, they want it now. Let's see if we can encounter these goodies again. One relic has already brought them great benefits. And if they can find other things now, it will definitely be of great help to them. With this mentality in mind, the players continued their previous work. And just when the players were still thinking this, they were on the other side. The mysterious civilization has always been paying attention to the plans of the Zerg. At this time, inside the mysterious civilization, currently, the bugs have begun to study the laws. And because of our arrangements, they are making rapid progress. According to the current speed, if there are no surprises, it should only take them 100 years to thoroughly study the laws. Then it will be time for us to take action. At this time, everyone within the mysterious civilization is gearing up to eliminate the Zerg in the future. Compared with other civilizations, their civilization itself is not very good at fighting. Yes, the reality of such a civilization is that it is not good at fighting. Transliminal civilization. This is the name of this level of civilization. The meaning is also clearly beyond the limit. And such a civilization has its own rules and its own direction of development. After each civilization reaches this point, it will have its own development direction. From the most basic combat, life and so on. You can think of it. As long as your technology has developed to a certain stage in a certain aspect and you understand the rules, you can enter this stage. This stage is a very wonderful stage. It is completely different from other civilizations or what players think. The idea of being stuck at a certain stage and not progressing is impossible. After all, players can think of this, but they can't think of it. Obviously players can think of it, and they will definitely think of it too. However, after thinking about it, they are still willing to do it mainly because of this reason. This so-called stage is a stage where there is no way to control it. And whether everything can be reached is very uncertain. Some civilizations may not be able to enter this stage in their lifetime, while some civilizations may reach it in an instant. In short, this stage is very confusing. The main reason is also very simple. Researchers of law technology are the biggest reason. No matter what civilization it is impossible to fully grasp the power of laws. They can master only a small part of the law. And that's where the problem lies. Mastering a small number of laws is simply a ticket. With the ticket, you can open the door. But getting tickets is a big problem. First, if you are a poor person, it is difficult to obtain a ticket that costs several hundred yuan. But if you are a rich person, it takes a poor person 10 days and a half to obtain something that you can obtain in an instant. That's the problem. That is, whether you can get tickets depends on your own foundation. This foundation is based on talent. And of course, there is also a part of luck in it. Once you enter this stage and start studying the rules, everything will become irreversible. In other words, when players start to study this, everything is no longer within the player's control. At this stage, you may have researched a special thing in an instant and then been promoted directly. So this is uncontrollable and does not exist at this stage or that stage as the players imagine. This is why the mysterious civilization has been keeping a close eye on the players since they started to operate it, because they are worried that the players will suddenly master this. Of course, the players are naturally unaware of the situation here, but this is also very normal. After all, the level of civilization determines that all this mysterious civilization will definitely not leave any backup for the players. For them, players are now likely to enter that stage at any time. The so-called stage that will not be noticed is basically impossible to exist, which means that they are ready to take action against players at any time. Of course, there are various reasons why they are so well prepared. The most important thing is that they are not a civilization that is good at fighting. Each civilization will develop a certain talent after advancing to this stage. For example, for the mysterious civilization, they are taking a microscopic route, and the entire civilization can be gathered into a battleship. For them, the size of this battleship is comparable to that of the entire universe. But to this universe, this battleship is just an ordinary flagship. Such civilizations are more interested in studying the laws of operation of the universe. It is also for this reason that they can take action against players repeatedly. The entire battleship is a small universe that they have evolved. In this universe, they have deduced various possibilities and created one after another so-called cosmic consciousness for simulation. It is also because of this reason that they are able to avoid the easy every time they take action. Although even so the damage they suffer is still huge. Of course, compared to other civilizations of the same level, the price they paid was not particularly serious. And this was the reason why they dared to attack the players. For them at this time, after the players enter this stage, they must have an absolute winning rate. But as the saying goes, there are no absolutes in the world. On the outside, they started from the microscopic direction and extended to the follow-up to get out of control. Therefore, they have not studied much in terms of combat. So their combat power is not particularly strong. Under such circumstances, coupled with the previous performance of the players, they had to be cautious. But as an existence that has exceeded the limits of civilization, they also have their own self-confidence. Jiangmiao didn't know anything about this place. At this time, they were constantly studying the rules. However, as time went by and they studied the rules in depth, Jiangmiao soon discovered that something was wrong. As for why it was wrong, the reason was very simple. That is, the current situation here was a bit complicated. After the research on the law reached a certain stage, he found that the law began to operate and study on its own. That's right. It has started to operate on its own. He really doesn't understand the principle. At first, he thought it must be a backhand left by the mysterious civilization. But in the end, he found that this was also the case with his own laws, which made him immediately realize that something was wrong, because this was already an uncontrollable stage. If this was the case, then it was no longer his control to what stage he could evolve to or at what stage he would stop. So he immediately announced the cessation of research on the law. Even after such a decision is made, the subsequent impact will not change much, because even if these laws are stopped, they will still start to operate on their own. This is the problem. If you don't collect detailed research on the law at this stage, then you will enter another stage after the law is fully operational. But in this case, he might not be able to collect any information, which made him even more curious about this law, because the operation mode of this law gave him the feeling that someone was deliberately operating it this way. In other words, the meaning lies in deliberate operation. He had no choice but to take one step at a time. After waiting for so many years, this was the first time he had the feeling that things were out of his control. And this feeling was very bad. In the past, no matter how he was arranged by the enemy, he could control his own decision-making and a series of operations. But this time he found that everything was starting to get out of his control. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little numb about this matter. He really didn't understand why the laws were carried out in this way. This feeling was less like something he understood, and more like it was forcibly instilled into him by some existence. The biggest feeling he had like this was that everything was controlled by the universe. Consciousness controls. If we follow this logic, does it mean that these civilizations that have exceeded the limits are also arranged by the consciousness of the universe? And he must have his own reasons for doing this. then whether it is yourself or other civilizations that have studied to that level, wouldn't they become puppets on strings? Although they clamor to escape from the control of the universe, they are actually always within the control of the universe. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little numb. But soon he thought about something. Many civilizations have gone through this path and reached a higher stage. And if I can figure this out clearly, can it be that other civilizations can't figure it out? So although they were forced, it does not rule out that many thoughtful civilizations also chose to accept it. So it can be understood that there may be a certain improvement in the follow-up. Of course, he is not sure about this. After all, the enemy's words cannot reveal too many flaws to you. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that he needs to resolve the matter at hand. The most important thing for him at the moment is the civilization that has been against him. In fact, after he learned about the characteristics of the law, he knew the other party's plan. Obviously, the other party also knew this before he dared to give something to himself boldly. Of course, this also means that I will have a full-scale war with them in the future. And a war of this level will really destroy civilization. But for him, this matter is not without a chance. Although after advancing to that stage, he will definitely not be their opponent with rich experience. But who can guarantee that such a person with rich experience will not overturn the situation? After all, the preparations on our side are not completely in vain. On our side, we have prepared all kinds of troops, or other things, relatively complete. But he doesn't know exactly what effect these preparations will have in the end. But he feels that the effect shouldn't be too bad. In this way, in the small thoughts of all parties, the players continue to develop. As time goes by, everything seems to be calm in the following time. But there are undercurrents from all parties. The mysterious civilization has exhausted various methods and finally found its own way of observation. Now they can already understand every move of the players. In fact, with their technology, it is not difficult to observe players. But it is very difficult to do so without them noticing. After all, the technological level of the players is not bad now. And this period of time can be regarded as the countdown to the victory or defeat of this cosmic civilization. Every once in a while, different forces will have different reactions. First of all, the first stage is when all the players' laws start to operate on their own. After learning about this matter, the mysterious civilization also began to prepare for the war. Because according to this trend, it will not take long for the players to fully grasp the rules. This was a signal that a war was about to begin. Shortly after the signal ended, the mysterious civilization detected the devouring laws of the players, and was gradually improving. Seeing this, they naturally knew that it wouldn't take long for the players to start operations. So their troop deployment and other things were already prepared. Of course, the players have not been idle in their research on the mysterious civilization. With a deeper excavation of the previously obtained information, they finally know what the civilization at that level looks like. After reaching that stage, the development of civilization can already be determined qualitatively. For example, the mysterious civilization did not find their other spaceships from the beginning to the end of the war. From this, it can be inferred that the route chosen by the other party should be a micro route. This route is the most likely route to escape from the shackles. But unlike other routes, the combat effectiveness of this route is not very strong. After learning this piece of news, the players combined it with the previously collected data and were able to basically confirm this matter. At this time, the players had decided that it was indeed good to prepare in advance. Most of the data they collect is of no use. To put it bluntly, it is useless. However, now that these data are taken out and compared, they understand the true situation of the mysterious civilization. So sometimes they have to sigh. This is called a blessing in disguise. Things that I thought were useless turned out to be of great use. Of course, in addition to understanding the general situation of the mysterious civilization, the battle plan against the mysterious civilization is also being implemented in an orderly manner. Although the mysterious civilization is not a civilization that focuses on fighting, their combat effectiveness is much weaker than other civilizations. But it is undeniable that no matter how weak this civilization is, it is still countless times stronger than our own. After all, the level of civilization is here. The combat methods for this civilization are very different from other civilizations. Micro means that their battleships or other things are very small. Except for that flagship. Maybe they have other troops. But I haven't observed them before. Because they are too small. They are automatically ignored. However, these seemingly small things can give themselves a fatal blow when necessary. How to deal with them is also an important thing. Chapter 780 Formulating a Combat Plan. At this time, on Jiang Yao's side, except for the players, basically all the cases he has in hand are gathered here. This time, they are going to make detailed arrangements for this civilized war. Although according to normal logic, players should participate, it is definitely impossible for players to participate in this matter. After all, they do not know the real situation here. And for a war of this level, you must formulate a detailed combat plan on your own side. Because this is completely different from previous wars. In the past, various experiments might have been carried out to allow players to try some operations. But not now. This war will be directly related to the life and death of their own civilization. Therefore, they must try their best to win. So this time not only him, but also other civilizations under his command must participate. These civilizations do not want to hide many things from him like the players. These civilizations know the current situation. So at this time, they are sending the top people in civilization to participate in this big meeting. This big meeting will ultimately determine the direction of the entire war situation and the future route of civilization. After all, this time is not only preparation for war, but also preparation for one's own development in this area. What is certain at present is that our enemies should be taking the route of micro-civilization. This route basically confirms that they only have one warship in their fleet. As for some small ships, they are probably dispatched from that ship, with that warship as the mother ship. There are various small warships. All in all, these tiny creatures are very difficult to deal with, especially when this kind of creature actually masters this kind of technology. It is undoubtedly a very big challenge for us. At this time, after understanding the general situation, everyone is looking forward to this civilization. First of all, the technological level of this civilization itself is very high. Under such circumstances, you will have no advantage if you fight them. On the outside, their characteristics are somewhat uncomfortable, although it is basically impossible for these things to invade the insect nest without being discovered. In the vast universe on the battlefield, people can fight reasonably with quarks as units, and even smaller units. If you fight with him under such circumstances, you will suffer a lot. His bugs do not have the ability to target warships at this level, especially since the warship itself has a stealth effect. They can easily invade the bugs and then fight. In particular, their weapons must be stronger on their side, and they can easily disintegrate bugs from the inside. It is also for this reason that many players are afraid of this. So everyone is also thinking about how to deal with it. The way they can think of now is to create some bugs of similar level on their own side to be able to compete with it. Of course, it is not difficult to reduce the size of bugs. This is how to ensure the fighting ability of the bugs after shrinking. Regarding this point, they can't help but feel that things are a bit troublesome. But in the end, they came up with a compromise, which was to let infected individuals evolve this type of bug specifically to target this civilization. The bugs evolved from infected people have very strong fighting power. It should be much easier to use this bug to target them. After some discussion, the general targeted military units came out. And then came the matter of the mothership. The mothership was currently the most troublesome thing for them. If this thing is not solved, everything will be in vain. So they began to think seriously again. Based on some information about the mothership that they currently have, they are very clear about the many characteristics of the mothership. At the same time, they also know the strength of a mothership with so many characteristics. Now they don't have a complete plan. If they don't solve this battleship, everything will be in vain. And the most critical thing is that apart from this point, there is another point about the subsequent handling of these fleeing fleets. It is necessary to ensure that nothing in this civilization can be left behind. This matter itself is very difficult. So what they need to do now is to try every means to solve these problems. There are currently very few plans that can be thought of. First of all, if there is a war, this civilization will definitely send the main force on the main battlefield. But after leaving the main battlefield, they still have troops at other places. And it is very easy to hide these things. Once part of it is let go, it will be very complicated to deal with it later. First of all, these units will definitely attack the players secretly, which is something that everyone does not want to see. In addition to this, there are also some small things to deal with in the later stage. All in all, everything is very troublesome. And everyone has been thinking about this matter. The corresponding plan is that there is no particularly useful plan so far. After some discussion, everyone finally decided on a plan, which was for them to take the initiative. Because if the initiative is in the opponent's hands, then the opponent can still hide part of their troops or fire as a precaution. After all, they are not stupid. No matter how strong they are, they will still consider the possibility of overturning. What to do? Therefore, they are bound to arrange some precautionary measures. And these measures may be a fatal blow to players in the future. Because even if they win, it is absolutely impossible for them to leave this universe right away. Because of the characteristics of this universe, it is not easy to leave. Therefore, they will live in this universe for a long time to develop and find ways to leave. Here, if the other party is not completely eliminated, they are secretly accumulating strength. And finally they can trick themselves, which is a bit more gain than loss. It is also because of this consideration that everyone is very cautious about this matter. They are so cautious that no one is willing to let them escape. If this is the case, it will definitely not work for the enemy to attack. What they can do is to find the enemy's hiding place in advance. After finding it, launch a surprise attack and completely seal that space. Because only after sealing that side, they can then go to Jianghu and catch all the people here. No one has any so-called sympathy for this civilization. Their thoughts are simple. That is, how to ensure 100% that this civilization will completely disappear from the universe. This is what they want to do. Everyone has the same attitude towards this. I have to say that this is sometimes the case. When everyone starts working hard, some detailed plans will soon be sorted out one by one. This time, the plan is divided into several steps. The first step is to determine the area where the opponent is located. And the second step is to block the entire area. The two steps require a lot of technology or preparation. First, you need to create a special space that can block them in advance. And at the moment the war is launched, expand the entire space and start catching turtles in the urn. This has very high requirements for the entire blockade area. If your blockade is not tight enough or the blockade is not strong enough, people can break the blockade and escape. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, the requirements for such blockade facilities must be much higher. And this is also the first difficulty they are facing now. After all, the other party has also blocked that universe. And the other party's understanding of this technology will definitely not be worse than theirs. So after thinking about how to create relevant things under such circumstances, they thought of the special film on the Blackworm planet. For them, they love and hate this thing. They love it because it is really powerful. But they hate it because it is a trap arranged by others. But now they can only use these things. They have already conducted research on this kind of thing to a very advanced level. They have studied and understood many things inside. But as technology advances and their research on this thing becomes more and more thorough, they find that there are more things inside that they do not understand. And this is also the reason why they admire this civilization. These are the things contained in some shields. There are too many. Although the current utilization rate of this thing cannot reach 100%. With their current utilization rate, it is still possible to come up with something that can prevent the opponent from escaping. When the time comes, they will open this thing. Rely on this thing to deal with the enemy. For them, this was enough. So now that the matter of preventing the enemy from escaping was solved, everyone began to think about how to fight the enemy. As for the situation of that mothership, if we don't figure it out, the players basically have no chance of winning. So this is the real priority. If you don't figure it out, it might be embarrassing if your side overturns. Therefore, many civilizations present are very careful about this matter. In this way, in the discussion of everyone, time passed day by day. During this period of time, all intelligent creatures in the entire civilization were trying their best to solve this matter. This matter finally turned around. And this turning point was also what was shown when watching the battleship launch an attack before the battle. At that time, they discovered some special threads that appeared when the warship attacked. After many comparisons, they speculated that they could basically determine that these were densely packed warships. And they also came to a very scary thing. That is, that huge battleship that looks like a mothership is actually made up of such small battleships. This also means that this warship has no so-called weaknesses. Even if it is penetrated, they can still operate normally. Or they can be repaired instantly in a short period of time. Everyone felt a little incredible about this discovery. At the same time, they also deeply understood how strange the evolutionary root of micro-civilization is. Most of the materials are composed of molecules and atoms. But when their battleship length or entire volume reaches this level, then they can completely replace these things to form a battleship. And when necessary, they can be dispersed to form densely packed small battleships. All in all, after reaching this level, the way of fighting seems to have changed a lot. But what they didn't expect was that such a small thing could have such a powerful killing capability. However, the players soon discovered a feature. That is, when these warships launched an attack, except for some attacks using law and technology, There seems to be no remote damage in other technologies. This also made everyone couldn't help but focus on how a warship could not have long-range attacks. And even if it did, it would not be as weak as any other warship showed. The attack released by that warship felt more like a temporary piece of equipment. Although it was powerful, according to their technological level, it was absolutely impossible to have only this little power. So this means that their guesses are almost accurate. Because compared to the battleships built completely systematically, this kind of piece together must have certain problems. But these problems are not for them. Nothing will affect the battle with him. In this way, as time went by, almost everything about this battleship was taken away by Jiang Yao. And these things make Jiang Yao feel more and more that there is indeed no simple civilization at this level. Whether it is their battleship form or other things they have never dared to imagine before. But he also knew that a civilization like this would be very difficult. When these battleships turn into silk threads, they should release a high-frequency weapon. The range of this kind of weapon should not be too wide. Otherwise it would not have the same effect as before. But the strength of this kind of weapon is not necessary. Penetrating a battleship or an insect is like chopping melons and vegetables. And it doesn't matter what dimension you are in. So no one knows how to deal with this battleship. All you can do now is to use everything you can think of. And then see the effect. In this way, as time went by, the entire combat plan was gradually improved. And the research on the rules was also improving at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Jiang Yao had a vague feeling that he seemed to be noticed by something. Of course, this was just a feeling. But he was very sure that this feeling was not wrong. Most likely, it is because you have reached a certain place and entered the field of vision of those powerful consciousnesses. That's right. This kind of consciousness is the consciousness of the universe. Of course, he had already expected this. After all, when he was preparing to embark on this path, he had thought that one day he would be noticed like other civilizations. Chapter 781 Ready to take action. Of course, this was thanks to the fact that he paid more attention to this aspect at the time and learned some general information through various channels. First of all, he is very clear about the situation on the civilization side. He knows what he will encounter when he reaches a certain point. He has learned it through the information obtained from the ruins before. So it is not surprising to face the changes here now. And he also knows that as time goes by, this feeling will become stronger and stronger until he is completely locked. In fact, the whole process is a process from the other party paying attention to you, and then locking you. He doesn't care much about this. After all, it doesn't mean much to him now what kind of situation the other party is in. After all, as long as you get to that point, you will definitely be noticed. This is inevitable. So just accept it calmly. What worries him most now is about the remaining laws. He has 3 laws in his hand that he must not tell anyone. However, the mysterious civilization has been monitoring him. Although he has been deliberately using some special means to make the mysterious civilization think that he has only one law here. But he knew very well that as long as the mysterious civilization was not stupid, he would definitely find the clues. Now he wants to know how long this matter can be hidden. Because the later it is discovered, the better. If it is discovered early, then he is thinking that the mysterious civilization will definitely destroy it at any cost. In the past, he thought that although laws are rare, most civilizations must have a few. However, through that piece of information, he understood that many civilizations only have one law. This is a particularity of the law. How to describe this particularity? The most intuitive feeling for him is a feeling of rejection. Once you understand a certain law, you will not be able to understand other laws. And this is also a particularity of the power of this law. So when you understand the law, what you can understand really depends on luck. Because this law will become something that will follow you forever. Maybe he didn't care much about this in the past. After all, things like laws are just that. If I have already understood 3 things, then I have an absolute advantage. But now he understands that these laws are very strange, which further supports his previous conjecture. In fact, he is now very curious about what the effect will be if these 3 laws are really integrated. Of course, he knew very well that if this matter was exposed, it would be really dangerous. At present, the mysterious civilization knows that it has only one path. And the civilization that has been secretly paving the way for itself also knows this. It is also for this reason that he is temporarily safe now. If the secrets he has mastered of many laws are known by other civilizations, then he will no longer be safe. And this is what he is paying more attention to now. This is why he has been thinking about merging the 3 laws into one more powerful law. However, judging from the current situation, this is basically unrealistic. Now we can only see what kind of situation will occur after these three laws have developed to a certain extent. And while he was still thinking about these issues, the mysterious civilization's surveillance on him became more and more strict. Especially now, he can already observe that there are many miniature battleships wandering around his insect nest. Although he has discovered this a long time ago, he did not make it public. The purpose is to let the mysterious civilization know that it has not discovered him yet, so as to confuse the other party. Of course, what the mysterious civilization can see at present is naturally that the law they gave themselves is also deliberately allowed to be seen by them. Use this law to attract the attention of the mysterious civilization, and you can study the other two laws with peace of mind. At this time, inside the insect nest, some scholars studying the three laws in the research room are conducting intensive experiments, because now they know very well how heavy their burden is. So now they must try their best. The 17th, 324th experiment. The goal of this experiment is to fuse the brain worm with the three laws. As one of the researchers finished speaking, the next moment the huge instrument began to operate. Immediately afterwards, this triangular-like instrument emitted a strange power from three different places. This power cannot be described in words. At the same time, if you observe carefully, you will find that these three forces are repellent to a certain extent. No matter which force enters the range of other forces, it will be bounced away by the stronger force. All in all, these are three masses of energy that are incompatible with water and fire. Then under the gaze of everyone, they saw that these three energies were approaching the brain worm. At the same time, the brain worm was also constantly transmitting some current situation data and also trying to fuse these three energies. It was obvious that the effect in front of him was not very satisfactory. As time passed, the observing scholar's expression suddenly changed. The energy detection exceeded the standard, and the brainworm's consciousness began to become confused. Start the protection program and activate the special stance to protect the bugs. Special position is starting. Starting and completing. As the words fell, a special energy shield opened and tightly wrapped the brainworm inside. If you look carefully, you will find that this special power is obviously the power that originally wrapped the blackworm planet. However, there is still a certain gap between the two. Of course, this is normal. After all, the research on this power is not very deep. Although they think they have studied it very clearly, this thing will always give them new information. Surprise. And when this energy appeared, everyone's eyes were on this energy. And these three special energies obviously stopped for a moment when they touched this energy. But this time was not long, and then drilled into the energy at a faster speed. Then these three energies began to continue to invade the brain worms, and various information anomalies began to appear on the brain worms. As time went by, under the gaze of everyone, the brain worms slowly dissipated between the earth and the ground. All the researchers who saw the scene couldn't help but look at each other. It was obvious that what was happening now was a bit beyond their expectations. In fact, at this point in the experiment, they are already doing very well. If it were not for the Zerg, it is estimated that this experiment would not be possible at all, because no individual unit of other races would directly sacrifice themselves to obtain more like the cerebrate data. At this time, everyone in the laboratory couldn't help but look serious. For them, the brain worms have a close relationship with them. After all, they have had various cooperations. But now they see the brain worms. After disappearing like this, they felt uncomfortable. They all know what the sacrifice of the brain worm is for the data and research and for the advancement of civilization. Although these bugs look very different from them. After getting along with these bugs, these scholars or researchers are very concerned about these bugs, because what they have shown is something they will never possess. They can give up everything for the sake of civilization, without any selfishness. Everything they do is for the continuation of civilization. Even they respect this very much. And at the same time, they question themselves that they were completely unable to do this. Therefore, they are also very concerned about the sacrifice of these insects. When they found out that another brain worm had been sacrificed, they felt very unhappy. However, despite the discomfort in their hearts, they still had the patience to start obtaining the data just now through another brain worm. Then, they went over and over again to prove the problems that appeared in the data and make modifications. In short, they are now trying their best to obtain enough data to achieve their goals while reducing casualties. However, countless civilizations have failed in experiments of this level, and it is not easy for them to succeed. As time went by, batch after batch of researchers were sent away, and new researchers entered. The main reason is because the researchers really can't bear the depressing atmosphere inside. Because everything from the beginning of this experimental project to the present is based on life. It's true that all experimental data were obtained by sacrificing the lives of bugs. These bugs entered the laboratory one after another without hesitation, and then were wiped out under the influence of the special power of the law. If you stay here for a long time, you will be easily affected. Although these experimenters are the elite among the elite, it stands to reason that such a situation would not happen under normal circumstances. But in fact, they have been greatly affected. And the reason is naturally very simple. You must know that in a sense, Brainworm is the same researcher as them, but they are willing to sacrifice for their own beliefs. As researchers, they feel the same way about this. So this is the reason why they are depressed. Because the brainworms can do these things that they cannot. When you see someone who is similar to you do something that you cannot do, you are bound to feel some sense of loss. And the most important thing is that this happens every day. This kind of thing once or twice does not have much impact. But it has been like this for a long time. No one can stand it. And this is why researchers are replaced batch after batch. After all, in order to ensure that nothing happens to this group of people, they must be constantly replaced. And with the sacrifice of one old insect after another, everything here has begun to change. From the beginning, it could not last for a second. But now it can last for 3 to 5 minutes. This is already some data obtained at the expense of countless brainworms. Of course, this is a huge progress for the entire civilization, because this indicates that the situation here should be able to be solved. If the laws cannot be fused, then no matter how many times they conduct experiments, there will always be only one result. And now there are multiple results, which means that it can be fused. But it is not clear how to operate it. However, they believe that as experiments are carried out one day, the results will come to light one day. And the sacrifices of the old insects who have been sacrificed will naturally not be in vain. They are very sure about this. In this way, time began to pass day by day in their various arrangements. And now the self-evolution of the law is getting deeper and deeper. At this time, the mysterious civilization is ready to attack. At the same time, Jiang Yao is naturally aware of this. Now he feels that he has been completely locked by that mysterious force, which means that he has reached the edge of the critical point. Based on the current research progress, it won't be long before we can fully master the law. If we study this in secret, the progress we have made is still very small. The idea of using the fusion of France and Germany as a basis to fight against the opponent has basically failed. At present, we can only rely on the strength in our hands. Thinking of this, the brain worm in charge of the war he called wanted to use this old worm to understand the general situation. The leader said that everything is almost ready. First of all, it is about the situation with the United Civilization. Currently, this civilization is completely under our control, and we can destroy them at any time. The situation with the plants is also similar, because when we attacked those two civilizations a few years ago, the mysterious civilization had ignored them. It was obvious that they had already begun to prepare for war with us at that time. At that stage, these two civilizations will be dispensable to them, and their plans to harass us over the years have not achieved any substantial results. So these two cannon fodders were basically given up by them. While talking, Brainworm continued to add, now these two civilizations have been compressed by us to a small area and have been controlled to death. Their life and death now depend on our thoughts. In addition to these two civilizations, we have also been tracking the mysterious civilization over the years. Relying on our technology, we have achieved a rough result so far, and we can basically lock them into a small range. Their hometown is also a universe that they have created. However, this universe is not particularly large, but there are a lot of resources in it. It should be the resources they have obtained from plundering this universe. At present, we only need to wait for the order from you, the leader. Then we can completely block the entrance to that space. At the same time, after we enter that space, we can directly block the entrance to that space. All enemies are trapped. After understanding the general situation, Jiang Yao also nodded. Now that everything is ready, let's do it. That's right. He is ready to attack the mysterious civilization. At this stage, his understanding of the law has reached a very high level. Under such circumstances, it is possible to enter the next stage at any time. Chapter 782 Battleship Infiltration. In other words, their situation is very stuck now. If they delay for one more second, something might happen. All in all, this time can be regarded as a big gamble. What they bet on is that after they start the war, their side can resist the opponent's attack. At the same time, they do not enter that stage before defeating the opponent. Because if that space is completely blocked, the mysterious civilization will be restrained. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the mysterious civilization at this stage cannot attack the players with all its strength. It is even said that they need to be careful every time they take action. Otherwise, they are very likely to be suppressed by the cosmic consciousness and their own side. It is very normal for them to overturn. If players want to defeat them, the only way at present is to start from this point and bet that this mysterious civilization has no way to attack with all its strength. Because what is the situation and intensity of the suppression of cosmic consciousness? No matter whether it is a player or a player, other civilizations don't know it either. The things obtained by the mysterious civilization, including the things obtained from the previous ruins, describe the result of this matter in a very general way. There is no definite answer to what the suppression will look like. The players are also very surprised about this, although they don't know why this is the case. The players know very well how to operate on their side. According to the guesses of the players, the higher the level of civilization at that stage, the greater the impact on you if you take action. All in all, there is currently no accurate answer to this point. And of course, whether there is an accurate answer does not seem to be that important to current players. After all, now is the stage where the arrow has to be fired. If they don't take action now, they will really lose the last chance to take action. With this mentality, the preparations for the players have begun. A large number of special detectors set off towards the target area. To put it bluntly, these so-called special detectors are a type of detectors developed by players for the mysterious civilization to specifically sneak into their universe. One characteristic of this kind of detector is that it is extremely concealable and cannot be discovered even by mysterious civilizations, because players have already made many attempts. And the purpose of these attempts is naturally to ensure that the mysterious civilization cannot discover these things. The way they tried was naturally very simple. They continuously went to the mysterious civilization to launch detectors to see the reaction of the mysterious civilization. If the mysterious civilization discovered it and made relevant reactions, it would prove that this detector seems to be of little use. But if the mysterious civilization found no abnormalities from beginning to end, it means that their detector is completely usable. It took countless attempts in this way for the players to get this detector out. The emergence of the same detector also indicates that players can still escape the control of mysterious civilization in some fields. Of course, although this detector can escape the control of the mysterious civilization, it is not as powerful as imagined, because this detector has only two functions in total. The first function is to escape from the surveillance of the mysterious civilization, and the players have achieved this. Of course, in addition to this, there is a second option, which is to directly set up a special protective cover. This detector only has these two functions. In order to serve these two functions, all functions have been sacrificed. And it is also because of the sacrifice of so many functions that the current effect is achieved. Of course, this is enough for players. After all, it is very good to be able to do this with their current technological level. In this way, after everything was ready, these special detectors set off towards the target area. They lurk in deep space without making the slightest movement. And it takes a total of 5 years to get from the area where the players are to the special cosmic area opened up by the mysterious civilization. According to the current flying speed of players, it may not even take a day to actually go from one end of the universe to the other. But this detector needs to consume so much time. Of course, the reason is very simple. Naturally, it is to avoid being discovered by the mysterious civilization. In short, all the functions of this detector are for the purpose of concealment. The players have also begun to make arrangements for the departure of this detector, because the cycle from the start to the follow-up of this battle is quite long, and they must prepare everything that should be prepared within this time. When the detector arrives, they can immediately send troops to ensure that they achieve what they want in a very short time. After all, as the saying goes, soldiers are valuable and speed is very important in any battle. In their battle plan, they only gave themselves 1 day from the time the detector arrived in that area and was deployed, to the time the mysterious civilization noticed and prepared to carry out some actions, to the end of the entire incident. That is to say, once that area is blocked, players must arrange various very complex arrangements within 1 day. Of course, this is inevitable, because judging from the current situation, once the mysterious civilization reacts, they will basically not have much time to prepare. Once the mysterious civilization reacts and takes action to destroy the shield, it won't take long. Therefore, players must ensure that they use battleships to fill this vacancy in a timely manner to ensure that the mysterious civilization does not destroy the shield. Although the shield is very hard, It cannot withstand the full attack of the mysterious civilization. So everything is being prepared secretly. During the entire preparation process, the players were also very cautious. After all, if anything unexpected happens, the players will know exactly what it means. Therefore, they are very careful every step they take now. A big move like sending troops is bound to attract the attention of the mysterious civilization. So players have been proceeding very slowly. After all, there are still a few years left. If you do a little bit every day, you can finish this matter in a few years. And if you operate in this way, it will not be easy for the mysterious civilization to discover the clues. Now what the players have to do is to hide all this as much as possible. When the mysterious civilization is discovered, it will be the time when they come to the city. For a time, all civilizations were very cautious. Whether it is the players or the civilization under them, they are extremely careful about everything during this period, and they will pay great attention to any disturbance. All in all, we have now entered a critical stage. Whether we succeed or fail depends on what happens next. In this way, as time goes by day passes, the players have almost deployed their troops. They arrange their troops in batches and regions, with different troops arranged in different regions. At the same time, their various detectors were also in operation, finding all the eyes of the mysterious civilization, and avoiding these eyes, stationing troops in some areas. Of course, this stationing of troops was not simple. The detectors of the mysterious civilization cannot stay still, so players can carefully station their troops in one place. Their detection opportunities are wandering around in the universe, so the players' troop garrison locations are always moving. And the most important thing is that once a certain link of this movement is accidentally discovered, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the mysterious civilization. So the whole process is very difficult, at least for the players during this period. They are in a state of high tension. After all, the current situation is very clear. If they are not discovered, their raid plan this time will be successful. But once discovered, all their efforts will be in vain. But fortunately, everything is going relatively smoothly. At least so far, there have been no problems on the player side. The mysterious civilization is still conducting regular surveillance on the players as usual. But what they don't know at this time is that the players have already completed several troop deployments. At present, what players let the mysterious civilization see is only what they want the mysterious civilization to see. All the troops have been hidden by the players. Although the number of troops stored in the base is basically the same as before, the external forces have developed several levels beyond the base. Players have also adopted troop garrison plans in the past. So the military forces in all areas known to the mysterious civilization currently held by players remain unchanged. There are just a few more special areas prepared by the players. Of course, these areas that remain unchanged are also ready to go at any time. In short, the players have clearly arranged every detail. In the past few years, Jianyao, the players, and the conquered civilization have all had a very difficult time. There is no way this matter is too big, and they must ensure that no accidents occur. So everyone has been in a tense state all this time. But fortunately, it's all coming to an end, because the detectors arranged so far have arrived at the area where the mysterious civilization is located. After a large number of detectors arrived here, they hid themselves, because entering the area opened up by this mysterious civilization was the most difficult place in this plan. At the same time, this is also the most easily exposed link. Once an accident occurs in this link, they will be directly exposed. So now these detectors are very careful when entering, and the whole process will take a very long time. Of course, this is normal, because if you want to avoid being discovered, there is only one way, which is to enter slowly bit by bit. Even if there is a chance, you cannot enter rashly, and you must push in slowly. In this way, under the gaze of everyone, these detectors move towards that area at an extremely slow speed. From a distance, that area looks similar to the normal universe. There is basically nothing special about it. However, as time goes by, from time to time, players can see some battleships coming from a certain place in this universe. Sudden appearance. In other words, some warships will suddenly disappear after arriving here. Of course, these warships are small warships that are so small that they cannot be observed with the naked eye. These battleships are naturally the eyes of the mysterious civilization. Players often observe these battleships. After all, they will mainly fight against this type of battleships in the future. At this time, as time goes by, these detectors have also approached the most critical area. According to the current posture, it will take at most 1 month for these warships to enter the entrance. After entering the entrance, What they have to do is very simple. They only need to wait until a certain warship of the mysterious civilization opens the special passage again. And then, they can follow directly. Only a few detectors can enter each time. And the thousands of detectors sent out now must be divided into hundreds of entries. Because only in this way can everything be foolproof. And even if there is only one accident during the entry, all their efforts over the years will be in vain. Because once they are discovered, any efforts or processes will have little effect. This is the first time in so many years that players have been so careful. They have been working on one thing for several years, fearing that if something goes wrong in one link, all their previous efforts will be wasted. This feeling makes players feel like dancing on the tip of a knife. But for them now, there is not much they can do, because what should be done has been done. Now we can only do our best and let fate dictate. As time goes by, the first batch of detectors soon entered. As these detectors get closer and closer to the target area, both the players and other civilizations are extremely nervous, because everyone knows what this means. Once discovered, it will prove that their previously arranged entry method will end in failure. At the same time, so many years of preparation will come to nothing. So this batch of battleships entering for the first time is of great significance. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted by these battleships. And these same battleships were getting closer and closer to the entrance. At this time, neither the players nor the people of other civilizations dared to breathe. Everyone nervously watched the battleship getting closer and closer to the entrance. It was getting closer, less than 50 meters away from the entrance, and only 20 meters away from the nearest warship. In this way, as time passed, everyone became extremely nervous, because everyone knew that the next moment was the moment to witness whether their efforts were in vain. At this time, everyone was praying silently when they saw that their own battleship was so close to the opponent's battleship. Fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. When the players saw that these detectors successfully entered the area without causing anything, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, they knew that they had succeeded. Success here means that subsequent plans can proceed. Chapter 783 The situation inside the mysterious civilization. As soon as they entered here, the players couldn't wait to check out the situation inside. The area here is very special, and it is the first time for players to encounter this special area. The entire space does not feel like the so-called independent universe space to the players. After wandering in the universe for so many years, players naturally have some understanding of the independent space opened up in this universe. It is even said that they have mastered similar technologies. It is not a problem for them to open up an independent space in the universe. A difficult thing. It was also because of this that they became interested in this space. After understanding it, they were basically sure that this was definitely not an opened-up space, because the situation in the opened-up space was almost the same as that in the normal space. It can be understood as a small universe cut off from the big universe. Everything is similar to the big universe, except that the cut-off small universe is folded up by special means. This kind of small universe still belongs to the macrocosm in its essence and is connected to the macrocosm. At the same time, it will also enjoy the various specialties given to it by the macrocosm. The small universe possesses all the laws of the big universe, so there will be no problems in the operation of the small universe. However, the situation here is obviously not what the players thought. This universe is more like it was created. There is nothing wrong with a brand new universe created artificially. Although basically many places are still similar to the situation in the big universe, players can still understand the differences when they reach this level. First of all, the various laws in the universe, or other things, are completely two different concepts. These things appear very rough compared to those of the big universe. To put it simply, it is very imperfect. The first impression is that it is riddled with holes. But even so, this place is enough to attract the player's attention. You must know that this place is artificially created and not the universe itself. This has extraordinary significance. At the same time, the players have also discovered some characteristics of this place. Everything here seems to be repelling or resisting something, and the players naturally know what they are resisting, which makes the players even more surprised. It is obvious that this is resisting some consciousness of the universe. At this time, the players can finally understand why the mysterious civilization has not been greatly affected by its repeated attacks. At least in the players' subconscious minds. This impact shouldn't be huge. The main reason may be related to this universe. Once locked into this cosmic consciousness, it will be very difficult to survive in this universe. However, hiding in this can avoid these problems. Because if the players of this universe are right, the original intention of its creation may be just for this matter. Of course, for players, this is naturally a good thing, because through this they also roughly know something about the situation. After knowing these situations, players will have an idea of how they should operate when they enter this level in the future. If that civilization can be captured, then this area will belong to them, and they will be able to live in it. At the same time, players are also very interested in this kind of universe-making technology. After all, this is a special universe that is independent of the big universe. Something that is truly disconnected from the big universe makes players very excited. Of course, although they were excited, they also knew very well what they were here for this time. So after being curious about this place, they immediately turned their attention to the layout of the universe. This universe is actually not as big as players imagine. The entire universe is estimated to be only about the size of a solar system. To be honest, this size is very small for players. Of course, players as small as the universe society can naturally guess the reason. After all, this civilization follows the route of microcosmic civilization. For them, this kind of the area is already very large. It was big enough for them to survive safely in it. And at the same time, the players also noticed that the situation in this universe was indeed similar to what they thought. Although there seems to be nothing in the universe, various defense facilities are actually deployed. Players can't help but secretly be stunned by these facilities. First of all, players only know some of these weapons. This part was used by the mysterious civilization in previous wars, so players have noticed. But apart from these weapons, there are other things that players have never seen before. As for the entire universe, its appearance is similar to that of other galaxies in the large universe. There is a huge star in the middle, and there are various planets surrounding it. But the players also found that these planets are very different from the planets they have seen. The players guessed that these planets must be it's not just the planets that have their own effects. The situation on the stars may be similar as well. After the detector enters this area, the first thing it does is naturally to find out everything that needs to be touched here. After all, the players understand the situation here very well. If they don't find out everything here, when something goes wrong, things will get serious on their side. What do planets do? What do stars do? How to counterattack? Etc. All this is what players need to know. So after the detector entered here, the intense work began. Of course, players don't know how the work is done, because these professional things here naturally have to be left to professionals. At this time, somewhere in the swarm, researchers from almost all civilizations gathered here, and they were busy nervously analyzing the data sent back by the detector one after another. Some of these data have been studied before, and some are unheard of and unseen. Naturally, they attach great importance to these data. You must know that the unknown is the scariest thing. Everyone, from the data we currently have, it is basically certain that one of the galaxies should be similar to a special weapon. The properties of the weapons should be similar to those of law weapons. Needless to say, this should be one of their defense facilities. Apart from this planet, there is another planet. As he spoke, the scholar pointed at a blue planet. The energy hormones contained in this planet are very exaggerated. So exaggerated that even after we have experienced so much, this is the first time we have seen such powerful energy. At this time, listening to what the scholar said, everyone also focused on this set of data. And when they saw the data, they couldn't help but exclaimed, because this set of data is indeed as exaggerated as he said. And the energy contained directly exceeds the total energy of nearly half of the ordinary universe. How is this possible? How can this planet store so much energy? Such a huge amount of energy is compressed into a planet. And this planet has not collapsed yet. This is a big problem. What kind of technology can do this? Compared with what kind of technology can do this? What I am more concerned about is why the other party has such a large energy reserve here. We have to figure this out. At the same time, this wave of operations by the other party also makes us think about a question. That is, after reaching their level, can the ore really still be used as our energy source? At this time, everyone who heard what this scholar said could not help but fall into deep thought. Yes, this kind of energy reserve cannot be achieved even with ore. They have been studying other aspects of technology, and have not paid much attention to the research of energy technology. After all, everything has a base of ore. As long as this thing is there, all problems can be solved. But now when they see this planet, they know that some of the energy technologies they relied on before may have to be completely overturned. Because new energy technologies have appeared in front of them. Naturally, this will become a top priority for them in the future. This technology is very important because they know very well what this huge amount of energy represents. This means that their battleships can be designed to be smaller, or they can be designed with more functions. Because as long as the biggest problem of energy is solved, they won't need to worry about many things in the future. There were too many things to consider before. Energy utilization, how to maximize the use of energy, etc., etc. But now with the addition of this thing, they will not need to consider so much in the future. Of course, everyone present also knew very well that it is not easy to master this technology. But now that the ready-made research object is right in front of them, how can they not be excited? Although it is very difficult to study this thing thoroughly. Don't forget that if they really defeat the enemy here, then they can continue to study this thing here. Then it's okay to figure out even the most difficult things. The worst case scenario would be to use time to pile it up. Just like that black worm planet has been piled up for hundreds of millions of years. But they still haven't figured it out. So they are not in a hurry about this matter. This can completely replace and become a new energy source for us in the future. If this energy can be harnessed, we will be able to make great progress in the design of weapons or other things in the future. As long as the energy problem is solved, our subsequent research on weapons can be more bold. At this time, everyone was discussing with each other. And now they finally saw clearly the gap between themselves and this civilization. The gap here is too huge. In the past, their ideas were limited by their own civilization and technology. Those who had not seen higher nature naturally could not imagine what a higher level would be like. But now that they have seen it, they also understand how big the gap between the two is. So big that they can't help but feel a little ashamed. Even if there is such a huge gap in the most basic energy aspects, it is self-evident what the situation is in other aspects. Many things that have been studied in their subconscious or have reached the upper limit. They only realize at this time that this is not the upper limit at all, or even just the lower limit. In this way, they continue to learn about the various novel gadgets in front of them, which were too tempting for them now. There are a total of 13 planets orbiting that star. And after their understanding, they found that these planets have their own uses. Producing troops, or for living, or for energy storage, etc. The entire universe consumes a large amount of energy every day, and anyone would find this energy consumption ratio to be extremely exaggerated, and that one planet can provide enough energy consumption. But what surprised them was not that a planet could store so much energy and provide so much energy at the same time. What surprised them even more was that there was no other way to generate energy from this planet. Supplement. But even so, this planet can still provide such a massive amount of energy. What technology is this? This made them feel a little numb. You must know that the energy usage rate of a civilization that has reached this level is very exaggerated. Just like some low-level civilizations, their energy usage rate may be only a few tenths of a percent. Under such circumstances, some things with low energy conversion rates are very useful to them, and can even be called eternal energy. Civilizations no longer need to worry about energy issues. But now that they are at this point, their energy usage rate has exceeded dozens, or even hundreds. Under such circumstances, those so-called eternal energy sources are simply a drop in the bucket. And it is even said that the entire planet is used to build that kind of energy. Even the energy factory is not enough to support the energy consumption of a battleship. Therefore, or has always been the energy source that all civilizations rely on. However, the new energy sources now allow them to understand that there are other energy sources in the universe. And the most important thing is that if the energy amount of ore is 10, then the energy amount of this new thing may have exceeded 10,000. Or even hundreds of thousands. There is such a huge gap. I never thought we would find something like this in our lifetime. If this thing can be used, then I think from now on we can be said to no longer worry about energy in the true sense. And those ores will no longer be as important to us as before. At this time, everyone was discussing the current situation one by one. At the same time, they also understand one thing. That is, many times what they think is the ultimate is not the ultimate. And what they think has no direction of development does not mean that there is really no direction of development. But when they reach this stage, the gap is too big if they want to enter the next stage. If they cannot cross this gap, then they will only be limited to the current stage forever. But for them now, the current discovery is also a good thing. Chapter 784 attacked the mysterious civilization. Because this discovery let them know about new energy, and how they should plan and arrange next. At the same time, they also understood some so-called basic technologies. In fact, their research was not thorough. If they really researched basic technologies to a very advanced level, there would definitely be more new discoveries in the future. Seeing mountains as mountains and water as water is the first stage. And seeing mountains as not mountains and water as not water is the second stage. The current players have entered the third stage, looking at mountains or mountains, water or water. Each level requires a lot of insights to enter the next stage, which is quite a return to nature. But both players and researchers know that they have now entered a brand new stage. This stage allowed them to understand how to take the next road. This time, the inside of the mysterious civilization gave them a huge shock. Even what they have learned so far is just a drop in the bucket. Apart from these huge stars, which are very obvious coordinate points, there are more things that players don't understand. It includes a variety of small devices, which are all very small. But the most important thing is that the shock these devices bring to players is no less than those of these planets. Because players don't know exactly what these devices are. And even through detector scanning, they don't know the meaning of their composition, or what exactly they do. These things must be of great use. Players are convinced of this. With various mentality, players continue to wander here. They want to know more things. In this way, during this period of time, besides carefully sending in more detectors, the players were also doing another thing. And this matter is naturally to find out some of the technologies inside. Even if these things are placed in front of them, it is not easy to analyze the functions of these things. At least so far, players have no clue. As time goes by, the research here is still only in its infancy. Of course, they knew very well that thoroughly studying this place would be tantamount to wishful thinking. What they can do now is very simple. That is, first understand the specific functions of these things, because only after they understand the functions of the things here can they formulate targeted combat plans. Otherwise, they are just acting recklessly now. With this kind of combat method, when one's own side is still at a disadvantage, overturning is inevitable. So it is definitely impossible for them to operate like this now. Just like this, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Because for current players, this time span is not that long. After all, they have something to do all the time. And the time in the two areas is not equal. So the players feel that not much time has passed. During this period of time, the main consumption of energy is by numerous civilizations. These civilizations summarize these data day and night, and then organize these things. It is too important for them, which will directly determine the life or death of the civilization. However, it is not easy to summarize these things. The technological level gap between the two sides is really too big. There are too many things in their levels that I cannot understand. Fortunately, there is one thing that is worth celebrating. Although they have not studied the specific principles clearly, after this period of observation, they have figured out the general function. Naturally, once they understand the function, the follow-up operations will be easier. After having relevant data, all the civilizations gathered together and began to discuss follow-up tactics. At present, their side has not been exposed, so the next tactic is naturally a surprise attack. We only have 1 day, and all the troops must be at the gates of the city within 1 day. From now on, all hidden areas start gathering fleets. All civilizations must remember one principle. That is, they must be cautious. In this way, amidst the discussion of everyone, a meeting ended. After the meeting, all civilizations naturally started to act immediately. For a time, the entire universe was undercurrent, and a large number of Zerg troops began to slowly advance towards the target area. The movement trajectories of these bugs seem to have no other purpose. But in fact, they are moving towards the gathering area through various means, overtly and covertly. At this time, the actions of the players naturally attracted the attention of the mysterious civilization, and they naturally sent out detectors to monitor the players. But they did not seem to care much about monitoring the players. Of course, this is understandable. After all, in their subconscious minds, the players have not yet discovered their detectors, so naturally they will not take it too seriously. However, they still paid a little attention to the players. Of course, they didn't know at this time that the players were also keeping a close eye on their every move, because the movements on the players' side had already attracted their attention. Although it was unclear what the players were doing, many detectors were mobilized, and with the appearance of these detectors, this played into the players' hands. Players know very well that if a hidden unit wants to completely avoid the opponent's detection, there is only one way, and that is to use other units to cover it. And these troops that have been discovered and are already under surveillance are naturally the best choice. So the players have formulated a series of plans for this. First, these troops that have attracted attention are here to attack each other, to attract the other person's attention. After all the attention of the mysterious civilization has been attracted by the other party, The subsequent operations will be much simpler. They can carry out a large-scale force pressure on the border. And everything is ready at this time. The next moment, all the warships in the hidden area suddenly started to move. As powerful energy fluctuations appeared, they entered the jumping state at an extremely fast speed. Before the mysterious civilization could react, a detector suddenly appeared at the entrance. Naturally, with the technology of the mysterious civilization, he was already exposed the moment the detector appeared. Regarding the sudden appearance of the detector under their noses, the mysterious civilization couldn't help but change its expression. What's going on? Why did the detector suddenly appear? If I guess correctly, it should be the Zerg. The Zerg have mastered a detector that can evade our detection. And they have also sent the detector to our hometown. You bastards. What do you do for food? You don't know why the Zerg have mastered such technology. Haven't you been monitoring them? So what's going on with this matter? What exactly are you monitoring? At this time, the commander of the mysterious civilization couldn't help but become furious. There is no way. This time the matter is too big. I can actually master such technology under my nose. And I have already arranged this thing to my doorstep. And the most important thing is, since this thing has only begun to appear now. What does it mean? It shows that this thing may have been ambushing here to investigate their situation before. And its appearance now means that it has been investigated clearly, that the other party is ready to take action. Although the commander is also very surprised that the Zerg are ready to take action. The commander knew very well how big the gap between the two sides was. And he also knew the insect swarm very well. Under such circumstances, these insects actually dared to take action. It was self-evident what the problem was. It's obvious that these bugs have mastered certain methods to target themselves. Otherwise, they are simply committing suicide by doing this. Therefore, the mysterious civilization at this time could not help but feel that things might be a little out of control. With this mentality, the mysterious civilization immediately began to make arrangements. And while they were still preparing, a powerful energy wave appeared, directly covering the entire small universe. When they discovered this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. What this meant was immediately clear to them. It was obvious that this group of self-righteous bugs wanted to trap them to death in this place. They felt all kinds of ridiculous about the behavior of the bugs. But compared to others, the commander couldn't laugh at all at this time. You still have the nerve to smile. Do you really think this matter is easy? How long have the bugs been here? Have you ever thought about it? The detectors have come to our house. And it also completely blocked our universe. What does this mean? What does this mean? Don't you still understand? There is a huge technological gap between them and us. But they dare to attack us. Do you really think they are fools? Will they move if they are not sure or have no chance of winning? It is obvious that they have formulated a complete and feasible plan for us. They chose to take action under such circumstances. I really can't understand that things have developed to this point. And you still have the nerve to laugh here. I don't understand what you are laughing at. Are you laughing that you will be destroyed by the other party soon? For so long, you have forgotten that weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. But arrogance is. Take a look at yourselves now, and see what kind of situation you have reached now. You can still laugh in the face of a civilization that can hide your body and has sneaked into your own home. You don't even know that someone else has entered your home. I really don't understand how you still have the nerve to smile. You really think that someone else has sneaked into your home just to prove that your home is the door unlocked? Do you really think that people's doors and windows have been locked for you just to make fun of you? At this time, as the Commander-in-Chief's deafening voice sounded, everyone present suddenly realized this problem. Yes, the other party has already sneaked into your home, and has already set up traps in your home. Is the other person here to joke with you? It's obvious that the other party is here for your life. At this time, after understanding this, everyone couldn't help but immediately became vigilant. Obviously, they were awake now. They understood. And they knew that they seemed to have gone too far. The change in thinking is indeed a good thing in a sense. At least after the change in thinking, they know what they are going to do next. For a moment, everyone became serious. But the next moment, a monitor suddenly shouted at everyone. Sorry everyone. A large number of Zerg troops suddenly appeared outside us. At this time, as the man's words fell, everyone was stunned. A large number of Zerg troops. What does this mean? Aren't these insect troops always under our surveillance? Because they have always been paying attention to the bugs. They have been monitoring the bugs before when there was a problem. However, someone now told them that a large number of insect troops suddenly appeared here. So the first reaction of these people was naturally to check and monitor the situation there. After seeing what was happening over there, they couldn't help but frown. Because everything was normal there, and the Zerg didn't do anything else. The troops over there were still in a very normal state. And after seeing this, everyone realized a problem. Perhaps with regard to their understanding of the Zerg. They were just deceived by appearances. The other party had been hiding their various methods and whereabouts. But they were fooled into being fooled. They regarded what the bug wanted them to see as what they knew about the bug. And they had never thought about whether the bug might possess some technologies that made them feel troublesome. Their long-standing arrogance has given them absolute confidence in their own technology. They believe that it is absolutely impossible for these bugs to possess such technology. However, it is also because of this that they now suffer the consequences. That is, a large number of insects have poured into the universe. And they were surprised to find that the bugs were completely different from the bugs they had fought before. These were brand new bugs. Of course, this is not the point. What these bugs showed after they appeared surprised them. Because they were basically sure that these bugs had evolved specifically for them. They felt numb all over. They have been monitoring bugs. But they have not received any news about so many things. They only discovered when the opponent came to the city that this was a very serious matter. The bugs had fooled them all with their own seemingly childish and ridiculous skills. Everyone in the United Civilization panicked when they thought this was the case. All worship set off immediately. Since the other party is here, we can't be polite. At this time, everyone took action following the commander's order. Chapter 785 The War with Micro-Civilization begins. At this time in this universe, with the fleets of both sides in position, the war is about to break out. After the area was sealed off, the next large number of bugs appeared at the only exit. These bugs poured into the universe crazily through these exits. And soon the universe was densely packed with bugs. At this time, the overwhelming number of bugs were all of several species. The first one was the Infector, and the second one was the Leviathan. Apart from these two species, other species were basically invisible. These two kinds of bugs are a great gift prepared by players for the mysterious civilization. The first is the Infected. This kind of bug originally served as an auxiliary in the insect swarm. The biggest highlight of this bug is that it can infect some civilizations by spreading viruses to the planet. Some civilizations with lower technological levels can completely rely on this bug to defeat them without a single soldier. This is a very terrifying insect. However, the biggest disadvantage of this bug is that it is less aggressive, and the viruses it releases are easily targeted. As long as the technological level reaches a certain level, it is actually not difficult for them to develop the corresponding antidote. Therefore, the effect of this kind of bug on advanced civilization is very limited. And when the level reaches a certain level, they can detect any disturbance. So this kind of bugs can't even think about sneaking into certain civilizations to release viruses. So in the later stages, these bugs basically won't have much effect. Although as the bugs evolved in the later period, these bugs became more aggressive. And the viruses they hatched also had a certain degree of attack power. And the latent ability is much better than before. But it is obvious that this still does not meet the requirements of the players. Fortunately, Jiang Yao remembered this kind of bug this time for the mysterious civilization. So he began to make arrangements. He completely rectified the evolutionary path of this insect. The first thing is about viruses. In fact, it is often difficult to evaluate viruses too much. First of all, this kind of thing is very powerful and very weak. It's so weak that it can be completely destroyed by some targeted things. It's so powerful that even if it can't be seen or touched, the impact it can have is very terrifying. However, very few of these things are used. Jiang Yao also takes a fancy to this. Every virus is a sophisticated machine. A small virus contains things that even advanced civilizations cannot do in many cases. Something that cannot be seen by the naked eye is like the operation of a precision instrument. Although they are weak, if they are used, they will inevitably cause unimaginable effects. It seems that Jiang Yaobian began to work with the evolution of these viruses. That's right. He began to study how the virus should evolve, how to make the virus more lethal, and how to cultivate his own virus into an existence similar to a battleship to target some targets. Just like the attack method of micro-civilization. With this mentality, he began to study viruses. As time went by, this research soon also produced results. In this way, little by little progress was made. And finally there were now infected people and the parasitic viruses in their bodies. Each of these parasitic viruses in the bodies of infected people can be understood as a biological warship. They have very strong strength. And of course they are not cheap at the same time. The price of one such virus bug is comparable to that of a flying dragon. This kind of price is already very exaggerated. After all, this kind of invisible thing may be worth hundreds of millions if you just grab it. The amount of something like this carried by each infected person is very terrifying. Under such circumstances, one can imagine how much the infected person really costs. In order to cultivate these virus fleets, Jiang Yao even moved more than half of his own small treasury. You must know that his treasury is not what it used to be. In the past, his treasury may only have some resources. But now it has been plundering the universe for so many years, and has seized such a massive amount of resources from the United Civilizations. Under such prerequisites, most of them were moved out. You can imagine how much he consumed in this wave. In addition to their own subsidies, players have also poured their own resources into these insects. It can be said that more than 80% of the resources of the entire civilization have been lost in this group of troops. It can be seen how high the cost of this batch of troops is. But for them, this battle is worth any effort. Because they know this battle very well. If they fail, even if they have the resources, they can only become someone else's wedding dress. The saddest thing about people is that they will still be there without money. And people will use your money to develop themselves. And in your life, all kinds of people on their graves are enjoying the benefits of the resources you left for them, while scolding you. So for the players in Jiangyao, in order to win, it doesn't matter even if all the resources are used up. The main reason why I keep so few resources in my hands is to have the capital to make a comeback if something goes wrong. Even if there is no problem with the takeout. The entire civilization consumes a huge amount of resources every day. It needs some resources as reserves to maintain these consumption. Otherwise, I am afraid that all these resources will be smashed into it. In addition to the fact that the infected have been greatly strengthened, Leviathan has also undergone great changes. Because of Leviathan's characteristics, when targeting this microscopic enemy, Leviathan also began to evolve in this direction. The current length of a Leviathan is only 20 meters. Compared with those giant Leviathans that are easily comparable to 1 or 2 planets. The size of this Leviathan has shrunk too seriously. However, although the size has shrunk, there has been no change in strength, and it may become stronger. All the arms hatched by Leviathan are based on microscopic units. And their purpose is naturally to fight against this civilization. The attack method of Leviathan itself has also changed a lot. The shape has also changed greatly compared to before. But the characteristics of the hatched bugs are still retained. All hatchlings have a one-day lifespan to squeeze out the bug's maximum potential. All in all, everything is preparation for this war. And of course, it is all worthwhile for them. At this time, as the players' army entered, and the fleet of the mysterious civilization was also assembled, the next moment the two sides began a real battle. The battleships of the mysterious civilization are completely different from the fleets that players imagined. The battleships of the mysterious civilization actually only have one mothership, which is what players have often seen before. In fact, players have always been wondering why no other warships were found in this area. However, now they see that even under such circumstances, there is only one mothership and the surrounding area has been completely blocked. If there are other ships on the other side, the mothership must have come in a long time ago. Which means that the other party may really only have such a one. Of course, players are naturally happy to hear about this. Although the enemy only has one battleship, the players do not dare to underestimate this battleship. After all, they were beaten by this kind of battleship in the past. Therefore, players have made various plans to deal with this battleship from the beginning, and have also made various targets and deployment of troops against other battleships of the mysterious civilization. However, now that they saw that the opponent only had one warship, they were also happy. Without thinking too much, they immediately arranged all the deployment of other warships to this one. Although there are many details that deviate from what players had expected, the impact is not significant. And compared to having multiple battleships, and currently only having one, players have a higher chance of winning. As a result, the players who were ready began to attack the mysterious civilization. As the battle between the two sides began, the players soon discovered that the situation was somewhat different from what they expected. First of all, the battleship of the mysterious civilization that they called a nightmare began to turn into threads all over the sky the moment the battle started, trying to sweep the entire place. In the past, players may not have paid much attention to this, and felt that this was the magic of this level of civilization. However, now when players also observed it from a microscopic perspective, they discovered that this battleship is actually a giant battleship assembled from countless small battleships. To put it simply, this battleship is actually the fleet of a mysterious civilization. The players who saw this scene couldn't help but look at each other. It was obvious that they did not expect such a situation. The so-called threads formed by these warships are nothing more than the rearrangement of troops after the warships disintegrated. Of course, these are not what players need to care about now. And what they have to do now is also very simple. That is to try every means to defeat the enemy. And as the battleships of the mysterious civilization began to take action, the players also began to take action the next moment. A large amount of mist appeared around many infected people. And these were not mist, but the biological battleships it released. With the appearance of the biological battleships, the next moment the fog seemed to be hit by something and moved in a certain direction. Speed away. At the same time, Leviathan began to release similar things. But these things were naturally various special units. After these units appeared, they also joined the battlefield. Just after these two insects started to act, a large number of king insects came here carrying ores. This war was far from being as simple as imagined. First of all, the troops released by the two bugs, whether infected or Leviathan, are many times greater than when they are large. And they are all based on biological warships. So the demand for energy is very high. Their own energy cycle cannot support it at all. So Wang Song needs to transport or to supplement it. At this time, when the king insect flew over here, the first fleets were already fighting. From a macro perspective, the previously invincible silk thread suddenly stopped when it came into contact with the mist. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. In the past, these threads might have been able to cut through everything easily. But now, he was blocked. If you look at it from a microscopic level, you can see countless battleships fighting some bugs. These battleships composed of various biological tissues are releasing various attacks. At the same time, the technological battleships on the opposite side are also attacking. Almost, the strength of the two sides can be seen at a glance as soon as they fight. The strength of the battleships on the mysterious civilization side is obviously several levels higher than those of the players. They can easily fight 1 against 5 and 1 against 6. But for players, this has long been expected. What the Zerg are least afraid of is the insect sea tactics. Even if you can challenge 100, we can rely on the huge group to reproduce super fast and surpass you. At this time, after the two sides started fighting, the other players' troops were naturally not idle. Each of these planets had their own uses. And some planets responsible for production and defense naturally became the targets of the players' attacks immediately. For them, if these things exist, they will have a great impact. So the players chose to attack these areas first. And the next moment many Leviathans suddenly appeared in the battleship factory. This planet is mainly responsible for the construction of battleships. Because the entire process of building battleships is relatively complicated. And the most important thing is that the required environmental requirements are also very high. So this planet has been completely transformed for manufacturing warships. This planet can be regarded as a huge factory. Each factory in it is responsible for different areas to assemble this piece. But after everything is assembled, the dimensions will be upgraded. Upgrade the original 2-dimensional battleship to 3 dimensions. In this case, there may be a planet-sized battleship that can instantly become the size of an atomic nucleus. And these battleships can only be manufactured in this way. First of all, the battleship itself is very small. Secondly, the most critical thing is the various processes. There are a lot of messy things. If it is manufactured from 3 dimensions, basically no civilization can complete the manufacturing of this kind of battleship. And this planet is naturally very strange. As a planet with dimension conversion, when players enter these planets, the bugs that were originally only the size of fog will expand hundreds of millions of times as soon as they enter. These bugs that were originally invisible to the naked eye immediately turned into huge guys with a diameter of thousands of meters. At the same time, these bugs immediately launched an attack here. At the same time, the defense formations here were immediately mobilized, and the two sides fought together. Of course, players must destroy facilities in more than one area. Players in other areas cannot let go, especially the defense facilities, which players need to take care of. After all, that thing has been assisting output from the beginning of the war until now. Chapter 786 The Gap Between the Two Sides. It should be this thing. From the beginning of the battle to now, this thing has been outputting. At this time, a player looked at the planet that was outputting in the center of the battlefield and said, at the same time, he set his sights on this planet. This planet was completely different from other planets. The surface of the planet was covered with various densely packed crystals. These crystals look like they are naturally formed. But in fact they are all turrets. It's just that compared to conventional turrets, All turrets on this planet are presented in a microscopic form. It's just that the number is too large. So it gives people the illusion that the planet is composed of densely packed small crystals. This is the first time players of this kind of turret have seen that its attack form is mainly based on light. When attacking, the planet will flash a bright light. This bright light looks very ordinary, but it contains countless attacks. The biggest enemy against the micro is naturally the same micro. The mysterious civilization is naturally very clear about this. It is also for this reason that the mysterious civilization has arranged these things. These things are naturally prepared to deal with the micro. The targets of all weapon attacks are microscopic. And the existence of this planet does have a very large impact on the casualties on the player's side. Every attack will take away a massive insect fleet. Although the player's fleets have also been improved and strengthened. It goes without saying much. But even so, it still can't withstand the attack of this weapon. At this time, all the players looking at this special weapon that was still outputting wildly looked at each other. And then the leading player directly led his team to attack the planet. At the same time, this planet seems to have expected this incident. Usually when the players attack, a special protective shield appears the next moment to block all these attacks. And at the same time, the surface of the planet began to emit a special halo. And this halo contained a strange energy. Then as the players watched, the planet slowly disappeared from their sight. After seeing this scene, all the players couldn't help but look at each other. What happened? Why did this planet suddenly disappear? I don't know what the situation is. Is there any player responsible for detection here to see what's going on? Is the planet suddenly disappearing? Is it invisible or something else happened? As the player's voice fell, not long after, a detector appeared here and began to scan the surrounding area. And then the player's voice came over. You don't know what happened here because of the chaos in space. This planet probably didn't become invisible as you thought, but left from here. After hearing what this player said, everyone was a little confused. Is this planet gone? Obviously this is impossible because this place has been blocked. So even if it runs, it is absolutely impossible to escape from here. The player's blockade is not so easy to break through. Just when they were still confused about this, they saw the planet suddenly appear not far from them. The moment the planet appeared, he began to attack the surrounding areas. When the attack ended, the planet disappeared again before the players could react. And then the same action was repeated. Players who saw this scene naturally knew the general situation of the planet. I'll go. This is a bit too much. If this is done, it will be a bit difficult to operate. I don't know what method this planet has used, but it can actually travel through this space at will. You must know that we have already messed with this space before. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Players did not expect the performance of this planet. The players were very surprised by this incident. But what they didn't know was that the mysterious civilization was no less surprised than they were. At this time, everyone in the mysterious civilization could not help but frown as they looked at what was happening in front of them. They knew the situation here too well. And they also knew their own technology very well. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for the players to completely block them. So when they first saw that their side was blocked, they didn't take it too seriously. Because no matter how the players blocked it, it was not difficult for them to leave if they wanted to. So when they encountered the current situation, they didn't panic at all. However, what happened just now was far beyond their expectations. Because the other side was obviously prepared. And the things the other side blocked obviously also had a special purpose. Just now, they were surprised to find that there was no way to break through the player's special blockade. The entire area seemed to be isolated and became a completely new area. Everyone in the mysterious civilization who saw the scene was also dumbfounded. This was too outrageous. They really did not expect such a situation. And the current situation was actually beyond anyone's imagination. If it were a normal situation, then their planet could be teleported away from this area at will. But just when they tried to teleport, they found that they could not break through that special barrier at all, which made the mysterious civilization feel a little uneasy. You know, once anything is out of your control, everything will change. For the mysterious civilization, the players are just like that. No matter how many tricks they play, with their vastly different strengths, they can only say that they are playing with themselves and watching a joke. But if the other party has something that they cannot control, then everything will change. Because if the other party has technology that even you don't have, and you have no way to crack this technology, then the other party will have an extra trump card in your hand that can challenge you. Although the mysterious civilization still believes that their side will definitely win, they also know very well that if the opponent has one or two such things, It is fine. But if there are too many, they may not be able to cope with it. Thinking of this, they also panicked. But as advanced civilizations, they were still very calm. At least now, they still had a way to control the overall situation. Although there were some minor accidents, everything is still under control. At this time, while the mysterious civilization was still thinking this way, the battle on the battlefield had entered a fierce stage. The fleets on the player's side are already at war with the mysterious civilization. From the beginning, the battle between the two sides has been all kinds of tricks. Without any mercy, both civilizations have shown their own resources. Especially the players. They have used all the things that should be used. And the things that cannot be used are still being intensively developed and may be put into the battlefield at any time. In this war, players only have one chance to launch a surprise attack while the mysterious civilization is still in the past. If they fail and the mysterious civilization changes their minds, then it is absolutely impossible for the mysterious civilization to allow the players to continue to survive here at this stage. At that time, they may destroy themselves at all costs. So now is the only chance for players. The combat power of the well-prepared players is naturally very high. In the war with the mysterious civilization at this time, although the mysterious civilization was very well prepared, they did not get any benefits in this war. From the beginning of the battle between the two sides, the players were at a disadvantage. Although the players prepared everything, planned everything, and thought about how to control it, they still failed to gain any advantage. Although in fighting players, the mysterious civilization will be suppressed very powerfully. This kind of suppression is an invisible force that cannot be detected or defended. In short, it is a very strange way of suppression. The suppressed objects will also be affected by various effects, especially those tangible or invisible special attacks. In short, the mysterious civilization will bear a lot of extra pressure every time it fights with the players. But even under such circumstances, the players still did not get any benefits. And now after understanding this, they also deeply understood a truth. That is, the strength gap between the two sides has reached an extent that they cannot imagine. Although they have always overestimated the mysterious civilization, even so, now they feel that they have underestimated the enemy. Indeed, this is how the mysterious civilization can still completely defeat players, despite being suppressed by many parties. The gap between the two sides is so huge. Looking at the constant loss of biological battleships on their side of the battlefield, and the continuous replacement of battleships that died not long ago, the players couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. The gap between the two sides is really too big. Too big to imagine. Even if the players are now fully prepared, it still doesn't have much effect. As time goes by, the players gradually begin to be at a disadvantage. Even though the players have been producing troops, they still cannot keep up with the rhythm of the war. The gap between the two sides is so huge. At this time, the players felt that if they had not mastered the 3 rules, then the players would probably have overturned. The biggest reason why they could continue to fight the enemy at this time was because of the weapons in their hands. The number of laws mastered is sufficient. Relying on the cooperation of these laws, we have been able to stay with the mysterious civilization for so long. But at this time, the players also knew very well that this was not a long-term solution. On the side of the mysterious civilization, when they discovered these laws, the mysterious civilization was actually shocked. After all, they did not expect that the players would actually master these things. Originally, they only arranged one rule for the players, because they felt that if there was one rule, it would be quite stable and there would be no accidents. However, who could have imagined that it would be like this in the end? Players would actually have 3 laws in their hands. Even they did not have so many such laws. This is also what surprised the mysterious civilization the most. But they were surprised, although they were a little unable to react to the players' actions. However, the players mastering so many laws does not have a big impact on them, because the current state of the players cannot be called mastery at all, but only preliminary application. Mastering the laws and applying the laws are completely different things. If they want to use the rules, their technological level must at least reach their own level. And it is obvious that the players will not be able to reach it in a short time. And it doesn't matter if they reach it, because as long as they reach this stage, it means that their side will not be affected in any way when fighting against them. Therefore, although the mysterious civilization is cautious about the various operations of the players, it does not think that it will have any impact on itself. As long as the opponent's level has not reached your level, and he fully masters the 3 laws at the same time, your side will never lose. But it is a pity that they will never get to this step, because I will not give them a chance. Although my side will be greatly affected by playing against the players at this time. What does it matter? This group of enemies has shown how powerful they are. They are so powerful that they are very afraid of them, and can no longer give them time to develop. So this time, the mysterious civilization has made up its mind to destroy them at all costs. Players are eliminated. Of course, it is naturally expected by players to have such thoughts about a mysterious civilization. At this time, both sides on the battlefield have been paying attention to the other's situation, wanting to know what the other's situation is, and how they should deal with it. The gap in the strength of the battleships between the two sides is obvious. The players are too weak. However, because the players have not yet reached that level, their attacks will not be affected in any way. On the other hand, every time the mysterious civilization wants to kill a player, it must pay a certain price. It can be said that in a battle, the player's output to the battleship may only reach about 30%, while the remaining cosmic consciousness can cause 70% of the damage. This is a very unequal battle, but even this 30% ratio makes it extremely difficult for the players. At this time, the players understood what this level of civilization represented. Even if this level of civilization was suppressed, they only needed to cause half the damage to them. But even so, if they want to cause such damage, they will definitely need to consume several times as many warships as the enemy. It is even said that many battleships were not destroyed by players, but were severely punished because they fought too many bugs, and were eventually destroyed by that mysterious power. If it were not for this restriction, it is estimated that the loss of the mysterious civilization in this battle would not exceed 1/10. At this time, the players were also paying attention to everything here. After seeing these things, they also knew that things were getting more and more difficult. Chapter 787 Choice. In fact, the players knew that things were very difficult to handle from the beginning, but they did not expect that it would be so difficult. At this time, even with countless pressures on the battlefield, the mysterious civilization still has a huge advantage. And judging from the current trend, the players may not be able to sustain it until the end of the war. In previous battles, they relied on human sea tactics, strong reproductive capabilities, and the emergence of troops. It was very simple for the Zerg, which also allowed them to accumulate a large number of troops in a short period of time. However, the current situation is that their routine has failed, because the development speed of their arms cannot keep up with the rhythm of the war. In this war, the opponent cleaned up their bugs so fast that they couldn't help but feel a little numb. It was the first time they encountered such a situation. Any tactics used by the opponent to clean them up so quickly, they all seem so useless. This is Xiaomi's situation. Judging from the current pace, I feel that we are going to overturn. Seeing that his side was gradually at a disadvantage, one player couldn't help but speak. In fact, how could everyone not understand what he said? They also know very well that judging from the current situation, it is indeed impossible for their side to last too long, because the gap between the two sides is too obvious. So obvious that the current situation can be seen clearly with just one glance. There is no other way. At present, we have no other better choice. We can only fight them to the end. The speed at which they cleared out our troops was so fast that we didn't even have time to react before they almost wiped out our troops. So judging from the current situation, we may be dragged to death by them. Think of a way quickly. It won't work if this continues. What else can we do? We took out everything that should be taken out, but the result is still the same. Now we have nothing to do. It can only be said to depend on luck. As he spoke, the player's tone was full of helplessness. In fact, everyone didn't know about the current situation. But even though they tried their best, they still didn't achieve any good results, which left them with no choice. However, the players can be considered to have a relatively thorough understanding of what is happening in front of them. So now they know very well that if they want to survive, they can only continue to fight hard. After making up their minds in this way, the players became more careful in the next battle. Each time they tried to destroy as many enemy warships as possible in exchange for more battle losses. Although the effect of this is not very obvious. After all, the strength of both sides is here. It does not mean that if you want to exchange the battle damage, you can exchange it. But now they can only take one step at a time. In fact, the players can't understand the current situation. In this way, the two sides are in a stalemate back and forth. In this universe, the two civilizations have sacrificed everything to win. The players have done whatever it takes to win. Maybe they didn't know how to use many methods in the past, but now players use various methods without any ambiguity. First of all, players mobilized a large number of troops and directly attacked some of the residential planets of this civilization. although most of the civilization already lived in battleships. This was only limited to those warriors. As for most ordinary people, they still live inside the planet of the small universe. So players immediately choose to attack them. Although this matter is not easy, the players know that this is a good way. At least this way the other party will have to allocate part of their energy and time to solve this matter. In fact, the players know very well that the life and death of these people may not mean much to the people in the battleship. But the players have to do this. It is absolutely impossible for the two sides to fight for a while and have any results. This means that this battle will last for a long time. Which also means that the mysterious civilization will definitely recruit troops in the future. If they ignore their own operations now, they will definitely not be able to recruit others in the future. So for the follow-up, they have to hold their noses and admit it. This is also what the players think. They want to delay time to discuss the enemy in this way. For players, the longer the delay is, the greater the impact will be on the opponent. Similarly, the greater the impact, the more beneficial it is to them. And this is also their routine. I have to say that this routine is indeed very useful. But after the mysterious civilization knew about this, they had to find a way to ensure the safety of the people as much as possible. Because just as the players thought, all these factors must be taken into consideration in subsequent battles. It would not be a good thing for them to lose the support of the people at this stage. So even though they knew the bug's plan at this time, they could only bite the bullet and accept it. And everything is as the players thought. When the other party starts to protect these people intentionally or unintentionally, it is the beginning of their respite. Because in the current battle, the mysterious civilization has been targeted by the cosmic consciousness. In other words, the longer the battle lasts, the more severely suppressed they will be. At this time, within the mysterious civilization, everyone was cursing the players for their shamelessness. They really couldn't imagine that someone would use such shameless tactics to fight them. This is simply going to disgust them. But they have to admit that this routine is indeed very useful, compared with this carefree civilization. A caring civilization like theirs is indeed very easy to be targeted. Although the opponent's methods are very clumsy, they have to admit that this is indeed the most practical and effective plan in terms of war. Can they understand the players' routines? Obviously they can understand them if they are not blind. But the question is, what's the use of understanding them? Do you understand and can you target it? Or do you have the ability to target it? If you want to target it, just ignore it and let the players do whatever they want. But this will definitely have the opposite effect. With the beginning of the war, the reporting of the war here has naturally always been in a positive form. Their side has always had the advantage throughout the battle, which can appease the people. At the same time, this is indeed the case on their side. Although it is not as big an advantage as they boast, it is at least there. So this also means that they have the strength to stop this thing. If you want to avoid falling into the players' conspiracy, you just don't stop it. But Haikal has already boasted before, and they have already shown that they are capable. Yes, if you have the ability but don't contribute, the impact caused by this will not be the slightest bit big. Naturally, the mysterious civilization is very clear about this. And this is also the real reason why they do not stand idly by. At the same time, the players are still continuing to adopt the previous routine, which disgusts them in all kinds of ways. Facing the disgust of the players, all they can do is hold their noses and admit it. I have to say that this feeling is very unfriendly even to them. But what can they do if they are unfriendly? Now that the other party has made something clear, they have no choice. So they can only pinch their noses and be manipulated. At the same time, the current tactics of the players are also very simple. That is, never confront the enemy head-on. Anyway, the player's idea is very simple. As long as you dare to come, we dare to run away. If you are not here, we will cause destruction. Such tactics give the mysterious civilization a headache. The player's tactics are very simple to deal with. Once the opponent chooses to give up on these ordinary people, the player's tactics will be self-defeating. However, the players are obviously sure that they dare not give up on this. So they formulated such a plan. At this time, everyone within the mysterious civilization was yelling at the players for their lack of martial ethics. They really didn't expect it. A civilization can be so shameless. And the most important thing is that because this area is now blocked, they can't use the same tactics to fight back. This is what makes them most helpless. It's really disgusting. These bugs know that they can't defeat us head-on, so they use this nasty trick to disgust us. These bugs are simply shameless. In this way, we have been suppressed by the consciousness of the universe. You will definitely not be able to do this if you continue like this. At this time, everyone is discussing the current situation one by one. For them, the current situation is not very good, and the impact on civilization is indeed great. According to the current situation, if we don't find a solution as soon as possible, our side may really be consumed to death in the future. Thinking of this, they all panicked. So they began to discuss various plans for the players. In fact, the biggest threat to them at the moment was that the players did not fight them head-on, but adopted this method. Therefore, they sent a large number of troops to intercept these key places. As long as the players dare to come over, they will inevitably be sniped by their side. As for the main battlefield, they chose to withdraw directly. There is no way. It is meaningless to continue fighting on the main battlefield now. The current form of fighting has changed from the previous form to the current war of attrition. So the two sides have stopped the fighting on the main battlefield with a tacit understanding. Although the main battlefield is considered to have stopped, the losses suffered by both sides in the daily battles are actually not small. In many cases, the losses suffered in previous battles on the main battlefield were even greater. Because once a small-scale battle increases the quantity, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change. And this is the situation at this time. The quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change. In this battle, from the beginning of both sides' various vigilance to the present, both sides deliberately maintain the current state. All in all, there are too many changes in this battle. Whether it is for the players or the mysterious civilization, many things are a bit beyond their expectations. No one thought that things would eventually turn out like this. The two civilizations continue to be at a stalemate in this universe. At the same time, the mysterious civilization was also stepping up its research on this shield. Because as long as they study this thing thoroughly, the initiative in this battle will be handed over to them. Because of the existence of these things, the players are now confident in their side. If they want to fight, they can fight. If they want to evacuate, they can evacuate. In short, all the initiative lies with them. It is even said that the mysterious civilization has thought that if one day the players find that they cannot defeat them, and directly trap them in the protective shield, and then run away on their own, this is also possible. All in all, this feeling is very bad. At least for the current mysterious civilization. They will never allow such a thing to happen. Although in this universe, it is basically impossible for the other party to escape from your search. But if the other party finds a way to leave this universe, then how should you deal with it? Although they have no control over it so far, who can say for sure on this matter? In the past, they thought that players were just at their mercy. But now, the result is that if they don't work hard, they are likely to overturn. These bugs have proven to them time and time again that everything is constantly changing and not eternal. The rise of bugs is too fast, and their strength is also too strong. At this rate of development, as long as they are given time, it's only a matter of time before you surpass yourself. If the other party finds that they can't defeat them, and then they find a way to leave this universe, then the other party will definitely leave here without hesitation and go to other universes to develop. However, the other party must have remembered the coordinates here. When they are almost developed, they will definitely come back to settle accounts at that time to see if they can still be the opponents of these bugs in front of them. No one knows this, but they don't dare to bet. What they can do now is very simple. That is, try every means to study this thing. In this case, even if the other party wants to use this to trap them and leave the universe later, it will be impossible. All in all, we must block the enemy's road at all costs. Otherwise this battle will never end. At this time, when the other side was thinking about this, the players were quarreling over some things. Because according to the current situation, even if the players followed their own methods, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Not big. There is no point in continuing this battle. Many players have proposed to find a way to leave this universe, and then they run away directly. But there are still some players who just want to fight each other to the death here. In short, everyone has their own opinions. There was no way that the strength shown by the other party was too strong. So strong that they didn't know how to deal with it. Now if they continue to fight, there may be problems, whether it is resources or other problems. Chapter 788 Changes in Super Civilization. Brothers, we can't go on like this. Judging from the current pace, the resource reserves will definitely be insufficient. Looking at everything happening on the battlefield, a player said. Everyone naturally knows what this player said. From the beginning to the present, players have consumed too many resources in this war. More than half of the previously prepared resources have been emptied. And with a few remaining resources, it is estimated that it will be impossible to sustain a few decent wars. From the beginning of the war, players have focused on the consumption of resources. They found that the resource consumption of this war was too huge, and a huge amount of resources were invested every day, compared with previous wars. Their bugs as offensive units are different from completing war after war on the battlefield. This time their bugs are more responsible for acting as cannon fodder. However, such expensive bugs can only be used as cannon fodder. This shows how huge the casualties are. But there is nothing that can be done about it, because apart from these bugs, no other bugs have such abilities. All in all of this gives players a variety of headaches. The war will still continue, but resources are also a factor that has to be taken into consideration. After all, their resources will be exhausted soon. If there are no resources, there is no need to count on subsequent wars. Players are naturally very troubled by this matter. But what's the use of having such a headache? Now they can't make any effective response at all. At this time, they were also thinking about how many resources this mysterious civilization had left. Although according to the players' estimates, they must have a lot of resources, and the majority of losses on the battlefield are players. So even if there is a war of attrition, the mysterious civilization should not be afraid. But now players hope that the mysterious civilization will run out of resources, because now they are the only way to reverse the entire situation. Unlike the players on the main battlefield. At this time, in a place where the players cannot see on the other side, a group of researchers are working hard day and night. These people who are working hard behind the scenes naturally have their own persistence and what they hope to do. At this time, they are focusing on the research of space theory technology. Although the research on law technology is not very mature at present. But for them, these technical theories are not that important, because they have more important things to do now. And this more important thing is naturally to study the exit of the universe. In the past, they had to go to other universes through uncertain factors such as the gate of the universe. And things like this were not always available. So now they must develop something that they can control. Because only with this one thing can they be considered to have completely taken the initiative. For them, all their previous plans or arrangements were the same as playing house. And there was not much difference, because they don't have the ability to leave at any time. There is only one thing they can do now, and that is to find a way to give themselves the ability to leave. Judging from the current battle situation here, their situation is not very good now. The first is the enemy's side. The enemy is much stronger than they imagined. So it's really hard to say whether they will win or lose this battle. And judging from the enemy's current performance, they may be the losers. So the first thing they have to do is to prepare early and prepare all escape routes in advance. Only in this way will they have room for relaxation in the later stage. If you don't prepare these things, when the enemy wins, you will have no place to escape if you really want to. So this matter is very important to them. They must ensure that they can at least take some initiative. If we can figure out this technology, when the war starts and we find that the situation on the other side is not good, we can't beat it, and we can escape at any time. This also adds a layer of protection to one's own safety. But how easy is it to study the technology of traveling between different universes? So far, there is no particularly perfect solution, because there are too many things involved in thoroughly studying it. How can players not know this? But even if you know it, what's the use? They don't have an effective and feasible plan now. But they all know that they must come up with such a plan. This war is not only a big challenge for players, but also for other civilizations. Although these civilizations at the rear may not seem like much on the surface, everyone knows that what they have paid is no less than the players. The players are working day and night every day. The purpose of their efforts is naturally very simple. That is, they are trying their best to solve some problems ahead. All wars are like this. It requires the cooperation of the front and the rear to achieve victory. If there is a problem on either side, the result will be different. The insect swarm also reached this level unknowingly. Compared with the original, their current logistics preparations are also very sufficient. Although creatures like the Zerg do not rely much on these things in subsequent battles, Jiangyao still made arrangements for them. After all, there is nothing wrong with being absolutely prepared in advance. He might surprise himself at a critical moment, and his decision naturally gave him a very big surprise many times. But compared to before, these parts now feel too much pressure. The situation on the front line made it difficult for them to keep up with their supplies. Although they have always had rich experience in performing resource allocation work, they are still unable to complete this task. Hey, according to the current situation, we can only support 10 days, 7 hours and 33 minutes here. At this time, a staff member responsible for resource allocation said. The companion next to him couldn't help but sigh deeply when he heard his words. This is still an ideal number. And it would only be possible if there are no other factors during these times, such as the outbreak of a larger scale war than now, and other similar things. If something like this happened, we definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for such a long time. At this time, several people were discussing the current situation, and they also felt extremely headaches. Although they are troubled by this situation, the work continues. What do you think the outcome of this battle will be? According to the battle reports coming from the front line, we are always at a disadvantage. The opponent's losses are not proportional to ours. According to the current rhythm, our troops cannot sustain it for too long. So we may lose this battle. I heard that research has begun on how to leave this universe. This thing cannot be researched in a short time, and our current resources cannot support it for too long. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. Different civilizations are naturally different within themselves. This is after the mysterious civilization watched the opponent gradually begin to move towards a disadvantage, and its troops were significantly smaller than before. The mysterious civilization finally showed a smile. The opponent's current appearance is not much different from that of Qianujima. In the final analysis, these enemies are no longer a threat to him. It's such a pity. I originally thought they could bring us some surprises. But who would have thought it would be like this? At this time, a commander of the mysterious civilization couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But as soon as he finished speaking, he received a blank look from the people next to him. With your mentality, I don't think you are suitable to continue sitting in this position. You still can't let it go at this point. You are so ridiculously arrogant. We did win this battle. But our losses in this battle were not small. More than 70% of innocent ordinary people were wiped out by the enemy. And nearly 30% of our warships were lost. The planetary facilities of the small universe have basically been wiped out. Even the most important energy planet has been destroyed. And because there is no support from the energy planet, the small universe is now beginning to enter a state of collapse. It will not take long for it to merge with the big universe. Fusion. In this battle, we lost so many warships, so many people, and even our own homes. In such a situation, what are you talking about, or why are you being arrogant here? At this time, the commander was silenced by the people around him. Compared to the past, when someone might try to dissuade someone, now no one steps up. Because these commanders feel that they have been severely slapped in the face. Because in their subconscious mind, these bugs are not a concern at first. For them, it is too easy to eliminate these bugs. And there is no need to pay at all. What is the so-called price? Who could have imagined that it would be like this in the end? The loss this time was huge. At least since their civilization reached this point. It was the first time that they had lost so much. Until this moment, these people thought of a question in their minds. That is, whether they had been too arrogant. Because their arrogance led to so many losses in this war. Although they repeatedly reminded themselves not to have such thoughts during the war. When the war began, they inevitably had such a mentality, which also led to the final outcome. Even if you notice some things, you cannot easily change them. In fact, many people have been reminding themselves to put away their arrogance from the beginning. But even if they are reminded like this, they are still swallowed up by their arrogance in the end. And they only realize it after they wake up at this moment. So there are many things that are not as simple as imagined. This is a mistake everyone makes. Even if you know it, it's useless. No matter how you remind yourself midway, it's useless. Many times you think you are not thinking about it. But in fact you have been doing it all the time. It's just that you don't know it. You will only wake up to it after something happens. This is also a common problem that all civilizations make. Even players are aware of this. This is just like some very difficult bosses when you play a game. You will be very careful at the beginning. At this time, you can be considered the most cautious. But in the later stage, as you brush, he hits more times. Your damage increases. And you don't pay much attention to him. Although your strength has improved. It is also because of such carelessness that even if you have such strong strength, you will still overturn. At that stage, you are very aware of the strength of this boss. And you also know that you need to be careful. But you also believe that your skills and current attributes are far from what they used to be. So you have a careless mentality. Maybe you don't even realize it. This is how advanced civilization comes from instinctive arrogance. Situations like this are inevitable for everyone. But compared to others, the players are obviously much better. On the player's side, there will at least be reminders and suggestions. And they will be constant reminders and suggestions. And many of them are awake. Because the players here are a combination of multiple civilizations. And many civilizations were very low level at the beginning. Although they have made progress in all aspects over the years. Attack technology has basically not made much progress. After all, these things are very important. Yao didn't dare to delegate power in a big way. It is also because of these reasons that these civilizations have a clear understanding of their own weakness. Although they have long been dependent on the entire civilization for life and death, the caution engraved in their bones still exists. It is also for this reason that they will repeat their own situations all the time in some war meetings and give some suggestions. And naturally some people will listen to these suggestions. But even such arrogance still exists. But compared to other civilizations, the situation on the player's side is much better. At this time, everyone in the mysterious civilization looked at the players, who had been beaten back, and now they had suddenly awakened. And they made a decision. From the beginning of the war until now, we have ignored this problem. We have been calculating the gains and losses of this war, trying to achieve maximum results with minimum losses. But the facts have disappointed us. Obviously we were wrong. Now we need to correct this idea. The use of special weapons will indeed have a great impact on us. But if we use such weapons at the beginning of the war, our total losses will never be more than now. So sometimes things are like this. You try to avoid it as much as possible but find that your actions are in vain. Although if we continue to fight according to the current situation, we should not lose much. But who knows what the situation will be in the end. So I propose to directly use super weapons to wipe them all out. Chapter 789 Defeat. That's how it goes sometimes. Originally, in the mysterious civilization's thinking, their strategy for treating players was to obtain maximum rewards through minimum losses. After all, the cost of manufacturing every warship at their level is very high. Under such circumstances, it is natural for them to lose less if they can. And considering that the players have been cultivated by them as a civilization that has not yet reached this level, they can easily win. But who could have imagined that it would be such a result in the end? They never imagined that they would eventually fail and fail so miserably. The planned loss of 5% of the troops to capture the enemy turned out to be heavy losses. This loss was also traumatic for them. At the beginning, they did not plan to use many things because using these things would have a huge impact. However, judging from the current situation, if I had used it early in the morning, the loss might not have been as great as it is now. Although their use of this weapon at this stage would cause greater casualties, they were also worried about long nights and dreams. So after much deliberation, they decided to use the weapon directly. In this way, as orders were issued one after another within the mysterious civilization, the entire mysterious civilization began to move. At this time, the players are unaware of the mysterious civilization's decision and are currently desperately resisting. The current situation does not have any advantage for them. On the contrary, they are currently in the stage of losing ground. According to the current situation, if they continue like this, it will only be a matter of time before they fail. At this time, when the players were still worrying about this matter, suddenly their monitoring team discovered that something was wrong. Brothers, something is not good. Our monitoring team discovered abnormal fluctuations in the energy response in the opponent's area. As the players' words fell, everyone couldn't help but become vigilant. What's the meaning? According to our speculation, the mysterious civilization may use weapons of mass destruction. And these are weapons we have never seen before. After hearing what this player said, everyone present was extremely confused. What is the use of weapons of mass destruction? Now they already have an advantage. According to the current battle situation, it won't take long for them to win. What's the point of them coming to use this kind of weapon at this juncture? Do you want to end the war early? Many players are also a little puzzled by the actions of the mysterious civilization. But what they can be sure of at this time is that judging from the current situation, the mysterious civilization must have its own agenda. How can we fight this? There is no advantage in the first place. And the opponent has also brought out other weapons. It feels like there's basically nothing to fight in this wave. This is not a question of whether we can win or not. This is what we will do if we fail. Once we fail, the mysterious civilization will definitely hunt us down throughout the universe. With our technology, it is basically unrealistic to escape from them. That is to say, if we fail this time, we might really be doomed. We exposed too many things in the previous battle, when we were fighting against the United Civilization. Because of that failure, we had a golden cicada escape from our SHL. This was also a way to save our lives. In previous wars, we also used a lot of messy methods. These methods must have been recorded by the mysterious civilization. This means that once we fail, we may not be able to hide. Indeed, what the player said is right. Ever since the players appeared in the sight of the mysterious civilization, the mysterious civilization has been collecting their combat data and various combat methods. Of course, this data collection is not only from the players, but also from the United Civilization. All in all, the three civilizations and the mysterious civilization are very familiar with it. What means they have to escape and what means they have to hide are very clear to the mysterious civilization. Under such circumstances, if they were to hunt down the players, there would be no way for the players to escape the pursuit. By the way, brothers, I forgot to mention it before. How's the research on the gate to the universe going? Now if we really want to escape, we can only rely on this thing. After hearing what this player said, the players who knew the situation couldn't help but speak. There is no good progress at the moment. In a universe of this level, the strength of the cosmic barrier is much higher than in the universe we have lived in before. With our current technology, we may not be able to open the barrier even in the previous universe, let alone in this universe now. After hearing what this player said, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Obviously, this time, they may really have no way to defeat the enemy. In other words, this wave may be the end of us. Based on the current situation, this is the case. I'll go. Do you want it to be so disgusting? Okay everyone. Please stop complaining and think about what to do next. What else can we do? Open the entrance and evacuate here. It is simply unrealistic to think about fighting them at this time. As he said this, the players immediately took action. As the entrance was opened, the dense swarm of insects began to evacuate the next moment. At this time, we are on the side of the mysterious civilization. They just watched the evacuating players quietly. It seems like what we thought. They don't plan to continue fighting with us. But it's too late to evacuate now. As the words fell, the next moment, the mysterious civilization's battleship shape began to change. The entire battleship turned into a huge sphere. Then a dazzling light was released from the sphere. Originally, this light looked very dazzling. But what is surprising is that the range of this light is very short. Gradually the originally white light turned into black. And this ball of light also disappeared. And at the same time, the surrounding space began to tremble. Immediately after countless lights, targets appeared from different places, which were the players' bugs. If you observe carefully, you will find that in the direction of the insects' escape, a space crack appears in an instant, and a light appears the next moment. Almost all the bugs in the hands of players have been targeted by this kind of fixed-point sniping. The next moment as the attack ended, the huge sphere began to disintegrate. If you look carefully, you can still see dots of fire on it. The lethality of this blow was very large, and the range of damage was also very large. But the mysterious civilization also suffered a due price, and a full 1/10 of the battleships were consumed. But the result was that less than 10% of the players' forces remained. At this moment, all the players were dumbfounded when they saw everything in front of them. What's going on? How can it be? There are only so many bugs left after just one attack, and their move seems to be a fixed-point sniper attack. Basically, there are cracks and attacks next to every bug. This is simply unsolvable. Even if we use the power of rules, the effect is just a drop in the bucket. Let me go! Are they so incomprehensible? With this attitude, we still give them a slap in the face. This is really the end of the world. If we hadn't evacuated a lot in advance, I don't think this 10% would be left. At this time, looking at the consequences of this blow, all the players couldn't help but feel a little numb. The enemy is too powerful. Far more powerful than they imagined. They had thought that the enemy would use some special methods, but they did not expect that the enemy's methods were so incomprehensible. Fixed point locking and any power of rules have little effect. Even if they use the power of rules they have, they cannot resist it. This result made them feel numb. Then the battle report came, which made them even more frightened. Even the 10% who escaped were not those who escaped farther, but were lucky enough to survive the wave, because the opponent's attack had too many targets. The intensity of some attacks did not reach the standard, allowing these bugs to pass through safely. In other words, if the opponent's energy is sufficient, players estimate that these bugs will not be able to escape. Of course, after this round, it was naturally impossible for the mysterious civilization to watch the show. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mysterious civilization went directly towards the players and killed the remaining bugs. The players were not opponents originally, but this time they suffered such heavy losses, and they are no longer opponents now. The mysterious civilization easily wiped out most of the players' fleets. At this time, looking at the tragic situation on their side, although the players had been prepared, they still felt a little uncomfortable at this time. We failed. Now we're really screwed. It's too strong. The opponent is too strong. It's impossible to fight. No. The warship of the mysterious civilization that was just wiped out by the bugs is heading in the direction of our bug nest. As the players' words fell, the expressions of everyone present couldn't help but change drastically. They are indeed brothers who are rushing to eradicate the weeds. Take action quickly and use all the resources that can be used. The insect nest has begun to evacuate, and it is still hatching bugs to resist as it evacuates. But at this time, while the players were still discussing, Jiang Yao was extremely nervous, because now he is being hunted by a mysterious civilization. And he knows very well that if he is really caught, then he will really be finished. And what he can do now is very limited. That is, find ways to hatch more bugs to intercept the opponent's army. This is the only method you can try at the moment. Anyway, if the other party wants to take action, they will pay a price. But on my side, there is no need to worry about this issue at all. Now he just hopes that if he delays it long enough, the other party will give up on this plan. At the same time, he didn't know much about the other party's technology, and he couldn't figure out what the other party would use against him. Everything about the other party is unknown to him. And now he knows very well that if he makes a small mistake, he may really be out of luck. He is very panicked now. Sure enough, this level is completely different from the previous levels. In the past, there was a gap between the enemy and us. Even if we crossed one level, we could still fight. However, at this level, there is no chance of winning at all. At this time, he was also extremely helpless. In this battle, he had calculated everything he could, including every detail and so on. But even so, the final result is still unsatisfactory. The opponent easily took advantage of it without even using any cards. The gap between the two sides is really too big. So big that even all kinds of strategies can't make up for it. Every possible means has been used, but to no avail. If I had known that this would happen in the end, I should have prioritized researching how to leave this universe, and then continued with the mysterious civilization. In this case, the current result will not happen here. At this time, he regretted it very much. It's okay not to regret it. Who would have known that the gap between the two sides was so big that I couldn't resist the other side at all? So I just took out something casually and tortured myself like this. Fortunately, I also deployed a lot of detectors in the universe at that time. In this way, I can at least know where the other party is now. At this time, he was running away while checking the opponent's movements. Soon, he found that many teams were approaching the insect nest to encircle and suppress them. At the same time, the insect nest also sent a large number of troops towards those areas, naturally to intercept those teams. At the same time, his gathering place had been attacked. At this time, there is a fierce battle here at the gathering place. Countless battleship bugs have risen here, because basically all the combat units have been pulled out, and the remaining bugs are mainly defensive troops. There are not many in the first place. As for some industrial ones, are even more useless. Therefore, the new stronghold he operated was quickly eradicated by the enemy. And in the universe, scattered insect nests in other places are also being uprooted one after another. For him, this was a disaster. If it weren't for the relatively advanced stage of evolution of his main insect nest, I'm afraid he would have been sent away by now. He has always spent money on the insect nest when he had resources, and the level of this insect nest has now reached level 30. If it weren't for such a high level, he might have been caught by the opponent by now. But even if one's own insect nest can support it now, it won't be of much use, because the entire universe is within the opponent's surveillance range, and it is basically impossible to escape. Fighting against this kind of civilization, Jiang Yao also experienced the feeling of a small universe for the first time. There was no way that no matter where he ran, the other party would be able to find him immediately. And he knew very well that when other areas were removed, he would be the next one. Thinking of this, he felt helpless. More than half of the civilizations that I have conquered have been accounted for, and the remaining civilizations all live in insect nests, so they are relatively safe. But this safety cannot be maintained for long. Chapter 790 Comprehension. And this time in space. In a certain area, tens of thousands of miniature battleships were seen moving forward in a certain direction. At this time, the space not far away fluctuated, hindering the battleships from moving forward. At the same time, a large number of bugs appeared here. The next moment, a war broke out between the two sides here. The mysterious civilization was not surprised by the current situation. They have fought with players here countless times, and every time the troops they send out are intercepted by these bugs. And now there is only one bug nest left in the entire universe. And the other bug nests have been destroyed. They were all destroyed. It seems that that insect nest is their last insect nest. And it may also be their most important insect nest. It is obviously a fool's errand to use this method to stop our pursuit. Although it can be stopped for a while, it cannot be stopped forever. At the current pace, it will take at most a few years before we can completely complete the dumpling-making tactics against them. We'll see where this insect nest goes when the time comes. At this point, the mysterious civilization had to admit it. Compared to other insect nests, this insect nest is really capable of running away. Its speed is comparable to that of their battleships. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to catch up with this insect nest. But these bugs also send various small bugs to harass them midway, which makes them have no choice. Chase this insect nest. So it seems that they came up with a way, which is to directly adopt the dumpling-making tactic to force the insect nest to a place where there is no escape. At this time, as time goes by, this plan is about to succeed, and the players are forced to a point of no return. But now they have no other way. Looking at the current situation from Jiang Yao's side, he couldn't help but feel a headache. I didn't expect it would be like this in the end. Judging from the current value, I still have a few years to run. These warships coming from all directions obviously want to set up an encirclement and surround me. At that time, no matter how strong my mobility is, it will be useless. Thinking of this, his expression turned ugly. It was now a matter of life and death. What should I do? The remaining troops are just hatched, and every time they hatch, they will be sent out to intercept the pursuers behind. If this situation continues, there is no way I can accumulate troops. It stands to reason that if the mysterious civilization that destroyed the small universe takes action, the price paid will be even heavier. But now they have been attacking me without any scruples. Originally, I thought that the mysterious civilization might think about it when it took action for this reason. In this case, I might still have a chance of survival. But now it seems that I thought too much. At this time, he admitted that he had failed. If a civilization at the level of the mysterious civilization he knew attacked him, there would be a certain price. Later, he took this price too seriously. Especially later on. He had been thinking about relying on the insect nest to delay, and then sending insects to make them have to fight him. Through this idea, the mysterious civilization that should be able to consume did not dare to attack him again. But now it seems that he thinks too much. At this time, we are on the side of the mysterious civilization. There was indeed nothing wrong with what Jiang Yao thought. They did have to pay a price for taking action. And this price became more terrifying after leaving this small universe. However, even such a mysterious civilization would still destroy the enemy in front of it at all costs. They can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. After all, this incident has allowed them to understand the potential of the players. Under such circumstances, if they let this potential go, then they will not encounter too many problems in the future. Good. So they won't give you any chance. As long as there is a chance, they will not hesitate to attack the bugs in order to drive them away. Although the price paid is heavy. What's the point? Compared with the price this enemy may bring to you in the future, the current effort is worth it. Jiang Yao didn't know what they were thinking, but he knew very well that he couldn't hold on much longer. After much thought, he finally made a decision. At this time, in the Science and Technology Research Room, Jiang Yao looked at a kind of researcher. You must be very aware of the current situation of civilization. At present, civilization has entered a life or death situation. The only thing that can help us now is to study the laws, and use the power of the laws to deal with the mysterious civilization. After so many years of research, we still can't master this thing quickly. But everyone must know the reason. Now I have decided to change my previous plan. I need you to study the laws thoroughly within a year, and then enter that level. As his words were recorded, everyone below couldn't help but whisper. According to the current rhythm, it would take at least several thousand years to get to that step. But now, he is letting everyone do it in 1 year. Completed within. Is it possible? According to normal logic, this is absolutely impossible. Everyone knew about this matter. But Jiang Yao brought it up. Everyone present was not stupid, and they immediately knew what Jiang Yao was thinking. Indeed, according to their original route, you wouldn't be able to study and understand these things within a few thousand years. But if you change your strategy, that may not be the case. Whether it is the law of devouring or the law of time, they have complete research routes. But these are all arranged by others. So under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible for them to follow the route arranged by others. They must take their own route. Otherwise, even if they research it, it will just become someone else's wedding dress. Although it is not clear what the other party's purpose is. Since the other party has done this, he must have a big conspiracy. This is also the reason why the progress of their own research is slow. Because they are researching completely according to their own ideas and not taking the direction of previous research. This kind of research is considered difficult from beginning to end by oneself. No. And now that Jiang Yao said this, it meant that he wanted to directly appropriate what others had arranged for him. Once you use this thing, you will fall into the enemy's trap, and you will become the target of the opponent's calculations. However, everyone now knows very well that they have no choice. Either to become part of the enemy's unknown conspiracy, or to be eliminated on the spot here. There is hope only if you are alive. So even if you know that there is a trap ahead, you still have to go that way. Just like this, as the order was issued, the manpower began to be arranged. The law they chose is the law of time, which is a very terrifying law ability. Logically speaking, a law like this is naturally very difficult to study. But when they started to use the Black Worm planet as a reference and plugged in the data there, the speed of their research increased by leaps and bounds. This kind of speed made them feel unbelievable. To describe it as 1,000 miles in a day is not an exaggeration. The same progress originally took them hundreds of years. But now they have completed this journey in just a few days. A long distance, which surprised many researchers. If they could doubt some of Jiang Yao's thinking before, there might be something wrong. But now they are basically sure that there is indeed a civilization that has been interfering with them secretly. Because this speed is too fast. It is too fast. If they have not been exposed to other laws and focus on studying this one law, then at this speed, they may naively think that their previous research has had a great effect. There is such progress in allowing yourself to study this. But when they studied other laws and studied this law with their own ideas, they realized that no matter how much research they had done in the past, the two things belonged to completely different levels, and there was no way to connect them. Therefore, the research progress cannot be too fast. This kind of research speed is too terrifying. So terrifying that even for a moment, they don't know how to evaluate it. This kind of speed gives them the feeling that someone else is putting food in your mouth. Many research problems may take decades, or even hundreds of years to be solved when they do their own research. But now using the things left by the other party to conduct research, these problems were immediately solved, even though they did not know the principles. Then after they entered the next step, cleared the principles, and thought about it again, they finally understood that they were at that stage. How did I get through it? This is probably how I felt. This is completely force-feeding you something. Although the progress of the research is surprising, no one present is happy. Why is the other party so deliberately paving the way for himself? What he was plotting was the power of the law of time. Everyone present could understand it. However, the other party gave such a powerful thing to him so easily, and planned a complete route for him. This is what a terrible civilization. From the time he first appeared in that universe and acquired this planet, to the subsequent development, he must have been under the other party's surveillance. How does the other party know that it can reach this point? In short, everything is a mystery. Many mysteries formed a huge haze that shrouded everyone's minds. They knew very well that if they didn't understand this matter, they would always be others' puppets. Of course, for them, these are the most important things right now, because they have to take care of their own safety issues first. In this way, the research speed of the law of time is very fast over time. So fast that it makes people feel ridiculous. The research of the entire law has been completed in less than a year. And as the moment the law research is completed, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in everyone's hearts. This feeling was very special. And at the same time, they also found that something seemed to have changed on their side. And something seemed to have disappeared. Everyone was surprised by this feeling. It was obvious that they succeeded. The moment the law was completely studied, it meant that they had entered the highest level of cosmic civilization at this level. After reaching this level, no matter which universe they are in, a being who reigns supreme. At this time, as the players are promoted and united, whether it is civilization, plants, or even the mysterious civilization chasing wives, they feel that after being promoted to this level, the sublimation of life is as dazzling as a firefly in the dark night. As long as there are anyone with a certain level of technology can clearly perceive special changes in the distance. At this time, everyone who saw this scene of mysterious civilization couldn't help but look at each other. The route they arranged for the players is absolutely impossible for them to master the laws of time. So this can only mean one problem. That is, these laws should be on the player's own side. If this is the case, then it is worth pondering that the players have displayed 3 laws in the battle. Apart from theirs, the remaining 2 laws are one that is relatively useless, and the other is the law of time. a law that made them all feel fear. They estimated that if this law had not existed in the previous battle, their losses might have been more serious. At this time, the mysterious civilization could not help but feel that things were getting more and more difficult. If the other party really masters this law, then they must destroy them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when they study the law more deeply, they will definitely not be their opponents by then. Thinking of this, more troops were sent to increase the speed of pursuit. But even if they want to catch up in a short time, it is unrealistic. At this time, the civilization has begun to set up a combat team to solve this problem. It has to be said that the reaction of the mysterious civilization is still relatively fast. At the same time, the players no longer send troops to harass the mysterious civilization, because this stage is meaningless. If they attack the mysterious civilization, they will no longer be affected in any way. The same is true for the mysterious civilization. At that time, the two sides were nothing more than competing for the various capabilities of the battleships. However, in comparison, the players are naturally much weaker. But this is not important anymore. He still has time to continue hatching bugs before being caught. And the bugs hatched now do not need to be sent to intercept. So it can reserve a lot of troops in a short period of time. By the time I master the complete rules and fight with them, it's hard to say who will win in the end. All in all, now that both sides have entered the same city, their battle will become even more unscrupulous. The mysterious civilization will naturally not give them a chance to develop. Basically, after they learn the news, all the warships in the entire civilization were mobilized. Now they need to strangle the enemy in the cradle at all costs. At the same time, the players have also begun intense preparations. This is the final battle, and all their wealth is in it. If this battle still fails, then they really have no follow-up. Chapter 791 Understanding the Law. At this time, in the universe, an insect nest was sailing at an extremely fast speed. Compared with the navigation methods of other low-level civilizations, this insect nest shuttles back and forth in spaces of different dimensions. Sometimes you see it as a normal size, but soon it becomes huge like a giant painting. Then it changed from a huge picture to a small dot. Then its figure suddenly disappeared into the universe. This is an upgrade from the third dimension to a higher dimension, which cannot be observed in this dimension. At the same time, after the insect nest left, a warship suddenly appeared at the same location. It was obvious that this was the warship that the mysterious civilization was responsible for pursuing. You're following really closely, looking at the battleship Jianyao chasing after him. He couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I don't know when our side will be able to enter the next stage. At this time, Jianyao knew very well that he could only rely on this. Although this is the route arranged by the other party for you. Once your side enters that stage, the other party will definitely appear. How they will treat themselves by then is still unknown. Hey, it turns out that sometimes I am too confident. Jianyao didn't know how many times he regretted the current situation. The gap in strength is too big. This level is completely different from the previous civilization. Without knowing the level of terror, he took action rashly and finally found that he had basically no ability to resist. In this way, the days passed day by day. At this time, the research on the law of time was also improving at an extremely fast rate. We are currently 34 Australian dollars away from the enemy, and 4 dimensions away from the enemy. At this time, on the side of the mysterious civilization, the warship responsible for tracking is reporting the current situation of the insects. These bugs can really run. At this time, the commander of the mysterious civilization could not help but sigh. Originally, he thought it would be easy to catch bugs here. But who would have thought that this bug nest could run away so well? But it's useless even if they know how to run. The mysterious civilization is still very confident in its own technology. Although what the players have shown is very unbelievable. The mysterious civilization believes that it is only a matter of time before its technology can catch them. As for the rules, they are not worried about the players understanding them at this time. Although the players have understood the rules of a certain key node, they are about to break through. But the mysterious civilization knows very well that it is impossible to break through this level for hundreds or thousands of years. This is only when everything is fully prepared. After all, it is difficult to enter this level, compared with the past, when they generously allowed players to understand the rules. Now they dare not give players this opportunity, because they have already figured out the situation on the player's side through previous battles. The players have many laws here. It doesn't matter if they arrange the laws, but there are still 2 unknown laws. And these 2 laws are very big threats to them. And no matter how stupid the opponent is to break through the rules, they still know that they will choose the rules that they did not prepare for. In this case, you will really have little advantage against them when the time comes. Externally, people are able to fight like this before they enter this stage. Once they enter this stage, their strength will improve again. How much is unknown. This race brought them too many surprises. And there were many things they had never seen before. They are also very wary of these civilizations that do not conform to common sense. And this time in civilization, everyone is also studying and analyzing how to crack the rules mastered by the players. There is no way to do anything without multiple preparations. Although the current situation seems to be basically no big problem for the players. But who knows what will happen in the future. If they really master the rules, they will definitely not be beaten passively. Therefore, I have to make arrangements for everything that may happen in advance. So that if it does happen, I won't be in a hurry. All in all the arrangements for all the mysterious civilizations here are very appropriate. All for the sake of the unknown possibility. The previous war made them all wake up. They understood their own situation and the enemy's situation. Even though the enemy was very weak to them now. Such a weak enemy once made them suffer a big loss. It also made them understand the truth that they should not be too arrogant at any time. Because this time, it would have unimaginable consequences for themselves. So they are now extremely cautious. It is like this war between civilizations, overturning again and again, in exchange for awakening again and again. And then, this awakening may fade away before long. However, the mysterious civilization has just been awakened not long ago. So this situation will not happen in the short term. Which means that in the future, players will have a mysterious civilization with all its strength. For the players, this is naturally not a good thing. But now they are not too concerned about what the future will be like. After all, if the current level cannot be passed, then its future will be empty talk. Players at this time have been thinking about these issues. At the same time, what they are currently preparing for is all that civilization has to offer. Even though they suffered various injuries, they still resolutely started their operations. At this time, for the mysterious civilization, the players must be eliminated no matter what the cost. This hidden danger factor is really too great. But just when they were thinking this, a big change happened on the player's side. Because the research on the law of time was successful. I have to say that this success, even though it was within Jiang Yao's expectation, was still severely shocked when he heard the news. After all, this cycle was too short. So short that it was outrageous. At the same time, he also fully understood the power of that civilization. And just when he was thinking this, something happened. As this law was completely penetrated, the entire civilization underwent great changes. First, this law was integrated into the genes of the insect swarm and began to subtly transform the insect race. Moreover, the entire transformation process was very fast. At the same time, the remaining two laws were also integrated into this law at an extremely fast speed. In this way, the laws soon began to merge. Everyone is extremely surprised by the current changes. And as time goes by, these two laws are slowly fading away, and many things in them are disappearing. After seeing this scene, you will know that you can only follow this path of laws in the future. And with the disappearance of these laws, the laws of time have become more perfect. He had naturally known about this matter for a long time. And at this time, he was also observing the changes in his own laws. It has to be said that the other two laws have provided too much help to this law, which has once again raised the level of this law. Of course, this is not the most important thing. With further progress, a lot of relevant information has begun to appear. Compared with other things, this information appears out of thin air. Jiang Yao is naturally unaware of the appearance of these information. At this time, he is feeling the situation of these information. Obviously these materials have reached his level, something that only has a chance to know. At this time, looking at everything in the information, he finally understood the general situation. It turns out that after reaching this point, the damage that can be caused is too terrifying. And many times this damage is irreversible. After all, if the weapons from the dimension want to be repaired, the price to be paid is too high. So after this stage, various restrictions appeared. The first point of these restrictions is the price that needs to be paid to do something in this universe. At the same time, being in this universe, you will be targeted to a certain extent all the time. Although this kind of special targeting is not as costly as taking action, it is present all the time. At this time, as soon as he was promoted to this stage, he clearly felt the pressure. And as time went by, this pressure was gradually increasing. Seeing this, he naturally understood that this was something that existed all the time. But at this time, compared to this information, he also knew how to deal with these things. And the most important thing is that these coping methods should not exist, because there are ways to deal with it. It is very unreasonable in itself. At least this method should not be known to oneself when upgrading to this stage. But one needs to go through many years of research before he can understand it. And that's where the problem lies. This information came too strangely. And not only that, there was more information emerging. At first, he thought this was a bit nonsense. After all, it was theoretically impossible for him to master these things. But now these things were brought to him. But he soon discovered that something was wrong, because these things felt more like inherited memories to him. And when these memories were awakened, he was shocked. You must know that your own race is the inherited Zerg race. Logically speaking, there should not be a similar inheritance, because it is very difficult to leave these inheritances, unless the technology has really reached this stage before, and then declined for some reason. Because it was at this stage, a lot of things are left behind. It's just that as time goes by, each generation of the Zerg becomes weaker and weaker, which results in this part of the inheritance never being opened. But now that I have entered this stage, these inheritances have been opened again. Although this is a bit nonsense. Judging from the current situation, the possibility of this is very high. Although Jiang Yao was a little confused about the situation in front of him. I'm going to tell you what's going on. Could it be that insects were once developed here? At this time, feeling all the mess, Jiang Yao was also shocked in his heart. But soon, the shock was followed by ecstasy. Yes, Jiang Yao was excited at this time. Although he doesn't know what glory the bugs had in the past. Now that he knows this information, it will undoubtedly be of great help to him. First of all, there is a lot of knowledge related to laws. He knows that he understands the current situation. This was of great help to his current situation. At the same time, he also learned some of the technologies that the Zerg had mastered in the past. It is not difficult for him to reproduce these technologies now. He only needs to give him some more time. And then everything can be solved. The most indispensable thing for him at this time is time. He was excited when he thought of this. He really didn't expect that things would take such a turn. You never know who will come first, tomorrow or the accident. And Jiang Yao doesn't know this either. It would be a bit surprising for anyone to see such a twist in the originally inevitable ending. After all, even if he researches the law of time according to his plan and reaches that level, then when fighting, he may only choose to use the law to run away to delay time and find a way to leave this universe. He had never thought about using the rules to fight the enemy, because there was no chance of winning. However, now that he had obtained this information, he knew that he had turned a corner. It is true that the situation on the enemy's side is a bit special. But so what if it is special? I didn't know what this stage meant or what was in this stage before. But now I know it. And I have also found a solution. And the most important thing is that the Zerg race has traveled a lot at this stage. So many situations are recorded in the inherited memory. And now I have opened this memory. Naturally, he also knows how to solve the current situation. So at this time, he knew how he should fight the enemy. But what made him feel most uncomfortable was that the law inherited by the Zerg was the law of reproduction, which was the law he had vaguely understood at the beginning. And he now used the law of time. The two laws are different. So there is no way for me to use the power of the laws to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Fortunately, the application of the law of reproduction through different paths to the same end gave Jiang Yao some ideas. And what surprised him the most was that even if this race once mastered this power, it was eventually wiped out. This is the most terrifying thing. If the bugs that escaped had not reproduced different Zerg races, and some of the Zerg races had escaped the disaster, this race might have disappeared long ago. According to inherited memories, he knew that a war broke out between the Zerg and other civilizations long ago. As for this war, the main reason is because the two sides have different positions. There is nothing wrong. Civilizations that have reached this level also have their own positions. Through the memory of the whole process, he knows that there are many civilizations of this level in the universe. It's just that these civilizations are in the real big universe, not these small universes. The big universe can be understood as a city or a country. And these small universes are like some villages or small ravines. Which is what it feels like. Chapter 792 The Truth of the Universe. For him, the information obtained this time truly revealed the mystery of the universe. At the same time, it can be regarded as supporting evidence for many of his previous speculations about the universe. The first is the situation of the conscious body of the universe. Now he can say with certainty that his previous guess was completely correct. And this universe is a complete consciousness. In the process of the progress of the universe, many things have appeared one after another, among which there is a special kind of creature. And whether this creature appears or not will directly determine whether the universe will appear. This is a kind of existence called space creature. The universe is composed of their corpses, and their corpses are built into their own nests. This is the entire universe. And there are also living space creatures in the universe. They continue to reproduce. As they multiply, many of their own kind will die, and the universe will expand without limit. This is the secret of the entire universe. The universe can be regarded as a nest. Each civilization is like a parasite in a nest, surviving in this ecology. And the master of the ecology is the existence that forged this nest. These space creatures can understand it as space itself. From a certain perspective, he is right next to you. It can also be said that he is everywhere. In short, this is the meaning of this special existence. Space has its own consciousness, and it can build the universe and the underlying structure at will according to its own preferences. Their existence is completely different from the existence of other creatures in the universe. It can be understood this way. Just like an ant nest, there are countless bacteria in the ant wall, and the ant wall is like a barrier. Ants live outside the barrier, and these bacteria live inside the barrier. This is the truth of these universes. The cosmic creatures living in their nests are constantly developing themselves and maintaining the balance of the entire ecosystem. However, some special creatures will inevitably appear in the nest, and these creatures may break through the barrier. After breaking through the barrier, the owner of the nest without the barrier will also find the barrier creature. For example, at this stage, he is on the verge of being discovered, and may be discovered by the owner of the nest at any time. At the same time, the owner of the nest already knows his existence, so he has been using his consciousness to lock him. At the same time, he is maliciously treated by the nest owner. If he wants to survive here, he will be attacked by them all the time, because his variable is like a foreign bug appearing in the nest. What the ants have to do is to remove these insects are eliminated or turned into food rations. To put it simply, after reaching this stage, he has the ability to compete with the ants. But in the ant nest, no matter how powerful he is, he will only be drowned in the sea of insects. It is even said that even if these little bugs are singled out, they cannot be the opponents of ants. And this is the truth of the entire universe, or the truth of most universes. If some of these creatures in the universe die, the universe will die as well. This is like some weak ants. I was invaded by powerful bugs. When the ants know that the place is no longer safe, they will leave. Then after they leave, the basic function of maintaining this nest is gone. And as time goes by, the city will slowly decay and be damaged. This is also the reason why some cosmic resources will die when they are exploited to a certain extent. The space creatures born in these weak universes do not have the ability to break through the dimensional wall to stop those beings who want to move resources to other universes. They can only see their resources being taken away by you. And then, they can only give up here and go to other areas to settle down. Of course, the journey to other areas is dangerous, and you will encounter all kinds of terrifying beings along the way. Space creatures are like ants seeing humans in front of these beings. Of course, most of the time it is impossible for these beings to help these creatures. So as long as you are careful, you can still find a new home. And this is not the birth of these universes. This is how each universe is born. These bubble-like universes are the protectors of weak civilizations and the homes of space creatures. Of course, sometimes these homes will be invaded. But just like human beings will not destroy ant nests out of boredom. In fact, many times they will be invaded. Don't care about these things. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Just like a naughty child. Maybe he will take pleasure in it. And if you are unlucky enough to be targeted by a naughty kid, you might suffer the legendary disaster. Sometimes it's like this. You don't want to provoke anyone, but you will be inadvertently targeted by others and then destroyed. In this case, no one in the universe will be spared. Of course, sometimes you may be unlucky, and the place where you exist happens to be the residence of a powerful being. He feels the boredom brought to him by insects like you, so he destroys you conveniently. All in all, there are many weird ways to die in this world, many of which are unintentional disasters, and many of which are caused by the other party's convenience. Whether you can survive still depends on your own luck. So when everything is clear, these civilizations have to face a reality. That is whether you continue to hide in this ant nest. A huge ant nest is easy to find. But if a single individual leaves the ant nest, it will not be so conspicuous, which means that its safety factor may be much greater. But this is not easy to say, because the so-called safety factor is only relative. Although the ant nest is a big target, there are many ants stationed here. If a bug wanders around outside, it will encounter other bugs, which means that its own safety may be in danger at any time. Compared with a huge group of ants that no one dares to provoke, individual bugs can easily be targeted by other predators. This is also the most primitive law of survival. So whether to leave the universe is also a key question. It is also for this reason that a special creature called the snail dweller was born. In the final analysis, this kind of creature just stays in this universe and refuses to come out. If there is a problem in this universe, it will quickly run to the next universe and continue to hide. But their existence will inevitably attract the attention of these ants, so they will often be hunted down by various kinds of people. Fortunately, with their rich escape experience, they can easily deal with these crises and survive in this way. There are also some civilizations that have another way of survival. They resolutely step out of the universe and survive alone in this dangerous living area outside of hyperspace. Of course, this will attract the attention of other terrifying beings in the area. So these civilizations have also begun to learn to stay together and form alliances one after another. This is also true for alliances that cannot be completely trusted between civilizations. Therefore, insider secrets often occur internally. But fortunately, the civilization that survives in this way is much higher than that of fighting alone. As a result, a unique survival system emerged outside the universe. However, frictions will break out between these small groups from time to time. Different alliances will have wars with different alliances because of resource or territory issues. Of course, this is also very normal. In addition to wars due to territorial issues, there will also be other issues. In short, it is not peaceful here. This is how civilizations live or die in constant war. The original Zerg also hated the Northwest because of the Alliance's battle. Of course, the players did not know the specific situation at that time. There are relatively few records in this area, and players are not sure about the specific reasons. Of course, this doesn't seem to be particularly important, because the original race was so different from the current players. Whether it was the breadth or other aspects, there was a very big difference. Even the former enemies would not be able to recognize them standing in front of them. After all, after so many generations and going through so many changes, many things are completely different from before. Needless to say, even whether the previous enemies still exist is a big question, let alone others. Therefore, players do not need to worry about former enemies coming to their door, because even if they come, they will never recognize themselves. I have to say that this information is very useful to them now. At least through this information, they know the general situation of the current universe. If they want to understand these things without these inherited things, the price they need to pay is too heavy. Maybe even if they are destroyed, they won't be able to get relevant information. After all, some things are not so easy to get. So the players still feel relatively lucky in this regard. At least they have obtained these information, which will be of great use to them in the future. Of course, for Jian Yao, they were not just satisfied with this. After learning the truth of the whole matter, they became more curious about this universe or things outside the universe. But he also knows very well that he definitely doesn't have the ability to understand these things now. But once he has the ability to understand, he will definitely find a way to find out these things as soon as possible. As for the method of leaving this universe, he also wanted to understand the situation clearly. After all, he was no longer a child after developing in the universe for so many years. He knew very well that if he wanted to live, and live comfortably, then he would definitely not maybe he's living under someone else's roof. You must have your own team and your own things to survive. After all, relying on others will eventually become unreliable. You can only rely on yourself. Maybe one day when something goes wrong in this universe, and he doesn't even know how to leave the universe, then he can only coexist and die with this universe. Which is what he doesn't want to see. What he wants to see is that he can master the method of leaving the universe. At that time, he can decide whether to leave the universe based on the actual situation. He wants to ensure that the initiative must be in his own hands. After all, it's not his style to leave his fate in the hands of others. No matter what, he will only ensure one thing, and that is to accept that his own destiny is his own. According to the inherited memory, he knows that there is a special space outside the universe. And this space is very dangerous. Not only are there some special and powerful creatures here, but the environment itself is also very dangerous. It took the original Zerg almost 1.2 billion years to barely survive there. And that's what it's like over there. His side may not be as good as the ancient Zerg tribe back then. So if he wants to survive here, The price he needs to pay will be greater, and more time will be consumed. Jiang Yao doesn't think it's okay about this. After all, he doesn't have it now. It was impossible to think so far ahead. For him now, the current things have not been resolved yet, and other things are in vain. After all, if he didn't get rid of the current civilization, he wouldn't even have the chance to leave this universe. Here he turned his attention to this civilization again. Compared to before, he no longer had any interest in this civilization. So scared. Because these materials also explain the situation of civilization that masters the laws. To put it bluntly, it means mastering the laws. Civilizations are also divided into strong and weak. Some civilizations are very strong, and some civilizations are very weak. Just like a mysterious civilization, it stands to reason that if a civilization of their level wants to eliminate itself, no matter how many laws they hold in their hands, it will not have much effect. They can easily eliminate themselves. However, the fact is that they were unable to easily solve themselves, and almost overturned under their own hands. This illustrates a problem. That is, the opponent's ability to understand the law is not very high. This universe has never been fair. Comprehension ability sounds a bit illusory, but it is real, and there is no fairness in this thing. Some civilizations have good luck and have relatively strong talents, so some things are easy for them to understand, while some civilizations are like this and have bad luck. So even if they work hard, they can't do many things as easily as others. Once done, this is the gap between talents, which is very heartbreaking, but it is real and affects civilization. The mysterious civilization is one of those with poor talent, even though it has mastered these things before the players, and even understood it for so many years. It is still so difficult to fight against the players. This is a true portrayal of poor innate ability and imperfect understanding of the law. In fact, the mysterious civilization itself is not weak. But if we look at the inherited memory of the Zerg race, this race belongs to the kind that even leaves this universe. The one who has no qualifications. If there is no way to leave the universe, the requirements are very high. Not just any cat or dog can leave. The requirements for talent and many other things are very high. Otherwise you will never be able to take this step. Chapter 793 The Truth About the System. At this time, after understanding the general situation clearly, Jiang Yao was filled with emotions. I never thought this universe would be like this. But that's not bad. At least it lets me know the true situation of this universe. In fact, for him now, the information contained in this information allows him to know that this time's harvest compared to the breakthrough of the law is what really makes him amazed. But there's a problem. At this time, Jiang Yao thought of something else in his heart. Something he'd always relied on and didn't think much about. System. That's right. At this time, he began to fear the system. He has been relying on the system all the way. And with the help of the system, he has dealt with difficulties again and again. The early system helped him a lot. But now when he knew everything, he knew that the system might be prepared for him by some civilizations. In fact, he hasn't used this thing for a long time now. Because now this thing is of very little help to me. But it is undeniable that this thing has always been with me. Having inherited the memory of the Zerg race, he now has some understanding of the system's situation. Especially now that he can see the connection between himself and the system. At this time, there were some special threads connecting him to his own insect nest. This was something that could not be explained. The function of these threads is to connect him to the system. What the system said before is true: if the insect nest dies, he will also die. Because many abilities are conveyed to him by the system through the insect nest as the center. To put it simply, the insect nest is like the heart itself and the others. If there is a problem with the heart, it will be gone. At the same time, he also discovered that the source of his power is ultimately because of this link. So he can use these powers. To put it bluntly, once the connection is gone, the power will be gone. He even said that even his own life could not continue. Now he felt that his survival was all dependent on these connections. If calculated according to normal conditions, he might have died. And this is what scares him the most. To put it bluntly, his life is completely in the hands of the system now. Although the system has not done anything to him in the past, he now knows very well that just because it has not done anything to him now does not mean that it will not do anything to him in the future. At this time, he also felt extremely headache because of this matter. He never could have calculated that it would be such a result in the end. So what I can do now is to hide my system first. Maybe I didn't expect that my ethnic group would have such an ability. At the beginning, he probably just found a random ethnic group to operate it. The role of the system is to train me. And training me naturally has its own purpose. The civilization behind me must have a plan. Otherwise it would be impossible to push me to this position. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the system is not of much use to me now. But he has been monitoring me and watching me slowly take that step. Thinking of this, even he couldn't help but feel a headache. Everything was too nonsense. Many things he had never thought of were connected together. And he found that there were many people targeting him. Before there was a binding system. I was just an ordinary person. How could I be so tormented by big guys like you? At this time, Jiang Yao was also a little helpless. I have no choice but to describe my own experience. But fortunately, he was lucky at this time. Because I actually knew this information. I thought about it and started to make calculations. Is it possible to use the person who gave me the law of time and the person who gave me the system, and let the two of them face off? Thinking of this, he felt that the possibility of this was very high. First of all, if you give yourself the existence of these two things, your strength will definitely not be weak. If they compete with each other, it will naturally be a good thing for you. Even if they can't fight, let them know each other's existence. Then they will be wary. When the time comes to do things, they will take into account more places, and even say that they will confront each other in secret. In this case, there are more opportunities. That's what he thought. But after thinking about it, he discovered another troubling question. That is, if he does this, he will indeed have more opportunities. But what is this opportunity? Or is this opportunity useful? This is a question worth pondering. After leaving the system, he found that there seemed to be nothing on his side that other civilizations could value. And at the same time, there was nothing that could compete with him. This was the most embarrassing thing. Yes, even if you give yourself a chance, you won't be able to use it. How could things be like this? At this time, he was quite helpless in his heart. But he felt that this method was indeed feasible. Even if he couldn't do anything, he still had to discuss these two civilizations, and let them calculate his account like this. Forget it is easy. He had nothing to say about these two civilizations. After all, their strength was here. And even if he wanted to fight against them, it would be impossible. For him, the only thing he can do is to let the two of them fight or fight among themselves, so that he can have more opportunities. Once they both know each other's existence, the later operations will be much simpler. Even if he didn't get anything in the end, it was undeniable that he should have been able to live longer no matter how bad he was at that time. When the two civilizations know each other's existence, they should understand that everything within the light cone is destiny. They will meet one day. So now that they have discovered each other, what they can do is very simple. And that is to think a way to eliminate the opponent. For civilizations that have reached that level, Jiang Yao estimates that the possibility of finding each other is very low. So these two civilizations will inevitably focus on themselves to find each other through themselves. After all, his words have contact with both civilizations. Now he is like a bridge that can connect different civilizations at will. All in all, this method is very reliable. But the risk is also very high. Once successful, his safety should be guaranteed to a certain extent before the two civilizations find or eliminate each other. For the current situation, in fact, he had nothing to say. These are the things that the big boss himself has no way to fight against. And regarding the system, he is just guessing and needs to be verified slowly. Of course, he felt that he had already guessed about this matter. If there was a deviation, then the deviation would probably not be too big. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start thinking about how he could use these two civilizations to obtain the maximum benefit. In fact, for him now, these two civilized people don't seem to have much to do with him. If the two of them fight, it will be like a fight between gods, and he should be fine. But he knew very well that, as the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. And he is this mortal. If everything goes wrong, if he doesn't make all preparations, then he will really be doomed. After all, calculating against these two civilizations is a very scary thing. Not to mention whether it is successful or not. Even if it is successful, how should you deal with it? Because once his plan is successful, and these two civilizations discover it, they will definitely know that their existence is already known. And then, they should be very dangerous to them. After all, the other party must be planning to do this in the hope that he will follow their plan. A system. An unknown civilization. I don't know why it is targeting me. And for what reason did I travel through time and bind to the system? Also, was this Zerg randomly selected by the system, or was it intentional? If it was intentional, it means the system knew the secrets of the Zerg. If not, then it could all be a coincidence. Jiang Yao was thinking this at this time. The current situation is very clear. A huge whirlpool has been surrounding him from the beginning, and he only plays a small role here. In the huge waves, he could only drift with the tide without making any changes. Perhaps if he had not traveled through time, he would have been just a small character on the blue star. I don't know how many years ago I became cold. And because I chose myself, I will have a brilliant and wonderful life in the future. Everything made him a little confused. Hey, I didn't expect this to be the truth. At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little powerless. But just when he was confused about the future, he seemed to have thought of something. No! There's a problem I've been ignoring. At this time, Jiang Yao seemed to have thought of something. If everything is the path arranged by others, then am I just acting as a pawn here? Could it be that if I lose my system, I will be nothing? He did have such an idea at first, but suddenly he realized it. How could such a huge plan be carried out by just one person? Is this possible? It's obviously impossible. After all, is it possible for an ordinary person to do such a big thing? With systematic help, ordinary people can indeed take off. But can they reach the heights they want? Regarding this, Jiang Yao can say with certainty that this is impossible. So this can only explain one problem. That is, it has other functions. There are reasons why the other party is plotting against you or plotting against you. Maybe they are extraordinary. Maybe only they can push this plan to the height they want. After thinking about all this, he suddenly became enlightened. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Every choice in this plan has its own purpose. So I must have an irreplaceable role in this plan. If that's the case, then things will be easier to handle. Since I am so useful and have come this far, there is absolutely no way the people above would let me die so easily. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao knew what he should do. In that case, let's use you to verify it. Yes. Jiang Yao at this time was ready to use the mysterious civilization to verify his conjecture. Thinking of this, he was ready to take action. The fleeing insect nest suddenly stopped. Then a large number of bugs began to fly out of the nest. For a time, the entire area was covered with dense bugs. And at the same time, a steady stream of bugs were hatching. The mysterious civilization naturally noticed the changes here and looked at Jiang Yao's actions at this time. He was also a little confused. They are ready to fight back just after entering this stage. This race is really arrogant. Do they think they can compete with themselves just after entering this stage? While thinking about the mysterious civilization, I immediately started taking action. Since the other side wants to die, then naturally he has to satisfy them. Thinking of this, the mysterious civilization started to take action. The next moment, I saw densely packed battleships flying towards this side. At the same time, a large number of insects were seen taking action. The next moment, the two sides were fighting together. At this time, countless bugs in the space began to fight against the battleship. The difference from the previous battles was that this time the bugs had changed a lot. They easily dodged countless dense attacks. While dodging the attack, the bugs began to fight back. Normally, the attacks of these bugs would not cause much damage to these battleships. But this time it was different. The attacks of these bugs seemed to suddenly become stronger, and they easily caused huge damage to the battleship. At this time, I was dumbfounded when I saw this scene of mysterious civilization, because they saw many battleships were destroyed. How can this be? At this time, I was dumbfounded when I saw this scene of mysterious civilization. You must know that it is impossible for them to be suppressed by the consciousness of the universe when they attack the Zerg. They knew exactly what this meant. In other words, these bugs have evolved the power to compete with themselves in such a short period of time. But how is this possible? This doesn't make sense. However, as the battle continued, they quickly discovered the clues. It was not that the attacks of the insects suddenly became stronger, but that the attacks of the insects had changed greatly compared to before. Now they can use the power of the law to add the power of the law to the attack. Before the attack falls on their battleship, the time they are building increases rapidly, to a terrifying number. And then the time retrospection will affect the battleship, cause a very big impact. The battleship at this stage is very fragile, so these bugs can easily destroy the battleship. But how can this level of law comprehension ability be possessed by a civilization that has newly mastered this ability? You must know that being able to do this must be possible only if the law comprehension is very deep. However, now such a civilization has just entered this stage. The civilization is actually able to use this power. The mysterious civilization was dumbfounded. At this time, they knew that things might be serious. Chapter 794 Guess. Of course, we can't blame them. After all, No one would have thought that a civilization that had just understood this thing could actually apply the law to such an extent. Jiang Yao was not surprised by this. The article that has been arranging his own behind the scenes. And the law research route he has arranged for himself is a shortcut. Perhaps a normal civilization needs to slowly count up from 1 to 100. But the help the civilization behind him gave him was equivalent to him jumping directly from 1 to 100. According to normal circumstances, after just comprehending the rules, the application of the rules is still at a relatively superficial stage. Of course, this is normal. However, Jiang Yao's side was completely different. His understanding of the law was very profound from the beginning. This level of profundity even made him feel a little scary. This is like a baby who has just learned to walk and is suddenly able to climb rocks. It feels like there are too many gaps in the middle. He didn't realize this when he realized it. He even said that if he hadn't thought about it deliberately, he would have thought that it would be like this after he understood the law. Especially after he understood the powerful law. You really plotted against me. A civilization that has just understood the laws can be so skillful in using the laws. The details of various micro-operations are so easy to master. Sure enough, the arrangements for me are very clear. The other two laws don't even have many clues about how to apply them superficially. But this one has actually entered such a sophisticated stage. It's like the other person gave you a remote-controlled electric toy. And you don't know how it works. When one day you have a conflict with that person, and they just need to remove the battery from the remote control. You don't know what to do. Control this thing. Compared with the operation of the mysterious civilization, this civilization has to be said to be more careful and cautious. And their operation is also safer. Jiang Yao also had to admire the series of operations of this civilization. But sometimes that's just the way it is. Only when you encounter something, you will realize that some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. The reason why you have a smooth journey is because there are at least two civilizations behind you that have transcended the universe. Pushing. He has shown his value along the way. So the other party will not let him be eliminated so easily. This is my own restraint. And it is also my gold medal to avoid death. Everything in his hands is clearly arranged. And nothing can escape the control of these civilizations. From the understanding of the laws of technological progress to the endowment of systems. A series of other things are fueled by others. The so-called system is just an artificial intelligence installed by others for themselves. It is similar to some technologies that I have studied for a while and finally gave up. I have tried to research supercomputers before, and then let the supercomputers give powerful abilities to some individuals. Although this technology is very easy to use, it is limited to the upper limit of its own technology, compared with evolutionary technology. If you want to research this technology, whether it is time cost or other factors, it is too high. So later on, this technology was shelved by myself. But now the system feels similar to this technology. The system itself is equivalent to a super weapons library and resource library. He can provide himself with what he wants at any time. And the ore he turns in is converted into energy by the system to make these things. This result surprised him very much. And also made him very uncomfortable. Everything about him had been arranged by others. Many of the things I do require the permission of others to be completed smoothly. This is a very ironic thing. So this is going too far. It's even said that the reason why many of my technological research encounter bottlenecks is probably because they are secretly fueling the fire. They don't want me to research some things. It was really sad to think about it at the time. My path was planned for me by others. Once I went wrong, they would immediately change all my arrangements. Apart from being sad, what I think of here is more helpless about my own strength. If I am strong, I don't need to worry about these things at all. But now, because my strength is not that good, all I can do is obey. Every time he thought of this, he felt all kinds of uncomfortable in his heart. But what can you do if you feel uncomfortable? Some things can only be endured silently. And it is even said that he has no clue about the chess games such as Rohutuo. First of all, my life now depends on the system. The system connects me to the insect nest in him. Even saying that I am alive now is all because of the insect nest. To put it bluntly, I am just a puppet on strings. Nothing belongs to me. But I have been thinking about why the other party would do this. It is completely possible that the other party can directly use the insect nest. And then, there will be nothing wrong with me. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was watching his side gradually gaining an advantage on the battlefield and being beaten back by the mysterious civilization, was thinking this in his heart. That's right. The mysterious civilization at this time can no longer withstand the attack of the insect swarm. Their current situation is very difficult. And it is even said that it will not take long for the insect swarm to launch a counterattack. Perhaps when he encountered the current situation in the past, he would have been very happy. After all, he had defeated such a powerful enemy and solved his own troubles. Anyone would be very happy. But now, he is unusually calm. After he knew the truth, he was no longer as excited as before about any achievements he made, because many things were done deliberately by others. So why should he be excited? That's what he was thinking at this time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everything on the battlefield seemed to be unable to touch his heartstrings. At this time, Jiang Yao was lost in thought. From the time he traveled through time to the present, everything he experienced along the way flashed through his mind like a slideshow. He thought a lot. And he thought a lot at the same time. He was thinking about why he was valued. He was also thinking that according to the system's ability, the puppet could be an insect nest. There was no need to include himself. What was the point of including himself? My own understanding of the Blue Star people. Thinking of this, he shook his head again. Even if it is the same routing system, it is very simple to operate. The system can calculate all the new people's thoughts and behavior patterns, and then manipulate them according to the needs of the new people, so that they can easily achieve their own goals. Purpose. He even said that he might do better than himself. As for the existence of some erroneous victory systems, there is no need to worry about these problems at all. And it is even said that you can go better than yourself. These things are not that important to the system. With so many thoughts in his mind, Jiang Yao has been thinking about what is there in him that the other party values, and that the other party is willing to pay such a high price to cultivate himself. And at this moment, he suddenly woke up. Why me? Why didn't someone else choose me? What's the point? Compared with others, what is my advantage? To put it bluntly, my role in the entire ethnic group is not irreplaceable. So what is my only point? Could it be that the only thing about me is because of other things? Other things that I don't care about? At this time, he thought of a possible luck. He has conducted related research on such an ethereal thing as luck. Not just once or twice, but in the end, it was all left to chance. Looking back now, he always feels that there is something wrong with the various theories that were left unanswered at that time. Although these things can withstand scrutiny. After all, if the other party really prevents you from studying this thing later, there will inevitably be a complete logical chain. So he never thought that he could find a breakthrough from here. But at this time, he was very sure that this must be a breakthrough. Because among so many technologies currently being researched, this is the only one that he had put on hold twice in a row. At the same time, there was only this one technology. And I thought it was very necessary to study it carefully. Thinking of this and recalling the previous bits and pieces, Jiang Yao felt like he had caught something. Some theories or things do not require successful research before they can be used. If you think of it now, you have successfully researched this technology. The theory of luck is real. And then it is used as a simulation. If this thing really exists, I have higher luck than others. And for the two civilizations that may attack me in the future, they also discovered my luck somehow. An individual whose luck is much higher than that of any other existence. Perhaps they encountered certain things and needed to use this thing, or for other reasons. Of course, it's not important. After discovering me, they arranged for me to travel through time. The reason why I can survive is also because of this. My luck must be used by them. So I have to live. If I die, my luck may disappear. And then, they will lose everything. This is why they connected me to the system and the insect nest. Reason. With the protection of the insect nest, my life is no longer so fragile and systematically connected. Which means that my life and death are under their control. They may have also studied the use of luck and know the possibility of a Jedi comeback. So their control over me is foolproof. No matter at any level, ability level, or life level, they have arranged everything very clearly. My development along the way has been smooth. On the surface, these things may seem to be secretly intervened by these civilizations. But it cannot be ruled out that this is caused by my own luck. And these civilizations have seen me in danger time and time again. The purpose of turning danger into safety is to understand whether luck really has such a big effect as they thought. Obviously their speculation is correct. Or the performance of luck makes them very satisfied. Otherwise, I would never be alive until now. After researching all this, the next step is to push me to reach a higher level. After all, everything has been verified. So what they have to do later is to give me to the height they want to help them complete a certain thing. This is why my technology has developed so far without encountering any big problems. Bottleneck. After all, there are too many difficulties that need to be faced to evolve to this level. Some civilizations will always be stuck at a certain step. But I can easily break through the bottlenecks again and again. Many civilizations have tried their best to reach this point after countless years of research. But I can easily reach this point in a time hundreds or even thousands of times shorter than theirs. From my personal point of view, it seems reasonable. But if you compare me with other civilizations, then all this is too unreasonable. No matter how much potential I have, I can't progress so fast. So this matter is basically certain. Now these mysterious civilizations should have entered the harvest stage. I just have to raise it to that point, and I can reap the rewards. But there is no clear hint as to where that point is. There are 2 points that can be determined so far. The first point is that there is a system, and all my actions will be monitored. Then I want to break away from control and use some special means. This is the second point that is simply unrealistic. This is the most critical point. After evolving to this stage, the inherited memory of the Zerg is awakened. Maybe this is something beyond the plans of these 2 civilizations. Of course, it may also be due to luck that left me a glimmer of hope. And this is my only chance to escape control. At this time, Jiang Yao began to withdraw his thoughts. He knew very well that the Zerg's inherited memory was his only chance. At the same time, he could not express this thing. Otherwise the last chance would be gone. How to use this knowledge to solve your current situation has become the key. If I want to get out of control, I have to let go of many players who are of great use to me. I rely on them along the way. So I need to use them. But how to use them is the key. Civilization no. 1 is the civilization that gave me the system. It must have taken a fancy to my luck. As for civilization no. 2. It was the civilization that gave me the black insect planet. Could it be that it also took a fancy to my luck, or something else? Jiang Yao didn't know the purpose of these 2 civilizations. But he always felt that the purposes of the 2 civilizations seemed to be somewhat different. At present, all he can know is that both civilizations have plans for him. If the ultimate goals of the 2 civilizations are not the same, then it is easier to plan on your own side. But if the ultimate goals of the 2 civilizations are the same, then it may be a bit difficult for you to operate on your side. But what is certain is that compared to civilization no. 2. Civilization no. 1 monitors itself more closely and controls itself more tightly. It was also for this reason that he suspected that the purposes of the 2 civilizations might not be the same. Chapter 795 The Last Move of the Mysterious Civilization. If your assumptions are true, then things will be easier to handle. At this time, Jiang Yao was thinking so in his heart. Regarding these 2 civilizations, his thoughts are actually very simple. First of all, civilization no. 1 is a civilization that gives its own system. This civilization may be greedy for its own luck. So they set a system to assist them, so that they could rely on the system to reach the height they wanted. And then harvest. Because the system is very helpful to them, and it is easy to lose control. They monitor themselves very strictly. As for civilization no. 2. They may have taken a fancy to their own rights or something else, and then deliberately gave themselves the rules. The purpose was to follow their rules and regulations to achieve certain goals. Considering the current situation, these are the 2 most likely scenarios he feels. Either of these 2 situations is not a good thing for him. If this is such a plot, then I always feel that the civilization that gave me the system is much stronger. After all, I have seen the capabilities of the system. As for the strength of the civilization that gave me the law, it may be weaker. But if these 2 civilizations can face each other, it will definitely be of great help to me. At this time, Jiang Yao was thinking in his heart. If you want these 2 civilizations to confront each other, then they must know each other. The system should be aware of the existence of this matter for my monitoring. Perhaps their 2 civilizations have met in secret. Or the civilization that gave me the system knows that the civilization that gave me the rules exists. And the civilization that gave me the rules may not know that the civilization that gave me the system exists. After all, it's more convenient to monitor my every move than the law system. So what I need to do now is to let the civilization that gives me the law know the existence of the system civilization. In this way, he will not be suddenly attacked by the system civilization. It is even possible that he will take the initiative to attack. In short, it must be let both people know each other's existence. How to break away from the control of these 2 civilizations. Although he does not have an accurate plan now. But as long as the 2 civilizations know each other, and are involved in each other, they can always find a way. The reason why our side is so calm at present may be because the 2 civilizations do not know each other. So everything is very calm. It is even said that the other side that knows the existence of the other side is now preparing its troops. in order to catch the other party off guard. But even if I finally let these two civilizations know each other, what's the use? No matter how hard they fight, it's basically impossible to escape from their control. At this time, Jiang Yao was making various calculations. If his plan succeeds, then there is no doubt that this is an opportunity. How to use this opportunity is what he needs to consider now. Thinking of this, he also begins to formulate a preliminary operation plan. For him, he first needs to understand where the technological levels of the two civilizations have reached. Secondly, he must know how to control his own passage and figure out how to escape. In short, everything here needs to be carefully considered by him. The only way I can think of to escape control is to give up my current body. Everything including here needs to be given up. Otherwise everything will be in vain. In fact, he has a relatively thorough understanding of the situation here. First of all, the other party has blocked all the ways it can run. If you still want to take the lead with your possessions, it is simply giving us all the freedom to completely escape control. Then you must give up all your possessions. It's hard to escape without your belongings, but you won't be able to escape with your belongings. But the players must not give up. So after thinking about it, he must give priority to sending the players out. Otherwise everything will be in vain. After sending the players out, they need to find a way to let themselves go. And it cannot attract the attention of these two civilizations. Once you attract the attention of these two civilizations, all your plans will come to nothing. Because it is too easy for these two civilizations to find you. As long as you are discovered by them, they can successfully lock you. It's not a big problem for them to leave the players alone, because the players don't play a big role for them. But the Foundation plays a very big role for them. So they will definitely set themselves as a very important goal. Escape is never easy. This plan must be perfect. It must be completed in a perfect and wonderful dislocation. And it must disappear from their sight immediately. If you don't understand, you will be blind. Among the several problems he faces now, the last one is that even if he successfully escapes, how should he spend his life? It was obvious that this was not what he wanted. So he made a decision at this time. That is, as long as he can escape smoothly, he must have his own power. And when your own power and organization are established, they cannot be discovered by the other party. Only with good quality can you return to your current life in a short time. The difficulty of this matter is naturally very high. This means that a large amount of materials will be transferred. And even many researchers will make such a big move, which will definitely attract the attention of the other party. So you must give them a suitable reason. Otherwise everything will be in vain. Blind. In response to this, he also started making preparations. Finally, he came up with a way, which was to select only the elite. As for some other people, he could only let them fend for themselves. After all, I can't protect myself in my current situation. So how can I still think about other people? After thinking about it, he formulated a big transfer plan. And only he knew about this plan. He would transfer the things he needed bit by bit in a subtle way. Over time, this will become a very considerable resource reserve. Of course, he must understand the opponent before he dares to take action. After recovering his thoughts, the war against the mysterious civilization was about to come to an end. Looking at the tragic situation of the mysterious civilization, Jiang Yao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This civilization is indeed very powerful. And in many cases, their technology is far beyond it should be more than your own side. The main reason why they failed was that there were two big guys behind them, who were constantly helping them secretly. Without their help, they would have been destroyed by the mysterious civilization long ago. Therefore, the people who were abused by this mysterious civilization were not unjust. Firstly, they were too ostentatious. And secondly, they took the initiative to cause trouble for themselves. All in all, the root cause of all problems has something to do with them. As long as they chose to watch the battle and not attack, Jiang Yao would have to leave here after the victory here. After he leaves, the mysterious civilization can still continue to enjoy what kind of life it is. But who knew they would jump out so early? At this time, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh as he watched the battleships of the mysterious civilization retreat steadily, and were soon surrounded by the Zerg army. It is quite sad to think that such a powerful civilization is going to be destroyed by itself. But sometimes that's just how it goes. No one can know who will come first tomorrow, or the accident. It seems that the same situation is happening here. He doesn't know what his future will be like. Maybe like the mysterious civilization, he will eventually be wiped out by those civilizations that are spying on him in the dark. But what is being wiped out now is that although they are them, he still has a feeling of sadness. A feeling of, Perhaps the existence of every civilization has its own mission. Some civilizations have become stepping stones for others, while some civilizations can go all the way to the end. The operation of the universe is carried out by space creatures. Space creatures also have their own consciousness, which means that they may also be able to intervene in many things. Or creatures more powerful than space creatures are controlling everything, controlling the operation of civilization for the operation of the universe, and want to escape. With this kind of control, the only way is to transcend this universe. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why so many civilizations were desperately developing, especially those who already knew the truth and were still developing their own technology. The purpose was to completely control their own destiny. Only if you are beyond the universe can you be qualified to stand on this stage. Only when you reach that state can you be qualified to decide the fate of other civilizations. And only then can you be qualified to control your own destiny. Jiang Yao has been working hard to stay alive. Many times, his extravagance is very simple, but various reasons have pushed him to where he is now. At this time, he really wants to get rid of it all. At a certain stage, he felt that it would be good to live his life like this. But for various reasons, he had to participate in the war. Only at this moment did he understand that it was not that he didn't want to stop, but that there is simply no ability to stop. A civilization that has its own ideas will never allow such a thing to happen. They will continue to push themselves forward until they achieve what they want. After putting aside these thoughts, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the mysterious civilization. At this time, the mysterious civilization had already fallen out. Why is this happening? How could these bugs be so powerful just after they understood the law? This is absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for them to have such power in a short period of time. How could they master the law of time, a heaven-defying law, so easily, and to such an extent? This is absolutely impossible. They have skipped a lot of teams. Otherwise it would be impossible to have such strength. But how could they skip so many stages? I'm sure there are other races behind this race. They are most likely the spokespersons of other civilizations. The spokespersons of those civilizations that transcend the universe and these universes. At this time, everyone within the mysterious civilization was having various discussions. At this time, they knew very well that their fate was already doomed. I never imagined that our civilization would eventually end in this way. But it doesn't matter. Although we are over, we still have to let them understand that they are not much better than us. At this time, everyone inside the mysterious civilization was discussing with each other regarding this race. They miscalculated. They did not expect that this race was the spokesperson of other civilizations. After all, after so many years of business, I have seen too many mysterious civilizations and know many secret things. Some people who have reached their level are actually just a step away from entering that level, so they can also get some sporadic information about related things. At this time, they can basically confirm that the identities of the players are unusual. If they were just an ordinary civilization, it would be absolutely impossible to beat them like this under normal circumstances. If there was no civilization behind them, it would be impossible for the player's strength to improve so quickly. I didn't expect that we would end up becoming the nourishment of other civilizations. It's really sad. Although you have one, you will not have an easy time, because we will let you know something that really wants you to be proud of your victory, to know what you are about to face. While thinking about it, the commander of the mysterious civilization issued the final order. All relevant information must be copied by each warship, because when the battlefield is cleaned later, there will always be surviving warships that retain this information. He was looking forward to the reaction of these smug bugs when they knew the truth. Compared to other civilizations, they are full of hatred towards bugs, because they had finally reached this point and were about to succeed. But they encountered something like this. No one would be able to bear it. So they chose to use this method to disgust these bugs. They wanted to lead these self-righteous bugs into the abyss. They did not fail in this battle. They were defeated by the civilization behind the bugs. If it were not for the fuel of that civilization, they could have easily won this battle. Crush bugs. At the same time, they also hated the civilization that was behind it, causing it to indirectly lead to the destruction of their own civilization. With such a mood, the mysterious civilization did the last thing before the civilization collapsed. Jiang Yan naturally didn't know what they were doing. At this time, he was starting to clean up the battlefield after winning as usual. The things mastered by these advanced civilizations are really useful to him, so he will definitely not let them go. Whether it's the opponent's warship manufacturing technology or technology, etc., they are all reference materials, especially since he is still planning how to escape. At this time, he believes that these materials will definitely inspire him. With such excitement, he began to collect various information. As time went by, various information was deciphered, which was really helpful to him. But soon, he also found the malicious information. Chapter 796 Exposed. Experimental Research Report Outside the Universe. This is the name of this document. After seeing this information, Jiang Yao clearly felt that something was wrong. The first thing that comes into view when opening the information is some basic introduction about cosmic civilization. Of course, Jiang Yao naturally knew about these introductions. Jiang Yao had seen a lot of the cosmic civilization introduced in the early stage, so he didn't find anything wrong with it. The more Jiang Yao looked at the subsequent introductions, the more he felt that the situation was not good. After civilization enters a special stage, it will enter a very embarrassing level. Civilizations at this level have mastered the most important laws of things in the universe. The importance of the law is self-evident. It is something that can change the rules of the universe. The universe itself is conscious, so this rule is not allowed. It seems that they don't know that the universe is composed of space creatures. Space creatures have their own consciousness. They will react when they encounter something that is about to exceed their control. While thinking about Jiang Yao in his mind, he continued to read. This information is indeed recorded in very detail, and many details are written clearly and clearly. Sure enough, just as I thought, the mysterious civilization has already begun research in this field. Research in these areas naturally touched his heartstrings, because he knew that if he looked further down, he might find something he shouldn't know. But the matter was at this point, even if he didn't continue reading, the other party would think that he had learned the truth. So thinking of this, he continued to read. It's not my habit to cover one's ears and steal the bell. Since I can't hide anymore, it's better to be prepared to face it calmly. With this mentality, he continued to look down. Civilization that has reached this level will be suppressed by the consciousness of the universe. If you want to escape from this suppression, unless the law enters a deeper stage and masters the method of surviving in hyperspace. Hyperspace is a special space. According to research, there is no concept of time, space, etc. If you want to survive in it, you must have these things. You need to create an area with these things, because the survival of organisms that enter hyperspace from the universe is closely related to these things. Once these things disappear, they will also be destroyed along with the special environment of hyperspace. Assimilate until death. So if you enter hyperspace, you must have these skills to maintain your survival in hyperspace. At the same time, research in related fields must also be carried out, especially in terms of energy. The energy consumption of technology is very terrible, but it is very difficult to replenish energy in hyperspace. So it is necessary to develop a method suitable for hyperspace. Ways to replenish energy in space. Only with this new energy replenishment mechanism can we survive in hyperspace. Secondly, there are various special creatures in hyperspace. These creatures are full of malice toward us, so we must develop corresponding weapons. Science and technology. There are a lot of things like this. We must study them all and understand them. While flipping through the information at this time, he had a rough idea of the current situation. There are too many details that need to be understood, and too many things that need to be perfected. Simply put, if you want to survive here, you must have the ability to create a small universe. A small universe with complete rules. Thinking of this, he immediately thought of the small universe that had attacked the mysterious civilization. That small universe was the universe they created themselves. It includes energy technology and other such things, which should be able to meet the conditions for survival in hyperspace. Of course, he also knew very well that this should only be part of the satisfaction. Otherwise, the mysterious civilization might have entered hyperspace long ago. Thinking of this, he immediately wanted to find out whether the mysterious civilization had left any relevant information. But in the end, after confirming with the brainworm, he was basically sure that the mysterious civilization had not left any relevant information. It seems that the other party has calculated me well. They didn't keep anything that would be helpful to me. Instead, they kept everything that could pose a threat to me. After surviving in hyperspace, you will be tainted with a special aura. The aura of hyperspace creatures. And this is also a very deadly thing. Because of the existence of this kind of thing, it is very difficult for hyperspace creatures to return to the universe. Once they enter the scope of the universe, they will be attacked by the consciousness of the universe. The power of cosmic consciousness is very terrifying. Normal hyperspace civilization has no way to compete with it. But many civilizations need supplies in hyperspace. It does not mean that every civilization that enters this area can master the various things needed in hyperspace. Most of them have no choice but to enter this space in the end. and their preparations are not particularly perfect. So they still need to obtain resources from the universe. It is impossible to enter the universe at this time. So they thought about it. Then they thought of a way, which is to find spokespersons in the universe and train them. After they have the ability to enter hyperspace, destroy them, and obtain the resources in their hands. A civilization that can reach this level has resources that can only be described as massive. As long as one is eliminated, there is basically no need to worry about recent resources. When you have time, you can not only continue to research your own technology, but also cultivate new leaks, and continue your own civilization through such new things. Of course, using this method all the time is not a long-term solution. They must develop the corresponding technology as soon as possible to ensure that they can survive in hyperspace without various supplies. There is a problem involved here. That is research on the direction of science and technology. All laws in hyperspace are missing, and all laws are created by oneself. So researching technology here basically does not play a big role, because many things are created by oneself, and variables are controlled by oneself. Yes, even if this thing fails, you can still make it succeed through the variables you control. This kind of success is called pseudo-success. Although it seems that a certain research is successful on the surface, this research is like a castle in the air and has no effect. For example, a car that can run is developed. In theory, it can run, but after actually putting it into hyperspace, it doesn't have this function. This is the impact caused by the lack of laws. After all, no matter how powerful the civilization is, the small universe it creates cannot be comprehensive. There will be many deficiencies, and these deficiencies will affect the final real result. These results have no effect in hyperspace. So if you want to study something useful in hyperspace, you must go back to the big universe to continue research. In order to solve this problem, there are many problems. So I thought of a way. That is, to find my own spokespersons in the universe, and use them to solve my own problems. If one of my skills is missing, then let them study this one. Technology. Just reap the benefits by yourself in the end. I only need to find ways to promote the process and development of civilization in the middle, or to preserve civilization when necessary. This is not difficult for these hyperspace civilizations. In this way, you can get what you want. Even if the consciousness of the universe wants to target you, it will be very difficult. This is also a method commonly used by hyperspace civilizations. After seeing this, Jian Yao finally understood the whole story. He also understood why he was being targeted by other civilizations. If there is no problem with this introduction, then he can basically be sure that he is the spokesperson of a certain civilization. Or, to be precise, they are two civilizations. At the same time, he also knew very well that after he saw this information, and combined with his current situation, he did not need to think that he had been exposed. At least, he was exposed to the one who gave him laws and civilization. The power of the law that I showed before is unreasonable. If I don't know it clearly, then all this can be explained. However, the mysterious civilization has completely announced the steps of law research, which means that it seems that I know the methods and journey of law research. Under such circumstances, I discovered that there was a certain problem with the law I was studying, and then combined with this information, my identity was immediately revealed. No matter how much I pretended to be stupid, I could not use this law of giving. Civilization knew it was exposed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look a little bitter. In the end, he was tricked by the mysterious civilization, and it was a fatal kind. His plan was to secretly find an opportunity and escape from control. But now the plan has died before it even started because he has been exposed. This civilization is absolutely impossible at this time. Seeing myself slipping out of their control like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sometimes plans couldn't keep up with changes, and he didn't expect that his plan would die so soon. Now things are in trouble. Once we find that things are out of control, that civilization will definitely take action against itself. Because I know these things, my research is no longer so pure, and has a purpose for that civilization. Although even so, it is very difficult for him to escape control. But there is still a certain risk. He believes that a civilization of this level is absolutely impossible to allow such risks to exist. Because of the existence of this risk, civilization will definitely be extremely careful about itself, and will find ways to directly produce itself. Otherwise, if they are really out of control, they will have another powerful enemy in the future. It looks like they are going to take action. Thinking of this, he felt quite helpless. But now, he could only bite the bullet and deal with it. Thinking of this, He immediately started to study the other two laws. If he were to study these two laws by himself, he would definitely be swallowed up by the law of time and used to strengthen himself. However, since he learned the news, he found that the law of time has begun to slowly weaken. It's obvious that the civilization behind it has begun to take back these things. And he knew very well that the other party was ready to attack him at any time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up his plan. My plan cannot be described as mature. It can be described as riddled with holes, because the plan itself has only been formulated not long ago. And in order to ensure that it is foolproof, only I know the entire plan. So the progress is even slower. Originally, he planned to spend a long time slowly perfecting it. But now all he can do is start executing it directly. Although he doesn't know what the final result will be. No matter how bad it is, it will not be worse than being wiped out by that civilization. During this period, he began to prepare how to let the Blue Star people leave safely. And at the same time, he also began to plan how to escape. The entire plan was carried out in secret. But he believed that the civilization must be staring at him closely at this time. But it didn't matter. Soon, they would have no so-called energy and time to stare at him. And this time in hyperspace. A special area with a very large city. There are many buildings in the city. And all kinds of people in the city are doing their own things. At this time, a group of people were gathering together in a huge building in the core of the city. Looking at the swarm of insects in the projection, we have been discovered by the fruit. And he is already on guard. This fruit is the fruit we value most. But we never expected that such an accident would occur midway. It's a pity that it's just the last step. If that civilization hadn't interfered and deliberately left that information, we would have been able to hide it from them until the moment they left the universe. This is no longer important. Now that they have been exposed, it is time to eliminate them. The laws are currently being withdrawn. But the number of laws this fruit possesses includes ours, which totals 3. He can now study the other 2 laws. Don't worry. It won't have any impact on our elimination plan. After all, those 2 laws are lower laws, which are very different from the upper laws. Even if he researches something, it will be easy for us to eliminate them. It's a pity. If that's the case, then let's do it. But just when everyone was about to take action, one of them stopped them. Look! At this time, only one of them was seen pointing at Jiang Yao in the picture. Looking along the screen, everyone discovered a very incredible thing. That is, he was gradually becoming stronger at this time. And Cordyceps is also undergoing a very big change. From the ordinary insect nest at the beginning, it has gradually begun to understand the power of laws. At the same time, the corresponding power of laws has also begun to emerge in his body. And a variety of special bugs have begun to appear. And most of these bugs are endowed with special abilities. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What he showed was simply not something that a civilization of this level could possess. Thinking of this, everyone present thought of another possibility. Chapter 797 Civilization Game. There is civilization behind these bugs. At this time, everyone present was basically sure of this. But how is this possible? It's been so long, and we haven't found any clues. Weird. Extremely weird. Everyone was thinking this at this time. Indeed, the current situation was a bit beyond their expectations. Who would have thought it would be like this? They didn't expect what would happen in the end. I finally know where these bugs are coming from. After knowing that there was civilization behind the bugs, they had to be careful. Everyone present was not stupid. They know what it means. There are other civilizations behind the bug, which means things will become extremely complicated. Not only do they need to be careful when dealing with bugs, but their situation may not be particularly good either. The fact that they have not discovered this civilization for so many years shows that the other party has deliberately hidden themselves. This is not a good sign. The fact that the other party has been hiding for so many years without revealing his true identity is enough to show how extraordinary the other party is. Why is this happening? At this time, everyone present had such thoughts in their minds. Over the years, the other party has discovered himself. But he has not discovered the other party. This is not a good thing. The other party might have been looking for his whereabouts. If they hadn't interfered too much with the discovery of bugs in recent years, they would have probably been attacked by the other side. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If Chongzi hadn't deliberately exposed it, I'm afraid they would all be in the dark now. But now that the bugs are actively exposing themselves, it can only mean one thing. That is, the other party already has a general understanding of their situation. So if I'm not wrong, They have known from early on that the existence of these civilizations is not only that civilization, but also ours. The civilization that was wiped out by them before may have left them these messages with the intention of making them sick. Their original intention should be to let the bugs know that there is a civilization like ours behind them. And after knowing this matter, we will definitely take action against the bugs. So even if they lose to the bugs, their purpose of destroying the bugs also achieved. However, the bugs also knew what they were thinking. So they started to save themselves. Maybe they have known about the existence of our two civilizations for a long time, but they have never informed this matter. The purpose is to let one of us be eliminated by the other. In this case, it would undoubtedly be much easier for them to break away from the control of one of the civilizations. I have to say that these bugs had a good plan. After all, they are all veterans. They naturally know some situations clearly, and they can naturally guess what the bugs are thinking. If this matter hadn't been exposed, they estimated that these bugs might still be hiding the matter now, and they might not even know how they were eliminated by then. But now this matter has been brought to light, which means that the two of them must decide the outcome before they can deal with the bugs. Because for them now, these bugs are ultimately a bridge connecting two civilizations. Once this bridge is broken, it will be exponentially more difficult for them to find each other. And those with higher technological levels will naturally have more advantages. So they at the disadvantage may be more dangerous. They are very clear about this. And at the same time, they also admire these bugs for having such a plan. At this time, they are also in a dilemma. They must eliminate this civilization. Otherwise it will be difficult for them to operate in the future. Once you reach their level, although there will be differences in the level of civilization, once the war actually starts, the advantages or disadvantages of both sides will not be particularly obvious. Because after a certain technological research reaches an extreme, the improvement from further research is very small. So they will study other aspects and expand their technological aspects. The more science and technology is researched to a sophisticated level, then it is naturally a good thing. Because in this way, they will have more choices when fighting in the later stages. The situation of that civilization is obviously that it studies a wider range of technologies than theirs, and can come up with more things. So if there is a fight, the opponent will have a great advantage. But if we find an opportunity here, then in the later stage, there may be a chance to capsize them in the gutter. All in all, at this level, there are more uncertainties in battles between civilizations. Normally, civilizations do not fight each other. It is even said that relevant alliances have been established for this purpose. But these things are not the same. The alliance can change it. It surprised us a little bit. It seems that our focus will be on that civilization next. And the bugs actually revealed this information. Then, they will naturally find ways to provide us with more information intentionally or unintentionally. To be precise, they should provide more information for both parties. Much information. At this time, everyone was talking about the situation in front of you. The current situation is out of control, and all they can do is ensure their own safety. After ensuring your own safety, think of a way to counterattack and find an opportunity to eliminate that civilization. In this case, everything will be fine on your side. Although the matter has a complete solution, they are also extremely angry at this time, because they have been plotted by this group of bugs. And they have been plotted by this group of bugs that they do not like at all. That's how it goes sometimes. No civilization should be underestimated. Every civilization will try its best to survive. From the beginning to the end, they thought that they were at the top and could target bugs at will and control them at will. However, now they thought too much. They really didn't expect that this civilization would have a trump card that could deal with them. It is absolutely impossible for any civilization to think of this thing, because this kind of thing is too outrageous. So no matter who encounters the current situation, they will be caught off guard by the bugs. Of course, at this time, they also knew very well what they were going to do next. And what they were going to do next was naturally very simple. That is, to find a way to overcome the difficulties in front of them, and deal with a civilization at the same level as themselves. Or even say it may surpass our own civilization in various fields. So it is absolutely impossible to be simple. At this time, both civilizations hid themselves in a tacit understanding and began to prepare for the subsequent war. For a time, intense pre-war preparations began within both civilizations. At this time, the civilization that provided Jiangyao with the system was here. It seems that they want to kill the fish and break the net. These bugs are very smart. They know very well that they will definitely die after this matter is exposed. So they chose to drag a civilization into the water. As for whether this civilization is us or another preparer, it is difficult to say. But I have to say that these bugs gave us a surprise. In such a situation, they were able to think of a way. It's disgusting, and we have to say that they are really good. The luck theory seems feasible. After all, ordinary civilizations may have died out in the process of their development. And when facing the current situation, there may be no countermeasures. But comrades can still there is a chance to fight back. Although luck is indeed very strong. Facing the current situation, all the bugs can do is fight us to the death. This is not the result we want to see. It is true that our expectations for luck will be higher. After all, we have tried various means. If even luck does not work, I am afraid there will be no means to solve our current predicament. For them, they have very high hopes for luck, because they have tried to use laws to break through that line of defense before. And they have also tried to use other conceptual things to break through. But they all ended in failure. Later they thought of using luck. But it was also very difficult to use luck to solve this problem. Not everyone is lucky enough to find a carrier in several universes that can satisfy their chi to accomplish this. This is a very difficult thing. In order to find Jiangyao, the carrier of luck, they have forgotten how much time they spent on this side. They travel back and forth between different universes, trying to find an existence that could meet their requirements. But there hasn't been much progress until they finally met by chance. They met this guy who could meet their requirements. And after knowing the news, they were naturally very happy. So we started working on this matter in full swing. The entire civilization, and almost 1/5 of the resources were used to create such a system. This system is also the most important part of their plan. Because only this thing can completely control bugs. You must know that luck is such an illusory thing that many civilizations dare not get involved. Because there are too many uncertain factors in this thing. And even a small accident may cause very terrible consequences. It is not that no civilization has tried to take this route. But they all ended in failure. And the consequence of the failure was that the civilization was eventually destroyed by the civilization they supported. There are very few things, like supporting civilization, and destroying the main civilization. There are really too many things that need to be involved here. But what is certain is that because of the existence of luck, all impossible things can happen by accident. This allows these civilizations with great luck to achieve their wishes. So this thing is very dangerous. Once you are ready to get involved, you must be fully prepared. They have had many plans, but they were all rejected in the end. Because the conventional plans are not good for luck. It was absolutely impossible. So after much thought, they created such a system. Help them through the system. So that most of the technology is thrown into the system. And their own development is relatively weak. This will make it easier for them to control. In addition, the system is also responsible for the control task. In short, everything is to ensure that everything is foolproof. If there is a problem in any link, other links can also assume the corresponding role. They have set up many important guarantees. However, when the bugs have developed to this stage, many of the things they prepared before have been inadvertently eliminated by the bugs. Now they only have a few things left in their hands. Something. Of course, these things are also the most core things. As long as there are no accidents with these things, then they basically have nothing to worry about. What Chi Luck has shown is indeed terrifying. But they have never been able to break through the final lines of defense. Of course, this also shows that the things we have prepared cannot be completely solved even by luck. But there is a very serious issue involved here. That is, what if luck cannot break through our restrictions? Can he really achieve our wishes? Everyone is not clear about this topic. Indeed, if there is no way to completely solve what they have arranged, then it is basically impossible to accomplish what they set out to do with what Chi Luck has shown. For a time, various emotions filled the crowd. On the one hand, they hoped that luck could completely break through everything they had prepared. On the other hand, they were worried that after being broken, everything would become uncontrollable. All of a sudden everyone became very conflicted. Well, it's pointless to think about it so much now. Let everything take its course. We have failed so many times, and we don't care if we fail 1 or 2 more times. Regarding this matter, they can only think this way. Regarding that civilized matter, they will not be too worried about it. After all, they have been observing this civilization for a while. And they think their understanding of this civilization is relatively high. They can basically determine that this civilization has no ability to pose much of a threat to itself. In addition, they have thought about getting rid of this civilization in recent years. So they have made a lot of preparations secretly. Compared to this civilization, the preparations are not particularly complete. They have already prepared everything. What we have to do now is to find the flaws of this civilization, and then follow the clues to find them out and send them on their way. Compared with the previous plan for this civilization, this current plan is indeed much more complicated, because they have exposed that this civilization will naturally be very careful and will not reveal any clues. At the same time, this civilization will definitely take the initiative to search for itself. Of course, they cannot let this civilization find it. After all, both civilizations have determined the location of the other. If this battle is fought, even they will suffer heavy losses. In this way, with various thoughts, the secret confrontation between the two civilizations began. Chapter 798, The Only Chance. As civilizations that have transcended the universe, the battle between the two civilizations is naturally very different from conventional battles. At this time, both civilizations were secretly trying to test each other's general situation. Jiang Yao naturally didn't know about the behavior of the two civilizations. But even if he knew it, it wouldn't have much effect, because with his strength, he simply cannot intervene in a battle of this level. At this time, all his energy was focused on how to get out of control. There are actually not many trump cards that I can use at the moment. Most of the things I have in my hands now are given by these two civilizations. So no matter what I do, I can't escape the surveillance of the two civilizations. It shouldn't be difficult for them to stop my research. So a lot of what I do is useless. But not everything in my hands belongs to them. And these things that are not theirs are naturally my only breaking point. At this time, Jiang Yao was analyzing the situation in front of him and thinking about strategies. He is very clear about the situation of his own civilization. And many of his things were given to him by these two civilizations, both overtly and covertly. Therefore, these two civilizations must have left a backup for these things. As long as they dare to use them, they will become fish on the chopping board in the later stage. In this way, Jiang Yao began to sort out the things he currently had in his hands. At the same time, he began to classify these things, and he had to distinguish which things he had acquired and which belonged to others. First of all, there are technological matters. Some of the technologies here are researched by ourselves. Some technologies are obtained by wiping out other civilizations and acquiring their technologies. Then, they conducted research on the technology they gave themselves and finally reached a level that is still passable. At this time, Jiang Yao was also analyzing the situation in front of him in various ways. The things acquired by some advanced civilizations or super civilizations do belong to them. But these things have no impact on these two civilizations at all. You must know that even a super civilization is in vain in front of a civilization of this level, let alone the things you have obtained. But at this time, even though Jiang Yao knew the general situation, he still chose to keep these things. If we can continue to research these technologies in the future, we may be able to find our own path. Although these civilizations secretly intervened in the previous development route, it was not a big deal, because there were many things that were truly our own, and those civilizations did not interfere because they looked down upon them. In fact, this is not a big deal to Jiang Yao. After all, there are many things in these things that I don't like, let alone them. But now, he can only count on these things. It's really a bit tragic. At this time, Jiang Yao was also a little helpless. Even if all of these things are used, they won't be of much help to me. But I can only say that something is better than nothing. In this way, after a period of sorting, Jiang Yao has basically sorted out what he has in his hands now. After knowing the general situation, the subsequent operations will be simple. First, he got some details out. After getting them out, he started to sort out the follow-up information in more detail. For example, what aspects of these technologies are left behind by the other party, etc., need to be sorted out. And how to deal with these leftover data is also an important matter. Can the backhand position be filled by researching it myself? All in all, there were too many details that he needed to figure out. After a period of sorting it out like this, he basically figured out the situation. How many things are in your hands that you can control? And how many things you can seize by using some means? All in all, he calculated everything clearly. Although these things are of no help to him at this stage, he knows very well that these things will be his trump card in the future. Whether you can make a comeback in the future depends on these things. As for how to leave here, his idea is actually very simple. That is, to use soul technology. Soul technology was indeed provided to us by the civilization behind us. But the research progress of the technology they provided us at that time was actually not very good. The main reason we were able to increase the research progress in the future was that he entered other universes and joined Alliance at that time. and found a civilization specifically responsible for this project. Through the information provided by this civilization, you can get up later. And it is very simple to eliminate the backhand they left behind with this technology. Because many aspects of this technology belong to you. And only several key nodes belong to each other. But unfortunately, these key nodes were broken by the United Civilization. Although he was a little scornful of their progress at the time. He didn't know about these messy things. At that time, he only knew that he could still study to a higher level without using these things. But he still got the information at that time. And now he understands the importance of these information. Every technology is like a ladder. From low to high. He may have walked on a certain section in the middle and reached more than a dozen levels in a year to reach a later level. However, these more than 10 levels are equivalent to being hollow, and there is no process. Only results. While some previous civilizations have, what we are studying are these dozen layers of hollow things. As long as these are supplemented, his soul technology will be considered relatively complete. Although the extent of his research on this technology is not very high, it can at least satisfy his current plan to escape from here. After all, soul technology is a very peculiar technology. The reason why the research on this technology will be interrupted in the future is likely to be caused by the profound civilization. They only need to research this technology to a certain extent by themselves. And no longer study in the future. Because if you study in the future, it may be possible that something you research will escape their control. This is also the reason why this technology was abandoned in the past. But now that it is better, he has picked up this technology again and began to research towards a deeper bottom. Because now that he has advanced to this level, technology is no longer the same as in the past. So the research speed on this technology is still relatively fast. But what surprised him is that this technology there is a very strange thing. That is, there are no rules. Law. This is a very strange power. Any inconspicuous thing may derive its own law. However, soul technology does not have such ability. It seems to be something independent of the law. A single individual cannot study the corresponding law through it, which is the same law. And its effect on it is also limited. This is a big problem. If the law has a limited effect on this technology, it means that this technology may be out of control. Neither space creatures nor other civilizations particularly want to see it. This technology. Because this unique technology has great potential. This potential is very great. If it doesn't work well, it can really make them overturn. But what makes Jiang Yao feel strange is that everyone is supposed to be studying the rules. But this technology is so unique and has such a strong potential for subsequent discovery. Everyone should be flocking to this kind of technology. After all, if this kind of technology is developed, it can compete with the law. So why do these detached civilizations not conduct too much in-depth research on this technology? He also deduced several possibilities for this. The first possibility is that the effect of this technology research in the later stage is not as great as he imagined. So these super civilizations will give up. Or this kind of the difficulty of researching things becomes more and more difficult in the later stages. So much so that even they have no way to continue their research. Compared to the former possibility, Jiang Yao believed in the latter possibility more. After all, if it is true as Jiang Yao thinks, then it makes sense that the other party did not conduct further research. It is not that they do not want to do research, but that it does not make sense at all. If the other party has completely mastered this technology, then there is no need to give yourself the beginning of this technology. After giving the beginning, although some subsequent technologies also worked on themselves, the effect was not great and could not affect the final result. He still remembered that he had entered a certain stage inexplicably, and then gained a lot of relevant knowledge. He still found it very strange that he could skip a certain stage and go directly to the next stage. But when he recalled the original events from the current perspective, he knew the reason. At that time, they wanted to study this thing by themselves. But in the end, they gave up this plan. It was obvious that they might not have decided to give up this technology and start studying other technologies. So in summary, the second possibility is more likely. That is to say, at the beginning, maybe that civilization was researching this technology, and then gave the technology to me, so that I could study it too. Maybe it would bring them unexpected gains. Later, after a long period of precipitation and many experimental verifications, they were basically certain that there was no possibility of further research on this technology, because even they did not make any progress. So they finally gave up on this technology, choosing other aspects of technology for in-depth research. It is also for this reason that I will give up the follow-up research on this technology. It's just that maybe even they themselves couldn't imagine that they would enter a certain universe at that time. And there were also civilizations here studying this technology. And their technology just made up for my gap. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also felt that this matter might be related to her luck. Because due to her luck, she was able to catch leaks under such tight control. Of course, for him, this is a good thing. If there were not so many opportunities, then he would not have any room to make a comeback in the current situation. And now it is because there are so many opportunities that he has a little chance to break the situation. In the days to come, all my time and energy must be put into the research of soul technology. Because whether it is system locking or other things, although it will affect the soul, as long as my soul technology reaches at a certain height, these effects can be completely ignored. Soul technology happens to be the only weakness of these two civilizations. It is not impossible for me to surpass them. And this is also my advantage. After all, compared to other technologies, they have no chance at all. But with this technology, they have a certain chance. As long as your soul technology surpasses theirs, you can leave here directly through soul transmission. And the characteristics of soul technology make it very difficult for them to catch up with you, especially when chasing across the universe. At this time, he knew very well that this was most likely his only chance. If it weren't for the existence of this thing, then he might not have a chance at all. As for transmitting his soul there, he doesn't need to worry about this at all. When he was in the original universe, he had entered the universe node. Countless top civilizations in the universe gathered in that area. It was also at that time that he saw the black ball. Through the black ball, he felt that the universe was like a cage. At that stage, he had done something that he could still remember vividly in his mind. At that time, in order to test the horror of the stormtrooper flow, he had distributed a large number of Leviathans to a certain galaxy. After these Leviathans appeared in that area, they began to clean up the surrounding things frantically. What I needed them to do at the beginning was to develop desperately, organize their own insect swarm troops there as much as possible, and then catch them by surprise when dealing with certain powerful enemies. At that time, he may not have realized that his actions gave them the opportunity to leave. Soul technology requires a carrier to transfer the soul. A carrier that is highly adaptable and possesses certain abilities. And the transferred objects cannot have any resistance. And the large number of Leviathans released there naturally have such abilities. After all, as a group consciousness, it is too easy to prevent them from resisting. As long as you give an order, they will execute it unconditionally. When the time comes, he will move directly to the bug over there. And then, he will be able to complete the great feat of substituting a weak point for a weak point. He really didn't expect that a random action at the time could have such a big impact on him now. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of something else. The Zerg Queen has so far remained uncaptured. It is unclear whether he was really not caught or whether someone was deliberately hiding his whereabouts, so that others could not find him. However, he knew very well that those races that he had once forgotten still had their own role. Taking a closer look, he found that there were too many strange things along the way. But now, he can put these things aside and go his own way. Of course, the premise of all this is that his soul escape plan can succeed. Chapter 799 Start Preparations. Doing this kind of thing under the eyes of others, especially when the other party's strength exceeds several levels. Under such circumstances, it is usually impossible for this kind of thing to succeed. But there are no guarantees in the world. At this time, Jiang Yao also started to make preparations. For him, this was a big deal. Something so big that he didn't even know how to do it. Because from now on, his own safety, including the safety of his group and the safety of the entire civilization, rested in his hands. At this time, he can only believe in the information he has collected over the years, and the characteristics of soul technology summarized through these information. If these characteristics are true, then its success rate will be very high. But if these characteristics are fake, then all his efforts will be in vain. He is not stupid. He understands that the possibility of being discovered by doing such small tricks under the eyes of these two levels of civilization is very high. He even said that it would be strange if he was not discovered. But what he has to do just accomplish this feat before they find out. Once they find out, they will have no ability to resist. Now these two civilizations have not taken action against him. And he can also guess the reason. Because both civilizations are now connected to him. So if they want to find each other, it may be best to do it on their own side. It is also the simplest. And for this reason, the two of them have a tacit understanding and do not take action against themselves. Their goal has been each other from the beginning to the end. As for small characters like themselves, they naturally look down upon them. But in the end, they will eliminate them because they know too much. As for his own fate, he can naturally guess that when these two civilizations free up their hands, no matter which side wins, they will attack him, and he will definitely be destroyed by then. So now will be his final struggle. Regarding the current situation, he also felt extremely headache. He really didn't expect that he would be so unlucky during this period. From the moment he came to this universe to now, he summarized it. From the beginning, he developed in the restricted area of the universe, and then survived in the cracks. At that time, he once thought that the world was too difficult, and that he could only relax if he had a firm foothold there. But now he feels that this idea is very ridiculous. Because even with such a place, he can't relax. When he later arrived at the United Civilization, when a war broke out with him, he was desperately calculating every step. Because he was the weakest at that time, and a small mistake could lead to the destruction of the entire civilization. So he had to be careful. However, he had just dealt with the United Civilization and the plants, and had not stabilized for a few days. But he discovered such a secret again. Especially this secret that had been with him from time to time until now. At the same time, he also discovered these civilizations behind him. His original idea was to act stupid, because as long as he didn't talk about these civilizations, he would not be able to guess them. He already knew about this matter. In the end, who could have imagined the final swan song of the mysterious civilization? Gave myself a pair of king bombs. The emergence of this information means that he has mastered these secrets. After mastering the secrets, he will have no value at all. Originally, according to his plan, he should be able to wipe out the mysterious civilization and then manage the universe alone. At the same time, in terms of science and technology, corresponding research must not be left behind. Everything must be arranged, etc. He has already planned the future. Who would have thought that just because of such a simple piece of news, he could be forced into the current situation? I think that he has been traversing the universe for so many years, and he is almost endless years bound to the system. With the advancement of science and technology, even the civilization under his hands has a long history. But in the end, he didn't expect this to be the result. Sure enough, even now I still can't control my own destiny. Only through detachment can one truly control one's own destiny. While thinking about Jiangyao, he began to arrange the next things. Research on soul technology has been carried out secretly. On the surface, he has been researching 2 other technologies. It feels as if he is preparing to fight the enemy with these 2 technologies. Although he didn't know if this method would work. At least he was doing it. Right? The leader's current research on soul technology has made a breakthrough. However, the reason why breakthroughs have been relatively rapid during this period is because our technological level has greatly surpassed that of the past. At the same time, our previous related research has also made certain progress. Our research on this technology will slow down only when it enters the next stage. At this time, Jiangyao nodded after hearing what his subordinate brainworm said. The next stage? At this time, Jiangyao nodded. Understood. Even if it enters the next stage of soul technology research, it is still at a very low level. Using this level of running is like driving a leaky car across the desert. The risk is just too great. But it's just what I want. At this time, Jiangyao was thinking so in his heart. Indeed, it is too risky to do these things at my current stage. But this is also the best disguise. He knew his situation very well. Not only he, but also the civilizations observing him from behind are aware of the technology he currently has, and what progress he has made. And that's the biggest problem. They must have secretly made statistics on whether those technologies are dangerous to them. This means that once they make progress in scientific and technological research in those areas, they will definitely focus on them. It will be difficult for you to escape by then. Soul technology Jiangyao is probably considered to be in the more dangerous category. But because the research progress of this technology is not estimated to be high, perhaps they also know that even they cannot make much progress with this technology. So the control of the soul law is not very strict. The final analysis of this matter is that the other party wants to control, but does not have the ability to do so. After all, they themselves are half-assed. But at some stage, they resorted to means to eliminate the only possibility for themselves to study this technology. The civilization that currently has the system that soul technology gave me should be aware of my progress. Then the civilization that gave me the law of time is naturally unclear. But the beginning of this technology was provoked by the civilization that gave me the law of time. So to prevent me from escaping, I guess the civilization that gave me the law of time will pay more attention to it. It's a pity that he doesn't know the progress. The party that knows the progress doesn't care enough about this technology. While thinking about Jiangyou, he also knew that although it was much easier to continue researching soul technology than others, it also had certain risks. There are many places that you need to pay attention to. The first point is about how they observe me. This is the key. If this problem cannot be solved, then all my actions will be observed by the other party. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have some headaches. A civilization given a system can directly observe itself through the system. But what should a civilization given the law of time pass? His first reaction was the black ball. But if he passed that thing, he should not be aware of many actions on his side. However, judging from the current situation, the other party should know a lot about itself quite thoroughly, so it can naturally be ruled out through the method of black ball. However, after excluding this method, he was a little confused as to what other methods were left. They are all terrible things. All kinds of problems are piled up together. It is very uncomfortable to have to solve them as soon as possible. Naturally, he does not know the other party's observation methods. But if he wants to dig out this method in a short time, he also knows that the possibility of such a method is basically equal to yours. Which means that he must come up with it. A scheme that is not observed by them. Thinking of this, he also started to think about it. But soon, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a perfect way, which was to hand over this matter to the Zerg in another universe. This Zerg race was just a case he had buried at the beginning. At that time, he released so many bugs at the connection between the universe and entered that universe. His original intention was to let these bugs gain a foothold and develop in that universe. Later, he and some powerful when fighting against civilization. These bugs can act as surprise soldiers. If by then, he has mastered the method of connecting the universe, and when he fights the enemy on his side, and suddenly there are so many bugs, the other party will definitely be caught off guard. This was his original idea. Later, after seeing higher technology and understanding this, he found that the bugs he arranged had no effect at all in a battle of this level. So it doesn't care much about the bugs on that side. But now it seems that this group of bugs can really give itself some small surprises. After making up his mind, he immediately started taking action. At this time, in another distant universe, this universe was originally a peaceful universe. But tens of millions of years ago, huge changes suddenly occurred. At first, a group of huge creatures appeared somewhere in this universe. Many people did not notice the appearance of this group of creatures. However, with the appearance of the creatures, they soon appeared in the area where the creatures were active. One nest after another. Naturally, no one paid attention to these things at first. But as the number increased, and the range of activities of these creatures became wider and wider, they eventually attracted the attention of some powerful civilizations. For this civilization, these people naturally did not have any goodwill. They immediately sent a fleet to clear out this group of uninvited guests. However, as the battle began, they found that they might have underestimated the strength of these guys. The first battle ended in failure. At the same time, because the route of the warship dispatch was discovered, this civilization was destroyed. This civilization was an advanced civilization in the universe, and many super civilizations have been observing them. With their destruction, the consciousness of some super civilizations dispersed. The race that suddenly appears may not be as simple as you think. Ever since, these super civilizations have also begun to observe this civilization. With the fate of the super civilization, the entire war has also undergone qualitative changes. The means of super civilization are undoubtedly very powerful. Of course, these bugs are not weak either. They fight back and forth with these super civilizations. And as time goes by, their territories continue to expand. And the number of soldiers is also gradually increasing, which makes this universe super civilization finally realize the seriousness of the problem. At first, these super civilizations worked independently. After all, at their level, there was no need to unite. However, as the war went on, one super civilization after another was destroyed. It was not until this moment that they realized how powerful this race was. So they joined forces. Of course, if they join forces, their natural strength will also be greatly improved. Under normal circumstances, there would be nothing to say about this battle. But they never expected that the development over the years would allow the number of this race to grow to a very large number. Then even their combined fleet was unable to eliminate this race. And as time went by, the number of fleets of this race was gradually increasing. Until this moment, they knew that this race was far away and not as simple as they seemed. The strength of this race far exceeded their imagination. Faced with such a race, They began to gather the power of all civilizations. But it takes time to gather the power of civilization. Although they have been negotiating with this race for a period of time, the reproductive ability of this race is too terrifying. When they united all the cosmic civilizations and formed a super united army, they found that the number of this race was no less than theirs. And a tug of war began. In the following battles, their daily consumption will be very huge. This kind of consumption is outrageous. Fortunately, they are now extremely powerful and can barely sustain such consumption. However, what they never expected was that in a battle of this level, the number of these bugs not only did not decrease, but also gradually increased. Although the number is increasing very slowly, but it is already very scary. The tug of war between the two sides continued for thousands of years, until something unexpected happened 1,000 years later. Because the reproductive ability of these bugs is so amazing, thousands of years later they found that the number of bugs had far exceeded theirs, and it was surpassed by multiples. This made them realize that according to this development trend, they would not be able to survive for long. According to their speculation, the current number of resets has far exceeded twice theirs. According to this trend, it is only a matter of time before it will triple or 5 times. Once the opponent's numbers reach this level, then they are completely powerless if they decide to build more shipyards. However, this decision pushed him into an abyss. Chapter 800 Zerg from Other Universes. From the beginning of the battle to now, after so many years of running in, they can still maintain a relatively delicate balance in all aspects. Whether it is people's livelihood or anything else, it is naturally a good thing for them to be able to maintain this state. As long as this state can be maintained, the war can continue. But the problem is that if we maintain this state, the number of Zerg will gradually increase, and it will be an uncontrollable increase trend. And as the number of Zerg increases, their pressure will increase. No mistakes can be made in every battle. Once a mistake is made, their numbers will be crushed by the Zerg. With the same number of fighters and bugs, they must ensure that 2 versus 1 cannot ensure this. Then subsequent problems will break out. Fortunately, there are still many talents among them, so this trend can still be maintained. But as time goes by, they will soon enter the 3-on-1 stage, so the pressure will be increasing for them. It was also because of this mentality that they decided to increase the number of shipyards and increase the speed of shipbuilding at the shipyards. These years of fighting have allowed them to optimize their shipyards. Although the quality has declined, the manufacturing speed has increased by more than 10 times compared to the past. This is the reason why they have been able to fight against the bugs for such a long time. However, the decision to increase the number of shipyards has become a trigger for breaking the balance. First of all, if you want to increase the number of shipyards, there are many issues to consider. It is not as simple as it seems on the surface. 2 points. Apart from these, there are many hidden issues that need to be considered. First of all, when a shipyard is established, a large amount of materials need to be consumed. At the same time, frontline wars require a large amount of materials every day, which means that they need to increase production. Otherwise, they will not have enough resources to support it. Shipyard construction. If you want to increase production, you need to pay a lot, whether it is increasing the number of troops or other things. The original recruitment method has already made many people dissatisfied with it. If it is increased, then what it causes is self-evident. Of course, for most people, this actually doesn't matter. After all, even if they increase the quantity, what's the use if many people don't buy it? After all, civilization is in danger now, and everyone can tolerate many things. So the shipyard started smoothly. But as the shipyard started smoothly, new shipyards were built one after another. These shipyards also had to buy composite warships, which meant a long-term increase in resources. However, the resource consumption of the ship is increased here, and the resource consumption of the shipyard is also increased on the other side. After this back and forth, problems arise in the entire system. The demand for resources has increased crazily, but the collection efficiency of takeaway resources has not been greatly improved. This puts great pressure on these people who are engaged in these things every day. They now have to pay double the labor force every day. Although artificial intelligence helps most of the time, it still makes many people feel dissatisfied. After all, artificial intelligence is not omnipotent. And in order to prevent artificial intelligence crisis, artificial intelligence has been restricted. Many places still need to be operated by humans. The doubled workload makes these people feel a lot of pressure. And what they do every day is very single and boring. However, this is not the end. As time goes by, the number of shipyards is increasing. and the pressure on them is increasing. All in all, this is an endless cycle. No one knows when civilization plans to stop shipyard construction. But judging from the current situation, they know very well that this construction will not stop in a short time. This also means that they will be tortured for a long time. After all, these people are in high-level civilizations, and they do not think so about things that many low-level civilizations seem to take for granted. After all, at their level, they are thinking about things. In other words, the thoughts in my heart are completely different from those of low-level civilizations. As time went by, many people showed a tendency to be passive and slow in their work. However, at this stage, the United Civilization did not have the pressure to curb the bugs. So they decided to punish these people who were passive and slow in their work. Of course, their purpose is also very simple. That is, to prevent other people from thinking the same way as them. These people are the standard of killing chickens to scare monkeys. But what they don't know is that many people have such thoughts at this stage. After seeing the chickens being killed, the monkeys were not frightened. Instead, they became more resentful towards this civilization. As time went by, the incident eventually broke out, and everyone in the manufacturing factory stopped working at almost the same time. Work protested. They don't plan to continue working here. And they don't plan to work for civilization anymore. After all, they have no chance to get out after coming here. Just like caged birds trapped here. As some people rioted, things gradually became complicated. Many areas were shut down, causing shortages on the battleship side. At the same time, the bugs' attacks never stopped. And it was for this reason that they lost many areas. However, at this time, they knew very well that such a thing happened. And it was beyond their expectation. So they did not go online about this matter. Because they knew very well that they would not talk about it now. Even in peacetime, this kind of thing will have a huge impact later on. And it was very difficult to deal with it. So they gave up such a plan. However, this kind of giving up made this group of people think that the people above had compromised. So they were intensified. The atmosphere of civilization has changed since then. This is simply nonsense if you want to bring order to the chaos. It is even said that as long as extreme behavior is taken, the incident will continue to become more serious. All in all of this makes the United Civilization feel a headache. At the same time, they also know very well that they are now like a precision machine. If there is a problem in any link, it will cause huge problems in the entire machine. As quickly as they thought, problems arose in many areas. As one problem after another emerged. There had been problems before. But some of the problems that had been suppressed were also exposed. Various problems came to light for a while, leaving United Civilization in a hurry. However, this is the beginning of the end of everything. Because the bugs will not leave you alone just because of your internal problems. The bugs will continue to attack you and intensify their efforts. In this way, the incident became more and more serious. Everything began to develop in a bad direction, letting the United Civilizations know that if they continued like this, they might be out of luck. But they were powerless to stop it at this time. The battle has been going on for thousands of years, and it is a matter of concern to the entire civilization. Everyone in the civilization is holding a string. But now the string is broken, and the Zerg attack has become more fierce. Because if there is a problem here, the problem on the front line will naturally be exposed. And the bugs will naturally discover this. So they launch a more violent attack on them. This battle was fought in darkness. And the area involved in this battle could be described as light years. With the end of this battle, if you observe it from a distance, you will find a silver-white line appearing somewhere in the universe. If the technological level reaches a certain level, you can drive a spaceship to this area. It was found that this area was full of bugs, or the remains of battleships. This exceptionally spectacular area of debris stretches for thousands of light years. One can imagine how brutal the battle here was back then. At the same time, the Zerg also sent a large number of bugs to collect these things. But even this would take a very long time to complete the collection of these things. However, after this battle ended, the United Civilization completely disappeared into the dust of the universe. At present, in this universe, except for the powerful civilization of the Zerg, what is left are some weak races that may not even have the ability to set foot in space. There are very large faults in the civilization of the entire universe. Perhaps after other civilizations rule this place, the first thing they do is to integrate these civilizations that have not yet set foot in the universe, and then let them do things for them. This way, the pressure on their side will be less. But for some restless civilizations, this may be the season of their own rise. In the process of helping others, They will definitely find the relics of the defeated civilizations in the past. And the relics of these civilizations will inevitably store the memories of those years. The fighting situation. And once these things are known, it will cause chaos. But it is a pity that bugs are not a race that has many problems that they have prevented in advance. In the future. For example, the bugs from the surrounding civilizations do not have such an idea. What they would rather do is to use these civilized intelligent creatures, or all resources devour them all, and use these resources to hatch more bugs to develop the universe. Different races naturally have different ways of handling things. All in all, every civilization has its own ideas. The bugs' idea was naturally to eradicate the civilizations. In the following time, the bugs began to clean up these civilizations. Soon, all other creatures in the universe except bugs were basically extinct. At the same time, just as the bugs were preparing to further expand and develop this universe, they suddenly received a message, which was naturally sent by their leader. The leader's side is in trouble. And now they're being targeted by some super powerful civilization that they don't have the ability to fight against. So they're getting ready to flee. Currently, the leader's only chance to escape is through soul technology. So we must start researching soul technology. Leader, you have already transmitted the corresponding soul technology data to us. What we have to do next is to build on this basis. Make a breakthrough. At this time, a group of brain worms were gathering together in a huge insect nest to discuss this matter. After receiving Jiang Yao's message, they did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately began to take action. First of all, the first thing that can be confirmed now is that we have obtained all the information on the soul technology we currently have. At the same time, we also obtained relevant research progress and some research insights. These things are of great help to us, but there are not many equipments needed to study this technology. So we must prioritize the equipment. Get them all out. We naturally have the corresponding equipment and technology here, but it takes time to manufacture these equipment. And the leader's time is very accurate now. So we need to research no less than 100 solutions before the equipment is manufactured. When the later equipment is developed, we can verify it immediately. At this time, they were discussing with each other. The current situation was not very good for them. Now they had to make all preparations. The first is the core basic research results on soul technology. At the same time, they must prepare enough clones so that when the time comes, both Jiang Yao and the players will have a place to stay. In addition, they also need to transform a planet into the shape of a blue star, and then continue the operation of replacing pillars. All in all, everything started to be prepared in an orderly manner. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner as planned. As time went by, one device after another was manufactured, and related research began. Compared with Jiang Yao, the Zerg here are all focused on the research of soul technology, and do not care about other aspects. The effect they achieved by doing this was naturally touching. Soon there was a new breakthrough in soul technology. Although it is still impossible to enter the next stage, this at least allows everyone to see that it is only a matter of time before they break this technology at this pace. I continued my research with this mentality. At the same time, although Jiang Yao can receive relevant news every day, he knows very well that based on the current situation, this speed is far from his expectations. Because at this time, he discovered that two civilizations, the overt and covert fighting, has entered a heated stage. It is even said that even some of the methods they provided have been affected. That's right. These civilizations have given themselves many means, such as systems or laws. However, these things have changed. First of all, Jiang Yao found that many functions of the system can no longer be used. At the same time, when he wants to use the laws, he found that the rules were not as easy to use as before. This also means that the other party has begun to use these backup players on his side. One can imagine how far they have reached at this time. But he also has to admire that both sides have reached this point. Still haven't located the other party's location.